Hello, and welcome to the final day of the World Othello Championships here in Paris. We will be kicking today off with the semi-final round, and we will be watching Kento Arano versus Katie from Finland, Katie was the winner of the playoff yesterday. The other match for the semi-final today is Arthur Juigné versus Michele Barassi. So I'm here. I'm Luke Plowman. I've introduced myself so many times this weekend, but I'll do it again. I'm Luke Plowman from England.
I'm Guy Plowman. I'm Luke's dad, and I was doing the TV on other years, but I was playing this year. But I've happily come back to join for this. The game has already started, so what we'll do is we'll go to the board, we'll have a look at the board, give a brief overview of what's happening, and then we'll introduce our other two guests, one of whom you know very well from this week anyway, but one is a very special guest who we'll introduce in a moment, but we'll have a look at the board first. So Tomoki, do you want to introduce yourself and give a brief overview of what's happened?
Okay. Hello, good morning for European and good afternoon for Japanese. My name is Tomoki Otaka. I think maybe everyone knows, the subscriber knows, who saw yesterday and the day before yesterday. But I'm in the English live today, only the first round. And in the board, this is one of the famous openings called FJT opening. Actually, Kento plays white this opening yesterday against Michele Barassi.
I remember you saying.
Yeah. But it is still a draw line here. Yes. And actually, there's some options here for. There's only one option for draw line. Yes, but there's some other moves which is a bit bad, but still can able to play. For example, -2 or -4 or -6. These kinds of in the computer.
Hello, I am Paul Wall, the world champion in 1984, and three times second in the world championship. About the game, I think it's black to play now, So I think black has two good moves, B5 or E2. Not E2, I mean C8, because E2 I think is a not so good strategic move, because you open the game at the north. It's not a good thing. So I think the better is B5, because you open only at east, or at the south D8. I don't know what you mean about that.
How does that match with what the computer says?
The best move here is D8, I know, but actually B5 moves quite recently after that. So Paul Rao's thinking is not bad, I think. But it was, I think, bit bad, but not. It was like -2 or -4 for B5 here, so it is possible, I think.
Yeah, and so this is one of the things that Othello players these days, when I started playing and when Paul was playing, we didn't have computers that were as good as us, let alone so much better than us. So we had to try and work out what were good openings on the board. And these days it's possible to look at openings on a computer that's way stronger than us, and find out analysis and get plus and minus numbers about how many discs the computer thinks it's ahead for each move. And sometimes when there's only two discs difference, to a human it doesn't really make that much difference to the game, especially this early. But if you've got two players who have looked at openings very deeply, they can play moves where it stays at 0 for a long time, because they both know the computer best moves. But that can sometimes get into a game where you kind of have to play to the end of the game, knowing that it might be leading to a draw, and so playing -2 or -4, even sometimes -6 moves if you've got a plan, can be a good thing, because if you are stronger than your opponent, then you can still win the game from those positions very, very comfortably. So what we'll have here is a mixture of Paul's tactical knowledge and Tomoki's data knowledge. And the combination of those two things will give you an idea of that balance and what goes through these players' heads when they deliberately play moves that they know are not the best computer-generated moves.
The moves, black F8 is, I think, the new one, not good for computers. So I think Kento don't know this move already. But in this case, D8 is looks very good, and I think that's the only choice for white. So Kento moved quite quickly.
I think the move of F8 was very dangerous, but it's interesting because Kati, it's very hard to play after. I mean, if black win, it will be very good winning. It's dangerous for white if white doesn't care. But if 8 strategically is dangerous because it's very great tension between the two now. A little mistake may be very dangerous now.
I love games like this, where it's on a knife edge, and if one person makes a mistake, they lose heavily.
Yeah.
That's because you normally play me, and so I lose heavily. Yes, I do have the live chat up now. Hello to all 45 of you. Hopefully that number will grow during the day. If you have any questions or thoughts and positions, or discussions or suggestions or just anything, please feel free to put them in the chat, and we will respond to them. Yeah, there were some issues at the beginning with the names being the wrong way, but those are fixed now, and the clocks are also the right way round.
One thing to mention is you'll have noticed that we sometimes use a digital board and show moves that we're thinking of. We're not doing that at the moment, and the reason is because we've got the same live stream going to various different studios so that we can stream in different languages. And as well as English, we also have a stream in Japanese, one in Chinese, one in French, and one in Spanish that I believe are also live simultaneously with us at the moment.
Yes, so Tomoki said, I think good evening to Japanese people. So if you're Japanese and watching this, hello, first of all. But there is a stream in Japanese which will have Takahashi actually commentating later today.
Yeah.
So if you do speak Japanese, if you don't speak Japanese, Takahashi's really cool, so make sure to check that out. In the chat, Karapo, I like the names, but he asked, so this is only one game and the winner goes to the final. I think it's best of 3. So they play 3 games and the winner will then proceed to the final. So the first of 2. If the final game is a draw, and so it ends up being 1.5 to 1.5, then because, correct me if I'm wrong, Guy, but I think because Kento finished higher in the Open tournament with 12.5 out of 13, he got to choose between choosing the colour that he plays here, or between winning if the last game is a draw, or one of the other games is a draw. So I think he chose colour, so he gets to choose the first colour, and then he'll play black, and then he'll play white again. But if they're drawing after the 3 games, then Katie will go through to the final, I believe.
I'm not entirely sure. Have you been told that?
I'm just going off there.
We'll get confirmation of that. sometimes you get different rules for such things with different tournaments. It might be the higher player in the Swiss.
It may be that too, yes.
So we'll get
find that out.
confirmation of that and let you know.
I'm going off my European tournament knowledge. But
About the game, it's very dangerous now. You know, Cathy plays the south, and in French this is a tactic. The name is gross mass. It's very big form, and you know if the black have a lot of disc, white have not a lot of move, and so Canto plays C7. Because he hopes that Cathy play B8, but Platty play B6. But the lot of disc of black disc is now even dangerous because if Canto play G4, Cathy may play B5 on a lot of black disc, and it will be dangerous because the X move like G7 or B7 is not so easy at this time because the board of the black are pair. I mean 4 disc, not 5. So it's not so easy for Canto now, I think.
Yeah, I think for this move, I think this is the choice that Canto do because the other moves are maybe some X squares or maybe some other dangerous moves. So Canto, this is the one of the simple one, and so Canto saved the time until the end game because the end game is so difficult for I think even the expert like Canto. So he uses only a bit of time. However, Katie, she still have 24 minutes. That's enough. But if she use a lot of time in the mid game, she don't have enough time and maybe have a big accident in end games.
hopefully just in the Othello game. Yeah, so also in terms of who goes to the final, I am checking that now. It was my best guess. There are the official rules on the World Othello Federation website, so you can check them there, and if you get it first, then that's good. But yeah, I will try and get back to you on that one.
In fact, now it is difficult for black because there is only one move, usually h3 or maybe g3. But after the answer for the white player are easy, and so it was more difficult before. But with this sequence of moves played by Kento, white is now ahead, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. So one of the things we do as a strategy, especially early in the game, is to minimise your opponent's options. And we normally do this through minimisation completely, where we take few discs. But it's also possible to do it by taking blocks of discs. And when those blocks of discs, as Katie's have been until she just played through, are against the edge, it means that white had few moves and they were towards the corners and in dangerous places. But the black discs mean that he should be able to find a way to play it safely and nicely. And as Tomoki has said, he's used his time wisely, and as I understand he's been doing all tournament, Kento often goes for the simple, direct, clear route to victory. So the fact that black has had to play through to d2 just now means that Katie's now hasn't got nice moves to the left or the right or the north anymore. So if Kento can find just a nice move or combination which forces Katie to play again, then Katie's, I think, is now in trouble.
And it is something we've seen from Kento, as you said, the entire tournament. Tomoki said it on the first day. Kento plays very politely, especially in his opening. He goes for what he thinks is the best move, as opposed to maybe playing something that looks exciting, as we saw from players such as Nicky van den Bigelaar yesterday. So he just plays a straightforward game of Othello where he plays what he believes to be the best move instead of focusing on confusing his opponent.
He plays the board, not his opponent.
Yes, yes. He also mentioned about how when he's nervous he just plays based on his feelings and how he feels the right move is, as well as he has some openings that he knows very well. He is less likely to prepare an opening for someone else, so he very much just plays to the best of his ability as opposed to playing the man.
Yeah, I think.
Sorry, I think Kati want to play a G5 because it's very a lot of black disc and after white have only the move in north or A6. But this is, like you said before, this is the only strategic now. Like said Guy, I think, because now there is no way only to take a lot of discs in the middle of the game. And so after, like you said, look, after it will be to pry to the end of the game.
Yeah, I agree. Paul Ross' opinion. I think I found black I would move from G5 because it's so annoying for white. The 5 line is all black, so black can't move in H5 or A5, both those moves.
Yes, and the other semi-final for those in the chat is Arthur, correct my pronunciation if it's terrible, Juigné versus Michele Borassi. That's covered in another one of the other streams, and so make sure you go and check that out as well. I have just pinned a comment, and that has all the current results from youth semi-finals and the semi-finals as well. So make sure to check out the link on the website.
You have one thing to know about Arthur and Michele. They are friends, and they practice this last evening.
Oh.
Yes.
Wow. It makes you wonder how they approach that game in the tournament and what opening they would play.
And also these two players played yesterday in the last round. It was a draw game, so I think it will be and actually they're same country, the Switzerland, in this tournament. So I think it will be so close game, I think.
And so just in this game, we've already said that black's got it difficult because she's had to break through the north edge, making it difficult to play elsewhere. We've suggested that G5 is possibly the best move in this position because at least it's playing to the strength of the block on the bottom. And we've also said that we think that white should be able to find ways of playing the bottom and sacrificing happily corners to get wedges and edges and swindles to be able to win the game. But what black will be thinking here is, I'm in trouble, but I do have this mass of black discs, and there might be a way of causing some sort of access difficulties. What we mean by that is if white suddenly doesn't have any nice moves just because he doesn't have any discs on the relevant lines. And this can sometimes happen when there's a big block against an edge. If I'm trying to find an example. I can't actually see one. I think it will be difficult to do in this situation. But you can sometimes take a diagonal that just cannot be cut because there's a block of discs. Maybe something will happen and we'll be able to demonstrate that. But that's the kind of thing that Katie will be looking for now. And maybe trying to prepare for. And it makes for very interesting games if when you get to the end game and that's still the case.
Yes, it's too difficult to have a move to play, because Katie, it's very difficult, because if she plays G5, it will a game, it will be very, very dangerous for the she played. Because if you lost 64-0 maybe. So this is a hard choice to do. Yes, this is like a grand right rail, like against Takeshi Murakami. Final, when Graham Blackwell have a lot of disc and he wins the game, and there is a lot of a game like that. Yeah.
For white, I think there are some choices here. For example, to go into the north edge, D1 or E1, or maybe the five lines is all black is so annoying. If white thinks like that, maybe B7 is also possible.
I have just looked up the rules as well. I'm just going to read out the semi-finals, who goes through when what happens. So, best of 3 game matches. The higher ranked player shall have the choice of colour for the first game of the match. Each player shall be awarded 1 point for each win and half a point for each draw. Colours are reversed for the second game. If a player wins both the first and second game, then that player is the winner of that round, and the third game shall not be played. Choice of colour for the third game shall be awarded to the player having the greater number of discs in the first 2 games. In the case of a tie, the higher ranked player shall have choice of colour. At the end of the 3 games, the player having more points in the match shall be declared the winner. If after 3 games the 2 players have the same number of points, the total number of discs in the 3 games shall be used to determine the winner. In a case of a further tie, the higher ranked player shall be declared the winner. So hopefully that's sufficient.
Yeah, so Tomoki mentioned B7 just a second ago for white. So white has played E1 on the board. And the B7 move that Tomoki mentioned isn't going anywhere. And the point is that the 7 row and the B column at the moment are all black. And so when white chooses to go there, so long as he doesn't flip anything along the B column or along the 7 row, even if black then takes the corner, white should be able to get into B8 without flipping along the B column again, and he'll gain a tempo and a decent wedge where he can make a decent sacrifice in the bottom right hand corner, possibly. But that we mentioned earlier that he's kind of, if he can find a good move where Katie just has to play an awful move afterwards because she's in such a tight position, then it will be easy from that moment onwards. But that B7 move is there and probably coming at some point.
I'd just also like to point out, because I don't think we've talked about it yet today, Katie is the second female player ever to reach the semi-final stage of the World Othello Championships. The first was Carol Jacobs back in 1978. So it's a really great achievement for any player to reach the semi-finals. But Katie is also here making history in Othello. So
we did mention it yesterday in the one you weren't commentating in.
Yeah, but I'm mentioning it today.
Well done.
That's why I said I don't think we've mentioned it.
So we have another
today.
move on the board.
We do indeed.
Yeah, the E2 move. I think that's the most simple one move. So yeah, Kento just he moved quickly and have time for end games.
Katie have the choice to take the big lot of disc at the east or at the west. At the east, like you said, the guy, it doesn't matter because the white cannot play b7 on the another move on b column. But now I think they will play d1 because maybe she have another choice is to take because the situation is very difficult for her, and maybe she want to take the edge, the north edge, and it will be very more and more difficult after. But I mean, maybe it will be 64-0 for white, but maybe for black too, because they take some more risk.
If it moves like d1, f1, g1, the line against the diagonal line against d2 to g5. I want to show in the online board, but it's cannot. Will be all black. So white with the axis of h6 will disappear.
We always could show it and just confuse the other languages.
Could you just run through that again? Sorry, because I was thinking something similar, and I want to possibly make a comment.
D1 and F1 and G1. If it moves like that, the axis of H6 will disappear.
Right. Okay. And so the comment that I wanted to make was that we mentioned earlier that Katie would be looking, because of her big block of discs towards the edge, she might be thinking in terms of maybe I can deny access somewhere. And so what Tomoki has just suggested, if black plays D1, it flips D2. And then if white responds with F1, which is a fairly natural move and the sort of move that Kento makes, and then Katie takes the edge with G1, that then also flips D3. So D2, E3. So D2, E3, F4 and G5 are all black, which means that white doesn't have access to H6, which is one of his nice moves at the moment. And that's the kind of thing that we were talking about that causes white difficulties potentially.
I'm not sure that Tomoki said it doesn't matter if white cannot have access to h6, because white may play b7 and after it will have access to h6 and without a return g5. So white will have two good moves after that. So it's not a problem. But I think black have to take a lot of disk in the middle, yes, anyway. Yeah.
And I was also wondering, I mean, not in this position, but it might develop so that black, okay, not now. I was going to say black might have the opportunity to play G2 at some point. But I don't think it will happen now.
I think he played parity at the north-east, yes, Kento, I mean. The B1 move is not so good because after, yes.
This move, I didn't think that.
Black have to play, I think, now simply H4
Yes.
and after H3. And,
Yeah.
yes.
I'm just wondering, like H4 and white H6 and F1 for black, but black don't has the access to H5.
Yes.
No, white, yeah, sorry.
Yes. By playing at the north as Kento, I think strategically want to play b7 without to play the b column. So I think in the future he will play b7, b4. play any move on B column because of he want to play northeast too. He want to have a diagonal. You think? I mean.
Do you think he moves b7 at this time now?
No, I think there is priority problem in the northeast for the black now. White is ahead in the northeast and in the southeast. So if white play only at the northwest now, he surely wins the game, I think.
And also by taking the north edge, it means that he will now not lose access to h5 if he takes h6 in the line that you mentioned earlier.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Tomoki.
If black play h3 the diagonal, so white have maybe to play h5 to return the f3 disk to control the diagonal to play after b7. But I don't know if this way the choice.
Maybe he just take the edge. The white take the edge like h3, h6, h5, h2, and have 3 moves to h7. I think that's also the choice.
Yes.
And when we mention the b7 move also, it now has the advantage that it takes the diagonal. It's not just a sacrifice, which causes Katie more cause for concern. And the same thing could also happen for the g7 corner if g3 gets flipped black. White can play g7 and not flip along the row nor the column. So, yeah, it seems to be getting trickier, not easier for Katie. But with these blocks, sometimes weird stuff happens.
Mm-hmm. And Kento and Katie haven't actually played yet in this tournament. So I think that will probably almost suit Kento just because he'll just play his game. Whereas Katie won't have a previous game with him to base it off.
I think there's some choices here, but how about b7 here? I think it's able to control the line for white.
Yeah, I like a4.
a4.
I think. Not thinking it through too much, but I instinctively.
Yes.
It does take away the b7 option, but I think there's probably multiple ways of winning.
Or maybe just maybe h6 is also possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna. Surely h6 is just nice and quiet.
Yes, h6 is more easiest, but b7 maybe is more. Watchman move, you know, because b7 cannot lose. You cannot lose, I think. So if you want to have a nice playing on the B coming in history, maybe you should have to play b7.
And the other advantage of b7 is it breaks up that block. So those big central discs that black has that are built on the edge, suddenly she doesn't have those discs anymore. Or at least, c6 and d5 become white and give access to many other moves.
But quiet move or exciting move, what will he choose?
Yeah, we have to pay attention for that.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a balance as well, isn't it? Because B7, whilst it may give some central discs, actually poisons a lot of what are currently good moves. So it's finding the right balance and the right lines for being able to take advantage of the quiet moves on the edge which don't flip. So, for example, H6 now doesn't flip along the 6th row, and therefore it's a nice move. It's quiet, and but
What about
B7 means that you can't play H6 without flipping along the 6th row, but it does give you some central discs at a time when you might be worried about access.
what
I
about
don't think he's that
what
worried
about
about access, though.
what about H5? Like H5, then H6, then A4, then H3, and then
I think that's not good because that move just give the free move to H3. So I think if white moves like that, I think there's other good choice. I think.
okay.
Yes, after H3 there is not very much so good move for white, but maybe he think about A5 too, because with A5 the white may play A6, A7, B7, on the black have not a lot of moves, so maybe it will finish so in this way too.
Right, so playing along the left edge, the fact that the 5 row and the 6 row and the 7 row really are all black means that white can take moves without giving black any more moves down in that region.
Kanto chose yes H6. For after this, for black or the I think I just guess H3 or H5 or maybe B3. These three are, I think, looks good. So we just mentioned that the B7 is I think quite strong for white. Not now, but maybe in the future. So how about like H5 and H3 and move to G2 and like attack maybe the edge. Maybe that's possible. But however, white can cut easily, so maybe it doesn't work.
Anyway, I think that he have to play H5 because there is not a lot of move. If they don't play that, Kento play at this place, or so it's not. She have to play that. Yes. Because if she played B3 or so, Kanto may play H5, and after the parity will be very good for him. Yeah, the game will be finished after, I think.
But she's gone for H3.
Which someone did suggest in the chat as she moved, so
I don't think it's a good move because now H5 is very strong for Kanto, very, very strong. After Katie, if she played H3, it's because I think she want to play G2 after. Maybe, but she will give the edge or its edge to Kanto on the corner. Because if she takes the edge of the head, I want to say H5 and after H7, it will be very, very, very big dangerous for her. because after b7 or a4, b7, a5, f6, it will be very hard. So I think KTC maybe h5 and after g2. Yes.
Mm. Yeah, I agree his opinion, because I think it's so clear after h5 and h7 and b7. That's so clear for white. I think black will be dead, I think. Yeah, so yeah, the g2 is so nice, but however, I think next g2, after maybe g7, I think black cannot cut the line controlled by white, I think.
Matthias has asked in the chat just quickly, what happens if a girl qualifies for the semi-final as both a woman and a youth? So here we have Katie qualifying for the semi-final as someone who was also in the female category. So that meant that the female champion goes to Katie, and so the further semi-finals and finals between the other people in the female category won't be played. And the same would also happen for the youth, as did happen for Fukuchi in the past. He was very young when he won. And if a female youth qualified for the semi-final, then the same would happen, but for both categories. Although that has never happened yet, so someday.
Maybe Kento is thinking from h7. I don't know. Or maybe other moves, for example, a4 or somewhere else. Yeah, sorry, my mic was off. I think he's just checking are there no any traps or something else from, I think, h5. And yeah, but Kento has still enough, plenty times, 18 minutes. So I think he has enough time to check a lot.
Yes.
And Katie is below 10 minutes now, at 7 minutes and 50 seconds. I think they started with 35 minutes in this round, which should, in theory, really suit the Finnish player, because if there's one thing that I've learnt from watching all these games this weekend, it's that Finnish players love to play to the finish. However, we have seen that Kento has been outstanding in his time management, and so it will be interesting to see if he uses the extra time, or if he's worked out his game to the half an hour of the previous games.
Is it another move possible? It's a g7 for white, but g7, the problem is you control the diagonal, the diagonal a1, h8, but the problem is black may play g2 after, because if white play g7, so black may play another move, b3 or h5, and white may play b2 or h7. But by playing black white, yes, not maybe it's good for white. Well, g7 maybe it's good, yes.
But he's kind of probably looking for moves that are maybe good for white, but like just finish the game and win it.
Yeah.
And so I think that the h5 move is the one that fits his.
Oh, but Katie moved h7 immediately, so. Yeah, we just mentioned b7 here, I think, before. maybe, yeah.
I think that Katie's big problem in this position is that her block on the left still has white plays. So if she plays any accessy type moves that cause difficulties, white always has big moves through the middle to the left edge, which get access back again. And I'll give you an example of what I mean. If black plays, I know it's white's move, but if black plays b3, then the main diagonal from top left to bottom right becomes black. And then if black sacrifices at g7, black might be able to play g8 and have a huge block in the corner with the corner being empty and only white having access there, but white not actually having access there because the diagonal's black. But because black's pieces on the left do not go all the way to the edge, white can play through at any point and cut that diagonal.
Yeah.
But, I mean, this kind of ends that conversation anyway.
For here, I think if black moves to g2, it moves like a4, a3, and if black's cut b3, I think yeah, white can control the line again back at b2. So I think black cannot cut this line, I think.
I think Kanto plays this one g7 because he think about it before, but I'm not sure it was so good after that Katie play h7. I think this move was better before Katie play h7. Now I think Katie it's a little bit better than before these two moves. Yes.
The tablet is closed.
So does Katie have any opportunities here at all?
Yeah, flip the board and run. It often works in Monopoly, so... She doesn't have much time to think as well.
Yeah, down to...
Well, she does, but
below
she
5
won't have
minutes.
time to think later if she thinks now. So...
Maybe she's thinking from move from b3, I think.
Well, I'm also wondering if if g2 just buys some time, in as much as if she plays g2, then Kento will want to cut that diagonal, and in doing so, she might get access to h8 and save the edge.
And she then gets the F1
But I don't
move
think
as
it's
well.
going to be many discs.
She gets the F1 move as well if she plays G2.
Yeah. But for example, if it moves like black g2, white a4, black a3, black b3, white b2, and black f1, white a5. I think the line is still controlled, and even after that, white a6, no, black a6, white a7, black b7, white a8, and black b8, and white g8, and I think it's still controlled here.
Okay.
I think you're right, but I'm just trying to find something.
Yeah, Katie
She
moved
has
to
gone with G1.
G1. In this case, I think Kento will move, I think, F1, B1, B2 maybe? I don't know. I think after that Katie will control G2 at the line, the line at G2. But after that I think A4 is such strong, but Kento moved A4 first.
Very
Okay,
quickly
yeah.
as well.
I think he's thinking A4, black A3, and white and black A3, white A2, black B2, and so on. It's the control the line.
Yes, and in priority to. Well, I don't think G1 is a good move. I think not so good. Like G7, I think it's not so good. At this time, just one move before it will be very good. But yes, so I think white play parity now very easily on the black.
And Kento has enough time, so he thinks a lot. He thinks and the safe way and quite easily way. I think.
Yeah, and he'll be able to count towards the end, whereas
Yeah,
Katie
exactly.
may have sacrificed her ability to do so. But of course, it is best of 3 as well, so it's far from over for either player, even within this game. I mean, mistakes still happen, as I can vouch for.
But you're not Kento in this position.
I like to pretend I am, but yeah.
The move G2 were very, very best before G1. G2 before the G1, it should have to be better. But you are reason, Luke. She had to count on to have more disc if there is a tie.
Yeah. I think from next game.
So is it just over for black here after this? It will be difficult for black to come back from this at all now?
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah. No. Luke was asking,
sorry.
is it difficult for black to do anything now?
Sorry. Yeah.
As in, these top Othello players often play moves that look like it's impossible to come back from, and then they get something crazy out of it. So I always try and double check, but Kento has played extremely well. And of course, there's absolutely zero shame in losing to him. He's undefeated in this tournament so far. And for his first ever World Championship, that's quite an achievement. This game is closer to finishing as of now than the game between Arthur and Michele. So hopefully we'll be able to switch to them after this game finishes and watch the end of their game.
I think it's possible that Kanto spent a lot of time to think because he want to have more disc, I think. A lot of Japanese player, very good player, like to count very well at the end of the game to have more disc. And in this position, it's interesting to count on the...
And that is something he's been doing very well as well. He seems to play the mid-game effortlessly. He plays his mid-game effortlessly and then spends time in the end-game counting and getting as close to perfect as he can.
Yeah, no, I mean, H2 was the obvious move, but they're all getting flipped back again anyway.
Yes, I think.
B2 now, just
Yeah.
to rub salt into the wound.
Yeah.
That would, yeah. Also, if, firstly make sure you check out the social medias of the World Othello Federation. They're at the bottom of the screen. There's also the World Othello Facebook group, so make sure you join that. Well over 1,000 members. It's a great way to meet people. Also, if you haven't subscribed to this channel and you're watching this, I mean, what are you doing? Just subscribe. If you subscribe, it makes it quicker to grow the game of Othello, so you'll be doing your part. KT is down to less than a minute now. I think she should have enough time to play the rest of her moves, but she won't have time to think. And of course, it would be nice for her to have that time to think, because if she loses this game, she wants to lose with the most discs as possible, as many discs as possible, so that if they do draw in the end, then and so both finish on 1.5 points each in the semi-final, then obviously the one that goes through is the one with more discs. So losing with as many discs as possible is important.
In this move, the last move, I think the two players think the other players they want to play, and they didn't want to play because they wanted to play that the other player didn't want that they want to play. I don't see if you see what I mean, but even.
It's an important thing to think about what Luke was just saying with the discount. This is a big win for White. So it means that Kento in a final game, should it go to a final game, doesn't need to take risks to try and get a bigger score. He can play safely and just win.
And that suits him perfectly. That's how he plays Othello. So.
And we talked about access difficulties earlier and the fact that Black might be looking for them, but they all turned out to be access difficulties for White at the end, which was always going to be more likely.
So 14 for Black and 50 for White. The result is 14 for Black, KD, and White for 50 to Kento. So Kento wins the first game.
Is it possible to switch over to the other semi-final?
So,
Okay,
so here we have Arthur versus Makali Borassi, both from competing for Switzerland this year. What do you think about the position here? Someone.
Whose move is it first?
Next is White.
You can look at the clock.
Okay.
So the lever is up on the
Okay,
side
right.
of White.
Tips and tricks.
I've been doing this all weekend. I know what I'm doing.
At first glance, my thought is that White is ahead. It's difficult to see at this angle when you've been looking down on a computer screen.
It's also difficult to give the coordinates of moves with it being sideways, but there we go. Just to update on the juniors semi-final, Fuyumi Okudaira beat Daniel Dufour 37-27, and of course Kento beat KT 50-14. That's not junior. Yes. I believe the game between Chemi and Takatora is still in progress, according to the website anyway, but I will just double check that on Live Othello so I can update you if needed.
For this white move, this is quite difficult because if white moves to a2, that is like a party, it will be a stoner trap for black, so white cannot move like that. But however, there's no move to the left edge in the live Othello. I just saying not in the screen. I'm just looking the live Othello. So you mean the bottom edge in that screen. So
Okay.
Oh, also just quickly, it seems that Chemi beat Takatora in their semi-final game 37 to 27.
Okay.
so
Yes, so I believe for the juniors there's one game for the semi-final, and then the winner of that game is through to the final.
really, I don't know.
Is that the...
And yeah, so and that screen, white has to break the wall of the upper edge. So this is so difficult, and actually all of the moves touching the north edge is turns a lot of discs. So I think Arthur is thinking which is the most better, and yeah, it's which is the better one, I think.
Yes, I think D1 is interesting because D1 controls the diagonal.
Top right to bottom.
Yeah.
Top right to bottom left.
no, that's not a headset for Katie there. That those are earplugs, but sure. There are referees watching, looking over the game to make sure nothing's going on, so you do not need to worry about any incidents that may have occurred in other board games.
Was that from the chat?
Yep. She pulled out because her hair goes over her ears. Reached out, pulled out the earplugs, put them in.
Oh, but
The chat went
Arthur
crazy.
moved to A2 in the live Othello, and I think
Michaela has played the stoner trap immediately.
He played parity, Arthur played parity.
Right, yeah.
So if he moves like this, the line of, I think, G in that screen, and the line for 7 in the live Othello. So yeah,
Dimitri in the chat has said that it's a losing stoner.
Yeah.
Yeah, so A2, A6, A8, A1, B2, and then black
Yeah.
has no moves.
but that's the only one that black can do. So
Okay.
yeah.
So white is-
yeah.
is
So
winning.
white is moving so well, I think.
So I think white is containing the disc who cannot be flipped, and so at this time white have. Yes, thank you. Yes, white have 17 disc cannot be flipping by black.
And yes, I just saw that game sometimes until mid game, but I just saw. I think there was, maybe quite a mistake for black in the mid game that I think, yeah. So yeah, but well, we just know that other game of Barassi and me and Barassi and Junior. Arthur was the draw, so I think Barassi will have a good game and the next game.
And it's Arthur is so grown up now. It's good to see that he's kept playing the game as well.
Yeah,
'Cause he's been strong for a while. I remember watching him beat Imre, I think in 2013 in Sweden, the Swedish EGP, and I was like, wow,
yeah,
so young.
he was really, really young. He burst onto the scene. He played a lot and got really good really quickly. And it's really nice to see him mature. And the thing about young players is that they often play really, really quickly. They've learned patterns and they've learned instinct through playing 5 minute Othello online, and they play really, really quickly. But Arthur is one of those players who played really well as a youngster and has matured into the World Championship semi-finalist this year. And I think it's been coming for a while, but it's really nice to see. And it's also encouraging when I see some of the youth players now playing quickly and strongly, and thinking when they learn to sit on their hands a bit and just check a couple of things, they won't make some of the fast errors that they do, and be more consistent throughout a tournament.
I remember that from my chess days. Sit on your hands, and we never did.
There is not only youth people who play quickly. Me, I think I'm not so youth, young. Yeah. I'm not so young, and I play quickly. I like to play a 1 minute game. Also, I think White is winning now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
And White gets a pretty big last move as well. And here we can kind of see the importance of having the last move. So wherever black goes, white gets to flip a lot of those discs back, which is why being white is nice in the end game. Although, of course, both colours are equal, to our knowledge.
Yes, and remember that there are two friends, and I think Arthur want to be kind with the end of the game before when he played B8. Yes, I think.
Yeah, and of course this was the first game of the best of 3 for them. So it's far from over. It's funny because the Open tournament is over, but we still have a Swiss format here.
Funny.
Thank you.
I just wonder, given that they're both based in Switzerland at the moment, do they play each other a lot in Switzerland? Do they know each other's games well? That might be worth
that almost makes it worse, though,
finding
because do you play the opening you always play against them? Or
it makes it interesting. It's not better or worse, it makes it interesting.
And they know each other's tells. They have, the mind games will be a big part of these games, so it'll be fun to see who wins. Yeah, so that is the first semi-final round done. We will be back soon with the start of the second round. Just to go over the youth semi-final, which was best of 1 round. The final of the youth tournament will be Rémi Tastet versus from France versus Fuyumi Okudaira from Japan, with Daniel Dufour and Takatora Miyamoto in the 3rd, 4th playoff.
So we look forward to seeing you for the next round. And bear in mind that there are different streams with different languages: Spanish, French, Chinese and Japanese, as well as English. So if English isn't your first language, or you'd like to listen to last year's world champion, then go and find
Last year's
world champion,
2019.
well, reigning champion at the moment.
2019,
last world championship. But he's the reigning champion until the end of this tournament. So you might be able to go and, if you can understand Japanese, listen to commentary with Akihiro Takahashi.
I think everyone here has been upset that he didn't qualify to the final, because everyone loves watching him play.
Yeah.
And everyone is always behind him. He's so nice. He always has his orange juice. But it's almost a blessing in disguise, because we get to watch the reigning world champion commentate on the new world champions' final games, which is something that doesn't happen too often. So
Indeed.
it's cool.
Anyway,
and, yeah.
we need to say we'll be back shortly.
Here we have the Eiffel Tower again. Cool, so we will be back soon. See you all soon.
Hello and welcome back to the World Othello Championships 2022. We're here for the second game of the semi-finals. For this stream we're going to be switching to the other semi-final. For the first session we watched Kento versus Katie, which Kento won. They'll be playing their second game and we might cut across to it at some point if needed. But for this session we're going to be watching the other semi-final, which is Arthur Junier and Michele Barassi, both based in Switzerland at the moment. And I was talking to Michele just between the two semi-finals, and he was saying they do play a lot of games against each other at the moment, and they know each other's games very well. In the first game he chose, they've just started on the board. In the first game, Michele said that he varied the opening because Arthur knows his opening so well. So we'll just have a brief look at the board, and Imre, when there's a pause, could you give us a brief overview of what happened in the first game? Or actually, whilst they're playing moves quickly, okay, we're just making sure that we're keeping up to date with the tablet as well. So, Oscar, can you just give us a brief outline of what's happening on the board whilst Imre keeps up with the moves?
Yes, so we have started this game with no Kung opening, and now it seems like they might be out of book. Probably not Barassi. Arthur seems to be thinking a bit.
I think Arthur's just remembering what to do, I suspect.
Neither of them are thinking long enough to be out of book. They're just checking that they're not going wayward.
That's right. They're probably remembering, making sure they remember the right things.
And the reason you need to do that is because small variations can make a big difference later in the game. So if you're playing an opening that you know well, you might know 2 or 3 variants with subtle differences, and if you play moves in the wrong order, it can affect the game. But they've both played to this point, and okay, the discs being put down and the hands on the head make it. I'm thinking now.
Well, Michele is still in book. Is Arthur trying to remember, or is he trying to think? It's hard to tell from his facial expression what he's trying to do. No, I think he's remembering. What do you think, Oscar? Do you think he's remembering?
Yes, I agree. I think he's remembering, or trying hard to remember. At least he seemed to be a bit in pressure with remembering, but I don't know.
But they're still playing very, very fast. Remember, they have 35 minutes each for the semi-final, which is longer than the earlier rounds. And as you can see from the clocks, they've used barely any time at all at the moment. So the first game of the semi-final was extremely interesting. Michele was black and put Arthur under incredible pressure, and Arthur had to find lots of amazing mid-game moves just to stay alive. But he did find lots of amazing mid-game moves, and then he came out of the mid-game into the early end-game comfortably ahead, in fact. It was an incredibly impressive performance by Arthur to survive what was incredible pressure from Michele. So now we'll see what happens this time. So it looks a very complicated position. There's a white wall at the north, but all moves there are poisoned. If black tries to play to the north, his moves are poisoned. He'd love to do a quiet move at f2, but he doesn't have access there. And then things are complicated to the south as well. It looks a very complicated position.
So probably we are out of book now, and the mid game has started for real, I would say, and it's really hard to see what's the best. There are a few opportunities. What do you think?
There are all these usual kinds of things where, at the moment, e1 for black would be bad, but if white takes his quiet move at a3, like now. Haha, there we are. Then suddenly, e1 isn't poisoned anymore. But then again, at the moment, white can't play g4 because of the f3 disc. But if black does play to e1, then white can play at g4. So it's just a very, very complicated position.
The kind of position that computers play very well, but humans, it's difficult to get things in the right order or know which of the subtle balances of the pros and cons of each move is very, very subtle.
It's going to be hard for black to play this well because the top looks so complicated, the north, with this big white wall with the poisoning black discs, that black will have to play very accurately when they do play up there to avoid terrible things happening. Can black play a6 now, maybe?
That's what I was looking at. So I was looking at it largely because I was thinking f2 is such a nice move for black if he's going to play in the north. But after a6, if... no, I was going to say if white gives black the edge.
Yes,
Oh, he's listening to us.
Okay, he did AC. Yeah, yes.
We're impressed the players listening to the commentators. Now, of
So
course,
if white does now give black the edge, then he flips b6 back, and black doesn't have the f2 move, but he's not doing that anyway.
so white is poisoning black's f2 move. It's very interesting. And notice that's a very clever move by white because it keeps sets up a lovely quiet move to g6. Previously, white did have a quiet g6, and then black could play g4, but now white set up a quiet g6. So do you think black has to play h5, just play around there? That doesn't look good,
I
actually.
mean, it's also f2, so f2 or h5 or h3 is probably the options now, right?
Right, and if f2, how do we respond if white plays g6?
Yeah, so maybe h3 after that. No, okay, that's... Yeah, I was just thinking about some options to h3 or h5. But so maybe we can conclude that h3 or h5 is the best. They are quiet, nice moves and keeping the move at f2 or for the later part of the game, or I mean keeping the opportunity of playing up in the north. Okay.
Aha, c2, very interesting. He's denied. That's a very clever move. Oscar, was that one of your suggestions?
No, it was not.
I wasn't sure if you suggested.
Oscar actually listed every other move.
Yes.
But
So Arthur did a move none of us thought of, and look how clever it is. It takes access from g6 away from white. Now, of course, white could get access by going, for example, to c1, but then suddenly, if white goes to c1, then the north looks really much better for black to attack, rather than poisoned and horrible to attack. So that's a very, very interesting move.
But now also white has the opportunity on a5 here. So if white plays a5 now and black gets a2, and then white b7 for us for trying to threaten the corner on a8. Or was that too fast?
Oh, that's a very good point by
so
Oscar.
a5 on for white. I mean now or later. Yeah.
And what's also nice with Oscar's suggestion of a5 is that after a5, a2, black doesn't even have access to a7, so white could even wait a bit with that. Also,
that's what I was trying to say, the move before this one, because then white gets to sacrifice as well.
Another interesting move at the moment, just at the moment, e8 is possible if white wants to play down to the south. At the moment, e8 doesn't flip diagonally, so it's also an interesting possibility.
I think one bad thing with e8 might be that so if e8 is a quiet move on f8 and the standard move after that is usually like d8, but that is very loud after e8 f8. But indeed this is a nice thing when you just flip in one direction to get quite nice moves.
Can we
Could we go to the digital board, please? We haven't asked for it much. Can we go to the digital board, please?
Okay, so let's have a look at the line that Guy and Oscar are suggesting, where white offers the edge. And then plays the x square.
Doesn't even have to play the x square immediately, so long as he doesn't lose access to it, because black doesn't have access to a7.
Now, even now, notice that you might think that, wait a second, black has a little escape move to d8, but he doesn't, because after d8, b8, it's still black's move, and there's no swindle. Let me just show you. After d8 and b8, it's true that an a8 move... it's terrible anyway, because the b6 disk is black, so white would have certain access to a7. So that's not so sensible.
We should also keep in mind that black still has the nice d1 move throughout all this sequence, which can be...
That's also true, that black has d1 at some point. But in the position here, it looks hard for black to find moves. Or maybe black could still try h5? What would you do as white there? And there's another thing to point out, which is that if white ever goes up, for example, to c1, that's an important thing for many beginning players will miss this. At the moment, the corner sacrifice is great for white. If black got e8 and white got a7, a1, then white has more moves at the top. But the moment white has played c1, then suddenly the sacrifice isn't so good, because when white gets to a1...
The bottom left sacrifice.
The bottom left sacrifice, yes, at a8 isn't so good, because after white gets to a1, he can't expand, and even worse, maybe black would get a tempo at b2 first. So it's often important for beginners to realise that if you make a sacrifice, like at b7, and you're hoping to win the a1 corner, don't do moves near the a1 corner, which then hurt you. So let's undo that.
Right. And can I just encourage you to use the digital board to look at sequences that you've already seen in your head, not move ahead and then look at the board to see what's happening then?
Okay. So let's go back and see what else can happen now.
Well, it's white's move, but obviously one of the things that black absolutely doesn't want to do is flip that c7 disk. Whilst the left is still as it is, because it allows white to play out the edge in a much more solid way without flipping b6.
It seems a very delicate position. White needs to find ways forward. White would love black to take that white wall, or to put a poisoning disk down, in the example that if we did have, for example, this sequence we're talking about with the sacrifice, could we have the board again, please? So if we do have a5, a2, b7, and black does go to h5, that poisons things for later. Could we have the board, please?
And as always, like in the mid game, it is always like important to try to find quiet moves, or try to make the opponent not get quiet moves. And like, I think most of the typical thinking in the mid game is about that. Or do you agree with me? Maybe we should say that. Yeah. So
I think it depends on the position.
Oh, okay.
I think when it's a complicated position like this, you're thinking very tactically, locally, small moves, not giving your opponents many choices and that kind of thing. When you can read a long way, sometimes you can start to think strategically in terms of the game rather than the moves, and start planning what's going to happen, or what might happen in the end game with certain discs and without certain discs. But in a game like this, where it's complicated and all the moves open up other moves in different places in the board, I think that what you're saying is normal. So, Imra, is it your birthday today?
It is, yes.
Dimitri says happy birthday, and did you bring cake?
Thank you, and I didn't bring cake. No.
Okay, well that's something for after lunch then.
It's hard to bring cake on the Eurostar. So I keep wanting to play I keep wanting to play C1 for access reasons, but it always poison everything. Aha.
We have a move.
So we have a move, and it's this move that Michele played E8, remember, while he didn't flip diagonally, which is very important.
Dimitri in the chat has actually already offered this as a move, thinking that F7 is interesting after this.
F7 is interesting. It's even possible that if black is really scared of the sacrifice A5, A2 we've been talking about, it's possible that he might even want to play A5, A7 himself now. Maybe followed by G2, but by F7. So keeping Dimitri's F7, it's possible that black would want to play A5, A7. And F2. Could we have the board, please? So let's have a look at that. So one possibility might be that black would give this to white instead. Now, of course, that looks very strange because white has a free move at A2 now. But if we now go from the Dimitri's comment in the chat of this elegant move here, note how elegant Dimitri moves F7 is, because G6 is poison. It flips diagonally. So... But then I guess maybe white could just play to D8 at this point. Notice D8 looks, say, well, he's done it. Ah, okay, interesting. So he did the move we were thinking about.
Yes,
I guess he must have been thinking that it's just too dangerous for him for white to give it, for white to give it to him. So white's taken back, and now another option for black now is D8 as well.
Yes.
Yeah,
Indeed.
D8 as well.
Can we get the digital board back to the game?
Let's get this back to the game. So this is the position, and there are interesting things. I think that's a very clever black move. That black's done on the left-hand edge, because he's totally stopped any threat. Of course, the negative is that white will have an A2 move at some point. So black could play F7 or D8. Maybe F7, which I was keen on before, isn't so good because white can play D8. Notice that although D8 flipped diagonally, it didn't really create a move at G6 for black, because that was already horrible for black. In this position, Oscar, do you think black can just take F8?
Yes, I was thinking about that too. So for me, there is all these options: F7, F8, and D8, and it's quite hard to say now which one, how good they are in practice. But I like Dimitri's suggestion F7 best, I think. So what's options after that?
Let's look at F7. Yeah, where does
Yes.
white play?
So we have.
Look at F7 before playing it on the digital board, so you don't get an advantage over the players.
So yeah, what about F7? Notice, as we said, that G6 is poisoned.
We have
And if
we have
D8,
D8 after F7.
but then we just take back with F8, and we have a lovely tempo at B8.
Yes, but white has still A2 left. Then also as a lovely
Let's look at that. Guy, are we allowed to look at things we talked about now?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking at this move, and we're examining what if white gives black the bottom edge, like this. And then the point is that white has this move still, but black has a tempo here. And notice white can't play there. So this would be a very interesting position. Notice also that the disc here you might think of as a tempo for white, but it isn't really, because if white takes that, then black always has G6, which becomes much nicer suddenly. Okay, so a move's been played, and it isn't our suggested move, but we'll still allow it. He's played to D8 straight away.
Yes, so D8 instead of F7. So now it's the question: who gets the south edge here? That's So f8 for white is one option, and we have a2.
Oscar, is b8 possible for white, or is b8 just too bad if black replies with f7?
Yes, that was my initial thought.
Can we go
but
back to
now
the players on the screen? It'd be interesting to see how they're
Indeed.
looking. Because what often happens in games is when an edge gets played out, decisions need to be made. Do you take the edge? Do you give your opponent the edge? And there's advantages and disadvantages to both, depending on the rest of the board. And that's kind of what's happening here.
But maybe we could work that. Maybe it'll turn out that actually f8 is the only possibility for white. So if white did b8 and black went f7, okay, well, it's done now. I think it was actually the only option. I think b8 f7 was too bad.
Yes, I think so too. I mean, if b8 and f7 was too strong.
And now we have a classic choice for black. Does he gain or lose 2 tempos? If he plays on the bottom edge, then, so if he went here, then on the one hand, white can always sacrifice at b7. And indeed, that's a wonderful sacrifice for white, because it means that white's no longer scared of his weak left-hand edge. But the bad point about g8, b7 is that then white will be very scared to later on play a2, because that would mean he'd be losing that entire left edge and the top corner. So that's a complication for white to consider if black plays to g8. Now, if black doesn't play to g8, then black plays somewhere, white can take b8, and black plays elsewhere. That's 2 tempos for black, and that is incredibly expensive. Now, one of the tempos could be to f7, because magically at the moment, white can't play a2 or g8. But where's the other one? Let's have a look at that on the board. So we're imagining that black bravely doesn't take back, white does take, and now black would have to find a move. So at the moment, black is living dangerously, because both a2 and g8 would be wonderful for white if you could get to them. He doesn't have access now, but it's black's move. So could black play d1? Where could black play?
Yes. So yeah, if this is played out, yeah, I mean, d8, d1 is the main possibility here, and but then so white. Yeah, but I mean c1 is still there for white to get access to both a2 and g8, and but.
Oh, thank you, Oscar. I was looking at e1, which is met by d2. E1 met by d2,
That
but as
creates
Oscar
problems.
says, what about just playing to c1, which gets the beautiful c4 disc,
Yes.
and that looks pretty unfortunate. Although after c1, black could play b2. Let's look at. We're going
We
far.
should also say, yeah, we are a bit ahead now, because on the board
things have happened
it is
on the
not. Yeah, nothing happened on the board, but we are. I mean, it's not sure that that.
We could well be looking at a
we're
different
looking
game.
we're looking at the difference
Yes.
between the 2 tempo and the. But this is the big question for black. It's a 2 tempo swing again. If black takes the edge, then it's white's turn. So he decided he can.
So we were looking at different games. So now.
White
so
could
now
play
white has
f7
this.
maybe, or b7.
B7, surely.
Well, if white f7 and black b8 and white a2, so let's have a look. So here, looking at the game without pressing forward on the board, let's look at the options for white. White could play a lovely move to f7, which poisons everything on the right for black. So f7, as far as the right-hand side of the board, looks brilliant, but it does give black b8, and then white probably has to take his a2 move, which he'd rather keep. The alternative is for white to sacrifice straight away. And then the question is, does black have a nice move? And maybe the answer is black doesn't have a nice move. So black could then play f7, but then white could play g6. So that sounds like white b7 looked better. What do you guys think?
And I was just thinking, I mean, in the top left, you were talking earlier about whether it's a good sacrifice or a bad sacrifice. Was that in the last? That was in the last game, I think, with Paul Rao. But No, you were demonstrating here. If white had gone to c1 at some point, then when you sacrifice the bottom left, you don't get as good moves in the top left as white. And that is currently the situation. White hasn't played to c1, and so I still think that b7 doesn't give up too much. It gives up the edge, but no play at the top.
Actually, I feel that white is probably winning after f7 or after b7. Like, b7 looks safer. Oscar, which would you play?
So this is what I thought. Yeah, so I'm thinking like, so b7 or f7 is the options in my head now, and for me both looks kind of nice, but I'm still scared for the d1 move, and it's important to still have access to the a2 for white, and I mean, so for example, after b7, f7, g6, could there be any problems with the access for white to a2?
Let's have a look at that line with advantage over the players.
I'd like to see a view of the players for
Yes, I think
a
that's
short
good.
while.
Yes, let's see the players.
We can still talk those lines. But what we don't want to do is look at the digital board to see how it works out. We want to be reading it ourselves.
So we're thinking about what if b7, then by white, then black f7, white g6.
So could we have the player view, please?
And then the question is, where does black play? As Oscar says, black does have d1, but then white has e1. And then maybe black can start sacrificing at b2. So this is what Guy was talking about. That remember, once if white's gone to b7, he doesn't want black to have too much goodness on the left.
Please, could we switch back to the player view?
I still like the look. I like the look of both b7 and of f7 actually. So f7, b8, a2. Aren't we just heading for a nice parity win? And f7 looks so nice because everything's so poisoned on the right-hand side, and white hasn't even sacrificed anything.
I don't see any really negative signs with f7. I'm trying to think about that now, but it's
unless there's something we're missing, f7 is just like a nice move.
So what's your suggestion at f7 d1? Do you go into b7 then, or
f7 e1? I might
f7
play
d1.
Then I might play e1.
Please, could we switch to the players' camera, please? Please.
But meanwhile, I'll have a look
There
at
we go.
this.
There we go.
There we go.
Okay.
And by the way, Imre, Dimitri says it's okay that you didn't bring cake in. It's listening to your dulcet tones is like eating sweet cake anyway.
Fantastic. I'll send Dimitri the bill for my services later. So it could be that what happens at the top is crucial, that Oscar's D1 move and a possible E1 response, how this works out, if Arthur can make this nice at the top as black, which doesn't look like he can.
So how much time do we got? We got 23 minutes for Arthur and 18 minutes for Brassi, it seems, so...
Maybe the problem for Barassi now is that both moves look good. If you try and decide between them, they do both look...
This is another typical situation in Othello, when you have two moves and you're hesitating about which one is the best for too long, and so you start to hesitate also about, are they so similar, so am I using too much time on nothing now? I think that's quite typical.
There's also a well-known thing that you're slightly terrified that you think they're equal, you think and make a move, and afterwards, when you meet all the other watchers, they say, "You fool! Why did you choose that one?" Okay, so he's done the move that one of the two moves we liked, which seemed very, very safe and nice.
The flip side is you waste 20 minutes for two moves that are pretty equal.
And as we thought, Arthur's done that to probably to put pressure on Michele and try and make him take his quiet move. He doesn't have to. He could play c1. But I can't see why he wouldn't take his... He's taken his quiet move, as we thought. Yes. So also, look another very, very important point, and the beginners often miss, just looking ahead, look at that bottom left-hand region. It's even. That's very important for white for later parity win. Because, of course, in the bottom left, nobody wants to play there. So it's incredibly important there are 2, not 3 squares there. That means if the rest of the board just fills out in some normal, boring way, it's a win for white.
Yes, and now maybe we have D1 or F1 or...
Maybe F1 looks better. I mean,
yes.
D1, E1, I don't know what black should do.
True.
Is H6 possible as well? Or H5, sorry. Or H6 even. H5 I was looking at.
H5 also looks an interesting move. I guess if H5, maybe white plays H6. And you have to have a plan after that.
Yes.
Yeah, it's still... It's interesting because what we were talking about earlier with moves, opening up moves for your opponent, is still the case.
And actually,
the way that the top and the right edges are working together is important.
And actually, guys,
but we've just kind of played out the left and the bottom edges, and we're still in that tricky, fiddly situation.
Actually, I'm kind of warming to Guy's move a lot, because if H5 x H6, white could just take back H7. Notice the point of Guy's suggestion is that white can't go to G6 after that, because the diagonal from C2 to F5 is all black. So after H5, black has to think. Notice at the moment, if white wanted access to there by playing near the top, then C1 loses parity, and D1 doesn't lose parity, but creates lots of beautiful moves for black, like F2 and nearby. So maybe after H5, white can't play H6. One more option to mention is that if H5, H6, H7, then white could play to H3, but then again, that makes things look a bit nicer for black around there. And then black could probably play G6 himself. So H5 looks interesting. So maybe it goes H5, G6.
Yes. These moves will also still be left. No, so so D1 and F1 will poison the move H5 for later also. So it's an important decision if making H5 now or not. I mean, it's not coming up again.
And actually, maybe after H5, we've discussed H6 maybe not being so good, but maybe G6 looks a very good reply to it, actually. Because after H5, G6, that poisons H4. There's nothing nice over there on that side. And even worse, as Oscar just said, the presence of the evil H5 disc means that when black plays F1, white can happily reply E1 because of the D1 reply. So maybe, whichever of you guys suggested F1, maybe you were on the right lines. Maybe F1's the right thing now. D1 appears to be met by E1. There are also weird sequences, like black could play D1, E1, C1. So now if black plays D1, E1, C1, you might think that's crazy. That gives white access to F2, but then black can play B2 and close off that region. So that's some control at the top, but then maybe white just plays H something for the parity win.
We have an offer from Matthias Anderson, which is D1, E1, C1, F2, B2.
That's exactly what I just said. Okay. Lovely. So thank you for that, commentator.
Well, I listen to Matthias more than I listen to you, obviously.
Perfect. Excellent. Yes. That's an interesting suggestion. And that looks like that seals the top region. And then the question is, what happens next? because then it's white's move at the right, and the move to h3, I'm trying to count, loses parity. Ah, he's listening to us. Okay. So white would have to play to h2, and he can't play to h2 because he'll play h4. So this is, again, often a way to look at parity. So what we're saying is we're looking at some sequence that closes off the north, which happens to be e1, c1, f2, b2. Then we're saying it's white's move. He wants a parity win. So he must not play h3, of course. That leaves 7 in the bottom right. He wants h2 or h4. h2 won't be legal for him. It's a minor drawback. But he could play h4, couldn't he? Remember, he has the f2 disc. So probably he'd play h4 for parity. And then we have these classic positions where black has all the control and would have to find something clever to do to either win parity back, which is unlikely, or more likely, force white to sacrifice to keep parity. So it looks like this is a crucial line. So again, the line we're looking at is, again, e1, c1, f2, b2, closing off the parity.
Can you show that on the tablet?
May we have the tablet, please? So we're looking at e1, odd-looking c1, f2, b2, and now this is what we're talking about. So it's white's move. This region is just filled up, so nothing doing there. It's an even region. That's an even region. So it's white turn the rest of the board.
Yeah. So what about h4 in this?
Yeah. So as we're saying,
that's
what we're saying. H3 we're saying isn't good because it loses parity. H2 isn't even legal, but h4 is legal, and white would have to play that for parity. So then the question becomes, if white plays h4, does black have a coup move? Does black have g6 at that point?
Yeah,
because white can't play h7 to keep the parity.
We've made you've made the point. You've looked as far ahead as you discussed. So we're not going to make predictions on the right-hand board here. But the point is that although black has all of the control after h4, can you just put h4 in as well?
But the conclusion from this is that
so all of the regions are even. So if they just get played out, then white will probably win. But black has all the control. He has all the choice in this situation.
So, for example, maybe black does something clever with a diagonal control or something.
G7 or something. Or even G6 grabs the diagonal as well.
And it's important, all that thinking came from, where are we? We had this.
And what does he think about now? So does he think about something else than E1 now? Because for us, so far, we have just thought about E1 now, but Barassi is thinking for a long time here, so it's not obvious. That's,
and can we go back to the player view now that we've looked at that?
So again, if white's on E1, then roughly speaking, the other, of course, black could also just play, could just play to F1 as well. We have to analyse that. But certainly in the line we thought about, if black chose to play C1, white would have to know that after that big sequence in H4, something good is happening for him. So he'd have to look. That's very hard for Michele to do because we have the benefit of looking at it on the screen. Of course, he doesn't. So he'd have to look a long way into the future and be sure or fairly confident that after his H4 move in about 6 moves' time, nothing bad's going to happen to him. That's incredibly hard to do.
Yeah, so we that's the reason that I say let's go back from the tablet, because I want us to experience what the players are experiencing. And we can look that far and say, OK, so black's got all the control and he has to find something now. But what he's having to do is think before actually playing all of those moves, what can he find afterwards? He needs to be confident that he can find something afterwards. Can we go back to the player view, please, on the screen?
And so this is what we are talking about now. I mean, this is naturally really hard for a human brain to visualize this. So, I mean, it's so much easier.
It's important to see ahead to understand what's all going on. So that's the E1 played. And now black has a complicated choice. Black has C1 or F1. I mean, perhaps, is there some way to can we eliminate F1? Maybe if F1, I was going to say if F1 then C1, but I'm wrong, because then black could play f2 and get some parity. So almost, it looks like parity. Okay, the right-hand part of the board is horrible for black because of the poisoning from the bottom of the board. So it could be that parity doesn't even matter, that just the right-hand side is terrible for black. But even so, if black takes f1, if white plays f2, then black plays c1, and that looks like a nice little tempo gain for black. So after f1, what happens? This is another interesting choice for Arthur. So guys, which would you play? We've discussed c1 for hours and hours. What do you think of f1?
It would be my instinctive play to actually take the edge, but that's without any reading whatsoever. It's the first move I would look at.
So something interesting is that you might imagine that after f1, f2, white is laughing because black can't get to g1, but he can, because after f1, f2, the c1 move flips the e3 disc. And that's probably a lot of expensive. So just by the way, I'll just say, after a sequence like f1, f2, c1, just talking about a parity at top left for a moment, one could say, well, wait a second, there are 3 squares there, why can't white do a cool sacrifice at b2? But that's going to be way too expensive, and the reason is not just that black would get a1 and a8, but also the following. If white sacrificed at b2 and black got a1, then after black a8, white has to go b7, or else black will, and then black would get g7. At that point, black's got the left edge and the bottom row and row 7, and that's almost enough discs to win. So I would say, it looks to me anyway, as though if black gets to f1 and c1 now, then he's gained parity. Of course, he's poisoned himself to death at the right-hand part of the board, but he has gained parity. So what would you guys play after if black f1? What are we most worried about as a white reply?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean, so the options are c1 and f2 then, and so okay, so maybe. Yeah.
And of course, after f1, c1, remember black doesn't want to take back at b1 because then f2 is great for white because black really can't play to g1. So after f1, c1, we do think that probably black leaves the top left for parity and plays f2. But then again, that's very complicated because then he's horribly poisoned on the right, although he has got parity. I'm beginning to favour f1, actually. I'm beginning to feel that, okay, and more to the point, so is Arthur. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it looked like after the c1 thing and the line we looked at in h4, maybe it wasn't so good. Okay, Michele goes straight for this because he's seen that if he allows black to go to c1, it's very, very tough. Okay, so now what? Surely it's got to be f2 now.
So now we have this this nice little parity region for black in the top left. So quickly playing out the moves here now.
So this is great. It's just as we said, black's got parity. My microphone's on now. So black could go to b2 to give up parity. If he doesn't, he's poisoned to death on the rest of the board. But if he plays b2, remember, white can go to h4 and keep parity everywhere. That's probably the best line at the moment, I would say. It looks like all black's moves are horrible in the rest of the board. So it looks like black b2, white h4, and then it's fascinating. And then black has total control, but is horribly poisoned. Maybe you control a diagonal, maybe not. I can't tell if things are things happening with the b2 f6 diagonal in that line?
So you're thinking about b2 directly now,
Yes.
And so b2 h4, but then we have this nice g6 move again, right? I mean, so b2 h4 g6 and what should white do?
And that also controls the diagonal. So if
Yes, that's why it's
h6,
really nice.
thank you, Oscar, very nice. So Oscar's saying that after b2 h4, black just goes to b6, which by the way controls the top left bottom right diagonal, and then if white plays h6, black goes g7, game over. So maybe at that point white has to think crazy like h7, and then that's giving up a huge amount. So maybe b2 is good. If it isn't b2, is there any other alternative which isn't just killingly awful for black? Remember, another point to mention, by the way, with this parity idea is, even though we've been saying, well, everything on the right now is horrible for black, remember, if black can just survive the right-hand side of the board at almost any cost, he has this lovely parity win. So, in a strange sense, almost anything works. And black could even play a crazy move like g2. Even g2, h1, h2, it's what players often call grown-up Othello. It's giving up masses and masses of pieces around the part of the board just for parity. And and if it works, of course, it's wonderful, because eventually white has to play b7.
Interestingly, I remember, I can't remember, I think it was in Ghent, was Michaela in the finals there as well? And we were watching a game and he sacrificed a huge amount and won 33-31 on parity as black. Absolutely just saw that he could have the parity, played out the board, and then just took those discs.
Right, that's a famous playoff game in the world between Michele and Takuji Kashiwabara in, I think, 2015 in Cambridge. And Michele, as Guy said, suddenly saw that for one instant, Michele was black, there was a white odd region of about 7 squares, and he just sacrificed everything in the rest of the board, a bit like the G2, just for parity, and won very closely as a result.
And it was earlier than this as well.
And it was definitely...
It was like really halfway through the game.
This is very tough for Arthur time-wise, because I think both B2 is very appealing, G2 has to think about, and also there are other moves on the board, general rubbish to the right-hand side, where again, they may look awful, but as long as black doesn't die around there, you have a parity win. I'm scared of G2, H1, H2, H3 being too many white discs. Am I being wrong to be scared of that?
What did you say you were scared of? You were scared of G2?
I'd love to play G2 as grown-up Othello, but I'm scared that G1, H1, H2, H3 is just too many pieces for white.
Yes, I think that's reasonable. I think Arthur is checking B2 deeply now. I mean, really, so B2 and then...
so B2 is almost a counting position.
Yes,
now,
exactly.
You're forcing the game, and
so we'll save the G2 move we'll look at it on another occasion. But back to the real world of this nice B2.
So it makes me think that Arthur thinks he can get enough discs this way. Otherwise, he would try and survive the right-hand edge. Because if he knows he can't get enough discs this way, then why would he do it?
It may just be, but for diagonal, it could just be not a disc. It could just be because, as I said, if white h4, then black does have the lovely g6 move. Another beautiful point I only just noticed now, because I couldn't visualize it before, if h4, g6, earlier I said white has rubbish like h7, h7 isn't even legal after h4, g6. So, yeah.
Now I'm thinking about if there might be some diagonal control. If, it can be the other diagonal, so the diagonal from f3 to c6. I mean, if white could get the disc on c6 somehow.
Which happens in the line you said, Oscar, the g6 line.
Yes, so I mean h4, g6, h6.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
Wow. So Oscar's suggesting
A long shot this, but
So Oscar's suggesting h4, g6, h6. Now, as we all said, black gets g7 diagonal control. But as Oscar says, suddenly c6 is white, and now white could go to g2. And then black just has to cut it. Luckily for black, in that line, when white's got c6, then g2, white doesn't also have a move to b7 because black's gone to g7. So at that point, white's got h4 and h6. Oh no, but then black can't play at that point, the empty squares on the right are h3 and h5. Now, but h3 doesn't work because h3 cuts at f3, but h5 cuts back. However, I think h5 does work. Doesn't it, guys? At that point, h5 flips f3, and h3 does not flip back f3. So, gosh, it's so complicated. So again, the line we're looking at again, we're looking at the famous line h4, g6, h6. Oscar's clever observation that at that point, after black g7, white can play g2, but it looks like black g5, black h5 cuts the diagonal, and doesn't let white cut back onto the top left, bottom right diagonal, which looks like that would look like it's good for black.
Yes, it's a bit hard to visualize, but it's it's interesting.
It's also fascinating. White has no weird stay alive thing. So Michele is famous for finding ways to stay alive in dead positions. He's famous for it. So even crazy moves like h2 are interesting, but here h2 isn't legal. And we haven't thought too much also about the corner grab. I mean, there exists a1, b1, and then something like h7, which then becomes legal. But then you imagine black gets enough discs. So a1, b1, h7, h8, g... So h7, h2, I'm so sorry, I meant h2. So we're looking at a1, b1, then h2, and then black h1, white g2. It's probably enough discs for black. What do you guys think?
So now you mean if white taking a1 directly here. So
I mean, obviously, this is something that Arthur would have thought about when he was playing b2. Like, he would not have ignored the fact that a1 could be taken immediately, and just, what's the trade-off? It's a trade-off. How many safe discs do you get? And you can start to see what those safe discs are along that line.
Yeah. Unless he'd seen that nothing else works, that's also possible. Another option is after a1, black's got a weird h5 move. So a1, h5, it takes white away from b1, and it takes away the e5 disc for h2 access. So is that just too loud and horrible? What would happen after a1, h5?
It feels too loud and horrible.
But where does white actually play? Yeah, normally a1 would be terrible because black goes to the right and sweeps across. So you'd guess that a1, b1, h2, h1's enough, even though white plays g2. But black's got to really read ahead to be sure of that. Maybe it just is enough.
this feels almost like accounting situations too, right? We're getting close to the end game. I was thinking about a completely different thing now also. So if white takes h, okay, yeah. So now he does. If white what I was going to say was if white take h4, then I mean the g7 we have also. Apart from we only talked about g6 before, but we have a g7 to the x square. Yeah.
And what happens after g7, g6?
h6. So g7, g6, h6.
Then h5.
h3. Yeah, maybe that's...
H5 cuts, doesn't it? Quite okay.
No, I don't think no,
it don't cut.
But because f5 is still black at that point. It's still white at that point.
Nothing cuts.
Nothing cuts.
Okay.
And what's more amazing with Oscar's line now is that after we're looking at G7, G6, H6, H5, H3. White H2 doesn't exist. But maybe White can just play G2 at that point.
It's true.
And if White plays G2, I guess
But then
Black goes to
can get the
H1 and
swindle.
B1.
Black can get the swindle in the top left then, because if Black gets the corner on H1, then and the B1 and
Exactly.
no access. on-
Here's an interesting offer from Scriffgamma, whoever that is. H2. Okay, well, it's not going to get a chance to look at it, but it was an interesting option.
He's
He
done a
accepted
beautiful
my
Oscar
idea. I'm happy.
It's like him was big move on the right-hand side, but at a more sensible time.
H2, H3, H4 would have to be thought about.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've gone for Oscar's line. we would have liked to have more time to analyse the G6 instead, but now we're on to this line. So,
So now is the question: Does White have any other options than G6? This game looks really black to me.
Yeah.
now.
G6 is the only one that doesn't just roll over.
and remember what we were saying before, the swindle Oscar found, that even now, if White had some funny reason to want to do H2, G2 now because of G2, H1, H2 or something, and then Black just laughs and goes to B1, and White never gets to A1. So that's a reason why it looks like G2 will never be a good thing for White.
For White, yes. Mm.
Yeah,
Yes.
whatever fancy things we think of. Another point to remember is that after G6, H6, there's no rush. Whatever White does, Black isn't in a rush to play H5 because White is just off that diagonal forever. So
Yeah,
this,
so Black is gonna have this swindle in the top left, because after G6, H6, H5 forced 2, I think, and H3, then White. White has to give away the H1 corner to Black, and I can't see any ways for White.
Yeah, it still doesn't.
Is there a possible strain? Is there a possible
even with that?
Is there a desperation for White involving, just to check, B7, A8, and then H7? Our answer is no, because Black just plays H8. So sorry, so that, it was worth thinking about, but it was irrelevant. It didn't help Black White on that diagonal.
So we think this is a black win now.
So we think
from
this is
here.
just a black win. It's hard to know what's
Unless
gonna
we've
happen.
missed something, but we don't think we have.
Actually, even going back to before.
Confident.
We're confident. Yes.
Yeah. Going back to before the G7 move that Oscar suggested, or the G6 we were thinking about, is almost irrelevant. This is so much clearer and much more forcing. So once one's checked, and so much less to check. So G7's brilliant.
And it avoids the flipping of the C6 disc as well, and the threat of the G2 diagonal. Just avoids it.
Exactly. We don't have to worry about the this kind of possible diagonal control
yeah.
things that I was a bit worried about.
Which seems to be
some
okay
minutes
with
ago, yeah.
with H5, but still, this is much simpler and of much less. The only reading ahead we have to do here is just being certain, which we are, of course, and we were one move ago, that after G5, G6, H5, H3, White can't play to H2 and cut that diagonal, which we know he can't. And that's the thing to check. Oh, I would say Arthur looks quite happy looking at his face. He looks...
Yes.
It-
I guess Arthur thought about this that we we're saying now that a few moves ago also, and he probably checks things over and over again in his head now, and confirms that he has a secure win. That's my guess, but maybe there is something else.
Yeah, to me, I said that Michele, I think, is incredibly good, one of the best in the world at fighting from bad positions, making things happen. But I think Arthur's one of the best in the world when he's ahead of keeping ahead. He's just amazingly relentless when he's ahead. He never does a weak thing, doesn't let the opponent in, and so on. So it's a great clash in that sense.
So in this position, we've actually got a question online, which is: could black use could white use G2 in any way, playing out the top right-hand corner to cut the top left to bottom right diagonal? And we believe that the answer is it's a good thing to look at, but it doesn't work. It doesn't actually. There's no way of cutting the diagonal. Through.
I've noticed
Now we have the other thing on the board, which.
But now it's interesting because notice now, if A8, G8, H7, at least white in the long line after H3 gets to cut at H2 because of the C7 disc. So it probably isn't good enough anything, but at least it's interesting. So again, we're saying if black H8 now and white B7, actually doesn't black just play? So if black A8 and white H7, can't black just play down to the corner?
Yes.
Yes, he can.
And then.
Yeah. And there are also lines like the following. There are lines where after A8 we play our famous pair G6 H6, and then either before or after H5 H3 white can then play H7, which does give him the C7 disc to go to H2, but it's not going to be enough discs to win, I don't think. So I can't really see what danger there is for black at the moment. Whether or not black even wants to play A1 afterwards, which I kind of doubt, but I don't even know. It's worth another thing for beginners to point out. You might think black goes A8, and look, black gets to A1 before white. Fantastic. But there's an evil thing that can then happen. If black goes A1, white could play G2, and notice if black plays H1, white wedges at B1, keeps the top edge. It's another thing for beginners to bear in mind, this kind of position.
Yes, this is. This is parity reasons. Also, it's always important. So if black would play in some situation A1 and A8 to leave one disc for one square for white, then this is always dangerous. And if you're in Othello, like leaving parity options. But in this situation, also all the discs from on the diagonal from A8 to F3 is black if black takes the A8 corner. So then
So I believe the only line worth counting is A8, A8, H7, H8, G6, H6, and then our usual friends H5, H3, and then white does at least get to H2 to cut the diagonal. But that can't be enough discs, can it?
Don't think so.
Me neither.
So Imre, in very simple terms, like there were a few kind of gasps when B7 was played. What do you think's going on in Michaela's head in playing that? I mean, it does look like a really stupid move if you don't know the reasoning behind it.
So we've decided that every other move just leads to an easy loss, and we found this. Michele's found this amazing, at least idea that if B7 A8, it's horrible, but at least he does get the H7 move, which at least gets the C7 disc for an H2 diagonal cut. So I suspect Michele didn't need to count what happens and know he's won or lost. He needs to be sure that his other moves were all losing. And remember, the brilliance of Arthur's G7 meant that Michele was so constrained that wasn't much for Michele to work out. So I suspect Michele worked out, which didn't take him that long, that all other moves were obvious losses, and therefore is trying this.
Thank you. And, I mean, to be honest, even if it works, and even, as you say, even if he gets the diagonal cut, the thinking is correct, which is what the line that's actually being played. So we'll maybe get to see how it works out to explain it as it goes along.
So now it looks like H8, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh,
No. No, yeah. The
oh, he's being super mean. He's being cruel. He's so unpleasant. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's
This
just
is great.
ridiculous.
This is great. For Arthur.
Okay, so he's doing a clinically beautiful thing. Notice if white takes the right-hand edge with h5, then black goes to... Okay, now black just takes that bottom corner. Oh no, there's a parity issue.
So white did manage to cut,
So I did manage to cut.
but maybe because of our
But,
maybe
so
Arthur's
now we
move
have
wasn't ideal there.
h5. Oh, no, okay. So it's counted.
Oh, but it's a swindle. It's a swindle. That's what Arthur's seen.
Yes,
Arthur's
exactly.
that's why Arthur did it. He saw the swindle.
Yes.
So you mean this swindle here?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
beautiful. That's
The
beautiful.
swindle with h3 and h5.
Exactly.
So
Not that he needed that, but it was a nice little bonus.
exactly. So congrats, Arthur.
What a fantastic game by Arthur. That was it was so delicate.
And,
His F1 was great. Yeah, that was a very exciting game.
Very strong.
and what a
Very
magnanimous defeat.
Yes.
Like the smile and the congratulations from Michaela.
I think it's really nice to see this happiness also.
Yeah,
That's,
Me too.
Yeah, so Arthur's one of these
Super.
players who is incredibly talented, and everyone thinks he's surely going to get to the world semis, but he kept not doing it. Now, this year he's finally done it, and now he's gone one better and got into the final, which is amazing, actually.
Yeah,
But
and we were saying just before we turned the microphones on and it started streaming that he burst onto the scene competing with all of the Japanese players at his own age. And it was quite a shock for us in Europe because that didn't normally happen. And then he seemed to just drift slightly in terms of his enthusiasm. And this year he seems to have his enthusiasm back and a little bit more maturity as well. And it's really coming across. So we've cut across
And
to...
worth adding that also, of course, Michele is famously for an exceptionally talented, brilliant player. So this was really a wonderful matchup to be part of.
Indeed.
And we've now gone across to the other semi-final, which is Kento versus Katie, Japan and Finland, respectively. And we've got an interview. So we'll leave the... no, we'll cut. We'll actually... Do you want to leave? Okay. Okay, so can we have someone in to operate the camera in the studio? We'll look at the board in the second semi-final until someone here is able to do that, and then we'll have an interview with the two semi-finalists of the game that's finished that we've just been watching.
Can we ask them some questions about some key positions when the interview starts?
Yes, on the board. So we might want to switch to the digital board as well at some point, just to ask about some key positions. But just firstly, Arthur, congratulations.
Thank you.
Never reached the semi-finals before?
No.
And now you're in the final. And we've all been expecting it for a long time, but it's great to see it happen. How did you feel the two games? How did you feel the two games went?
So it was my first time in the semi-final. So I was very anxious before the games. And actually, at the beginning of the first game, in the opening, I was a little shaky, I would say. But then I think I got into... I managed to focus and just think about the game. And so they went very well, just like... I mean, I could just focus just like on any other two games, I think.
Right, okay. And I was talking to Michaela before, between the two games, and he was saying, I asked the question, because you're both in Switzerland at the moment, are you playing each other a lot? And he said, yes. And so he varied the opening.
Yep.
And is that the reason that you were slightly shaky, because you're thinking, I'm not so comfortable in this position against someone that I know?
Yeah, also, because I didn't know how far he had learned his variation. Also, I was out of book, I think, quite quickly compared to other games. So I didn't know, I didn't want to make any big mistake, and also I didn't want to keep him in book for like 30 more moves. So I was quite hesitant, but I just played something and it turned out to work very well. So.
Excellent. And Michaela, you're an ex-world champion yourself, not to be this time, but another very, very good tournament. How were you feeling during those 2 games?
So I think I was a bit weaker today than yesterday. I made a few more mistakes. I was very confident in the opening of both games because my goal was to reach an even position and then the strongest would win. And I think this is was pretty straightforward, and the strongest has won. So it's not that he found some strange tricks, he just played better in the mid game and in the end game. I tried to find things, traps, but yeah, he was too solid, and yeah.
And
I lost.
you seemed very happy at the end, even though you'd lost. Is that because you've got a personal relationship and you're happy? Obviously, you'll be disappointed for yourself, but you're happy for Arthur.
It's a bittersweet game, but we knew whatever would happen. Even if I won, it was a bit bittersweet because my friend doesn't get to the finals, and we played a lot 2 weeks ago. He came to my place. We played a lot of games. And it seemed it worked.
Right. And Imra, do you want to ask some questions on the board? So are we able to switch to the digital board, please, so that we can just ask a couple of questions from the game? In this...
Meanwhile, I can just ask. So we were fascinated in that game because at various times we thought black was ahead, but most of the early mid-game we thought that actually white was ahead. And there was one point where we just couldn't decide between 2 moves. We both thought they looked great for white. So in the position after blacks played to g8, we loved the move you played, f7, and we loved the move you didn't play, b7. What were you thinking in choosing between those, or were you looking at other things as well? Which interested to know what your thoughts were.
So it was really hard. They looked very different in terms of the kind of game that came out, but they also were kind of similar on many aspects, because then the top and the right of the board would feel in similar ways. So actually, the main reason why I decided for f7 instead of b7 was that, can I just play here?
Yes.
So if b7...
Although the screen's not up. Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay, excellent.
So I was looking at b7, then f7 was pretty much forced. Then I was looking at g6. So actually, I was about to play this line, but then I realized that black can play h3, and then white h4, and then black...
And no access to a2.
7. Yeah, no access to a2. I have to play h2, and so this looked pretty bad for me. I mean, I didn't have this clarity, but I realized I had no access, and I realized there was this swindle on the right.
I see.
And so I went for the other one, thinking either one or the other must be winning, unless I made mistakes before, and that's definitely possible, but yeah, so I played the other one.
And then a question for Arthur, which is that when you were thinking in this position, I'm sure you were examining this. Did you already know that? So after D1 in the studio, we were thinking, if E1, we spent a long time analysing
Actually,
what happened
this is
after
not
that.
the game.
Exactly, we spent a lot of time analysing D1, but then in the game you played. Was it this? Is this the game?
No, actually, he played b8 and a2 first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm forgetting what we were
guess,
talking about. I'm
yeah.
sorry. Yes, I'm forgetting that. Thank you
After
very
a
much.
couple of moves.
Thank you. I'm forgetting that. I'm sorry. So first we had this, then we had this, then it was that's it. Then it was D1.
Yes.
And I would ask you, in the studio, we spent a lot of time thinking if E1, C1, F2, B2, what happens? But you played F1, and it worked out amazingly well for you. Actually, Did you, at which point did you realise that this F1 gave you a great position? Was it now or much earlier or when you took the edge?
So Michele spent a lot of time thinking about his F7 move, I think. That's right. So yeah, during this time I kind of thought about all the sequences here, and I noticed that when I played D1, I figured that white had no real good line to play. And so when I thought about white E1, the first answer I had in mind was F1, and I realized it worked very well for me, so I did not really spend much time on C1. But I also considered it, but it looked less forced, because here if I play F1, I think white has very little options, very few options, and so I like that as well. Whereas with C1, white could play multiple things. I think it would work as well, but
You're saying it's much more. This is much less complicated and equally good.
also I had thought about F1 in depth as well first. So
How far were you guys in book in that opening?
So when he played C2, I was out.
Let's try and go back.
Yeah, no.
Oh. So what happened now?
G4.
Which we liked. Oh, and this one. Oh, yeah. Oh, that was to deny access to G6.
Yeah.
And were you still in book then or not?
I would say half book, because I was not sure, but I also knew that I had played this online at some point. So until here, I knew I was in known territory. I just had to find the moves. And after E8, I didn't know. I was out of book, but I knew that I probably had to play A5 to fit the edge, because I think that in all of the other lines, white has to give me the edge on the left and do the sacrifice. And since he didn't do it, I assumed that probably I had to prevent him from doing it in the future.
You mean because he didn't give you A5, A2 at the first opportunity,
Yeah.
you thought probably you should give him A5, A7? I love that reasoning.
But also because I looked a few moves ahead, but not that many here in this case. I just thought of E8, A5, A7, D8, just like the game actually. And it looked pretty good, so...
Yeah, it was a beautiful game to watch because the mid-game was so many things where you do a move and then the other guy's move is unpoisoned, but then that unpoisons a different move and so on. So it was fascinating because all through that, when you were playing on the top edge, both of you, it looked like there were parity things at the top, but on the right, there was a white wall, but all black moves were horrible. So it was it was really fun for us to watch, yeah. So Arthur, at which point were you confident of winning? Was it before you... When you played to D1, did you already feel...
Oh, yes.
You did, okay.
I think when he played E8, I felt very confident about the game. And then... So after, when he spent time thinking about F7, I was like, maybe he will play B7. I didn't really believe it, because once you see, like he explained, once you see the thing, it's clear that it's a very bad move. But after that, I didn't know whether I would win or not, but I knew I probably had something good to do with the white wall. And when I played D1, that was when I was quite sure of my lines.
I see. And one question, Michele, when you were looking at the B7 that you didn't play, did you consider also immediately then afterwards playing to A2? There was before his access takes it away.
To A5, you mean?
No, sorry. So it was after he's given you the left-hand edge, when you were choosing between F7 and B7, this famous choice.
Yeah.
And you said you didn't like B7 because of the line you showed us here,
Yeah.
because you then didn't get to A2. But did you consider also maybe playing... Can we go forward? What was the... Do you guys remember?
E8.
We need to be relatively quick because we've got, I think, a third game somewhere.
E8. This one? That, oh, of course, thank you. Then this. Then this. Then this. Then this. So if white, you're saying black here?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. It never come. I see. Sorry. There's never a line where you even have a moment to go here. I see. Okay, I understand.
What do you mean? What do you mean by here when you're not showing it?
I'm so sorry. A2. I was wondering if there's any way Michele can get to A2, but this is saying, right, I see. The line he showed us wasn't just a line he was scared of, it was the line. Thank you. So now, you completely answered our question about why you chose
A2
F7.
disappears
Thank you very
completely.
much. That's very clear. Thank you.
But
Great.
perhaps here G6, H3, C1.
G6, H3, and the famous C1. Aha, to get access to A2,
This I
and you
didn't
can't play
see,
B2.
I have to say.
Personally, I wasn't scared because I knew I had the diagonal control once I would play h6.
We could do this all night.
Yeah.
But we're going to have to tie this up so that we can be ready for. I think I'm trying to decipher messages, but I think that there's a third game between Tastet and Dufour. Oh no, that will be the final, won't it? So we've got the final between Remy Tastet of France and Daniel Dufour of the Netherlands in the youth final, and I believe that will be happening in about 3 minutes' time. So thank you, Arte. Thank you, Michele. That was a brilliant game to watch. Really, really interesting, fun. And good luck in the final, Arte.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be back shortly. We'll give you a rundown on what's happened elsewhere when we do.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.
You started looking at it. Yeah.
Okay, Guy and Imra, if you could shut up.
Sorry.
Welcome, welcome back. We are about to cover the youth final between Khemi Teste and Fayumi Okudaira. They both won their respective games in the semi-final round, and so that should be starting soon. I'm here with Imra and Guy, who were both deep in conversation going into this stream.
Do we know which colour?
I'm not sure we do yet. But that should be up shortly. I'll check on Live Othello as well, just in case.
Do we know what happened in the other semi-final as well? I mean, assuming we're not... I assume that Kento won because we're not watching it.
Yes, Katie versus Kento. Yeah. Katie had the win, but didn't win.
How late on was it?
Fairly late on. I can check that now. Kento.
Which is very impressive.
Yes.
It is indeed, to be winning against Kento at all. So this is 6, 7, 8. 8 squares left. She was +6.
Okay. Close game then. Very close.
And then she played... Oh no, she played the right move there. Right move there. Right move there. Oh no, that's... She had it late on.
So later than 8 moves?
No, earlier than 8 moves. But she did very well against Kento, that's the point.
That's very, very impressive by Katie, actually.
But Kento does indeed still remain undefeated over this tournament.
His only loss of any points was a draw with Arthur, where they were both in book all the way to the end, apparently.
In the second round, I think.
And Teste Dufour is an interesting final for the youth as well, because...
Not Dufour.
Oh, was that a previous comment? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not Dufour. Okay, yeah, I was going to comment that it was interesting because there was no Japanese youth in there, but...
You're nearly
that would
right.
be-
You're almost
I'm
correct.
half right.
Half right.
Half right, half
okay,
left.
they've started.
And here we go. So Khami Teste, trying to pronounce that name correctly throughout this stream. We will see how that goes. And Okudaira.
So it's a classical rose so far. Remy's black. Fuyumi is white. Still mainline rose.
Although, yeah. There's lots of played lines that come from this opening.
Now, this is an opening where if white knows exactly what they're doing, they normally get a small advantage. But there are so many trap lines and strange lines that black can play.
Okay, so this is the
Indeed.
flat. No, it's not.
And just to clarify as well,
Right, it's a flat.
the youth final is one game, so the person that wins this game is our youth champion.
And do we know what happens if there's a draw?
It will...
Is it the higher in the Swiss?
I believe it's the higher in the Swiss.
Which is that Fuyumi?
I don't know. We can check and find out.
We'll check. We'll answer that if it comes to it.
Okay.
We already had this question, what happens if someone draws in the semi-finals in the best of three? And I went to search up the rules, read through the rules, found the rule, and I'm not doing that again. Unless it happens. Then I'm sure we'll find out.
So the usual book move here is F7. I think some people have tried F6 from time to time. It's normally F7 and then D2. It's very much a two-wall game, as one can see. There are very long forcing lines in this, which
There are-
is often great to know. So if Remy has prepared this and Fuyumi hasn't, Fuyumi will have to think very, very hard to stay in the game. Although having said which, if white can find the right moves, normally white ends up slightly ahead.
There are lines for this opening where it just rotates as well, the two walls. Because as you can see, the black pieces are on one side, the white pieces are on the other side, and that's what we call a wall. And with this opening, it's very common for those walls to just rotate. So black is then on the bottom, white's on the top, and so on. People in Japan actually play this opening and try to sync it with their clocks, so they use this to tell the time as it rotates. Probably something in that, to be fair.
Remy's playing them at the main line. There's a small trap line. If white comes down to the bottom, then black can go B3, which stops white going to F6 and sets up B4 as well. So normally white plays to F6 now. That's the kind of normal move. And what happens later on is that normally white gets some edges, but black also has lots of pieces, and white's basically holding on for parity win at the end. Many rose opening games come down to, yes, it was complicated and white had parity. But that's coming up later. Okay, so Fuyumi's done the usual correct move. And now black can choose between D7 and C7. D7's kind of more usual. And it's a typical rose thing. White can then grab the bottom edge. White can play D8, E8, F8. Then black C7, white C8. White has the whole bottom edge, but it's black's move. And black has all the walls at the front, at the top, and white doesn't have an unbalanced edge of 5, just has the edge from C8 to F8. So that's the normal line now. It's to start D8, E8, F8.
And
Sometimes it's useful for white. I was mentioning it can be useful in some lines for white to insert the odd-looking pair g5, g4. The reason is there are some lines where that happens, and then later on, white gets to g6. So sometimes if people know the opening very well, they will put in the pair g5, g4. You think, huh? Why are they doing that? And the reason is to have a nice g6 later on.
And Japan actually had two players in the youth semi-finals. They had Miyamoto and Okudaira. Miyamoto actually finished ahead of Okudaira in the open round on tiebreak. They both finished on 7 points. However, Miyamoto was the one whose score actually contributed towards Japan's team score, and so was a part of their victory in the team category. However, he was defeated in the youth semi-final by Remy, hence the pairing here.
So Remy appears to be still to be in book, which is pretty impressive.
But as we said, the book openings, following on from Rose, book openings tend to go quite a long way because there's two walls and there's natural lines. And so a little bit of preparation can take you quite a long way.
There's another move that's possible now, which is b6. My memory is that doesn't work out quite as well in this position. Although if the f2 disc was an e2, if it had been a flat, it does work out okay. But the normal thing is now just play c8.
In fact, the reason that I try to avoid playing Rose as white, one of the main reasons I play diagonal, is to avoid Rose, because I know that lots of people know good lines very deeply and there's subtle moves to get wrong.
So what you're saying is that you played the rose and they rose to the occasion. Yeah. English commentary.
The weekend goes on.
Luckily, it's the last day. They can't get any worse. It's the last day of the tournament.
But yeah, I found myself thinking a lot when other people knew the opening, and then getting into close endgames and losing in those close endgames. So I thought I'd rather flip the tables. And
You play the Anui as black.
As black.
After c8, what looks very natural is a b3 move for black. Okay, see, it's been played. Oh, so Fumi is still finding the right things. b3 is very common now, and there's a move a5, which is interesting, which Remy's dad plays incredibly well. But Remy's deviated from his father. Okay. But actually, Mark also knows this line very well. So the normal thing now is c2 for white. Just keeping moves near where black wants to play. There's a strange move that people used to play quite a lot, which is to g3.
I was just looking at that. I don't know this position, but I was looking at that. Because it removes d6 and black's access to b4.
So that's a very interesting position, which leads to very complicated lines. Where it turns out if black knows it to death, black is slightly ahead. But it leads to very complicated positions and a very even game, actually.
In beginner's terms, what you're saying is black has a nice move to b4 at some point, nice and quiet. So it flips one disc and it's mostly surrounded. However, if white now plays to g3, then black can't play that move to b4.
Immediately, at least.
Immediately, yes.
Yeah, and c2 is also looking at, to a degree, black's b4 move, because if black's going to be able to play b4, you might as well take a few discs now and get them to take them back whilst they do it.
That's right, yes, that's the other alternative is c2. And if c2 and black does play b4, then normally white goes to a3 because it doesn't flip horizontally. And that's very common these days. It used to be, recently in the 1980s and 1990s, g3 was very, very common, but nowadays c2 has kind of taken over. Because people booked things and learnt books enough, they knew what to do after g3. There's another interesting possibility, which is g4 is also very interesting. The idea being you give black a4, then you play g3, Now you might think, wait a second, black's then got another move like a6, but then white also has f3. So it's another strange long force line with two walls. And again, it looks like black's got the edge, white's got the edge, which is bad for later. But look at the top, black is very straggly, and white has lots of moves at the top. So it's really a very even position. It's a very delicate position and really pretty even.
And we're confident that Remy is still in book here as well.
He's been playing very fast so far. That's right.
That may just be him being youth, though. So you never know.
Well, Remy's a careful thinker.
I played him in Cambridge EGP 2020 when I think it was the last one we had there, and he didn't rush his moves. He thought very carefully and beat me.
Just to stress again, if it stays level through the mid-game and we drift towards an end game where both people have good and bad things, then you would probably tend to favour white in parity terms. But of course it has to get to the end game, and with care, what you don't want is white to explode. You don't want white's pieces on the left and the right of the board to poison all her later moves. So it's very, very finely balanced. But probably all of G4, G3, C2 are playable and will lead to interesting games.
And it is also, again, best of one. So the winner of this is the youth champion. And so, I mean, they can take risks, but they may not want to. They may want to play it safely.
That's a very interesting move to G5. It looks like black can play G4, and maybe then white's planning to play f3. It could be that white wanted to play a nice central f3 move, was worried that it turned over too much perimeter, so first has played off g5, g4, and then we'll go into f3. Very interesting. We could have some weird rotation happening where black plays a b4, white plays g3, black plays a6, white plays f3, black plays b6, white plays e2, and it's just a very complicated position. So are these incredibly hard to read things that may happen in the future if they both try and rotate?
And rotating positions are often interesting, and based on the fact, in this case especially, that one of them has an edge and the other one doesn't. And so rotating into an edge is different to rotating away from a wall. And often I would find that rotating into an edge, the person with the edge has a small advantage. Because there's less moves available for your opponent. But in this case, I think that black has a few nice moves outwards that are not rotating, really.
And just looking
like b4 and g4.
Just looking ahead in the future, if we do play down that long rotating line where, forget the right-hand side, but on the left, black plays b4, b6, b4, a6, b6, then it's worth remembering for later that the corner region left, the bottom left, is an even region, which is, again, if it stays an even game, a little bit drifting towards being good for white. It's just a very minor point, but it may be significant later on. If they do rotate, if black does, on his next three moves, play b4, a6, b6, while white rotates with g3, f3, e2. Or even, it could even be, actually it's even better, g3, f3, f1, and leave e2 for the following move.
Well, what if black plays g4 now?
So that's the other big option.
That feels better to me. Without,
I think.
You can't. There's more options for whites. You can't read obvious lines as quickly as rotating lines, but it does stop the g3, f3. White double play.
Another thing I hadn't realised, which gosh, saying how good G4 is, that if G4 F3, then black has access to E2, which he didn't have before. So maybe, I think, yeah, so it looks like that the rotating it looked like the rotating was good for white, for two different reasons. One is she got to f1. The other is the bottom left region ended up being even. I was going to say, whereas g4 looked better because it played near where white's going to play. So I think I prefer Guy's choice to Remy's choice. But let's see what happens. We're now going to probably have lots of rotation. Unless, of course, for some reason, white wants to stop the rotation. So it's going to be, again, a very, very tight tempo reading kind of battle. Guy, who would you rather be here, white or black?
I would rather be... OK, if black had played g4 black...
No, given the current position.
Given the current position, I think I'd now rather be white. But not by a lot. I mean, like... that's my instinct, but the position is close enough that instinct can be wrong in reading.
It's so interesting what happens after... Yeah, if white now plays G3 and F3 while black plays A6, B6, and then white goes F1. It's also possible that after G3, black wants to first play to G4. For example, G3, G4, H3, and then carry on the other moves. That's also possible. Black might find the right-hand edge plays better. That's very hard to tell.
So say that again.
It could be that if white G3, it could be that black wants to play G4 straight away.
And then white.
Because then white has to go somewhere like H3.
Right, OK, rather than the F3 move.
Right, because it's the same thing as before. Guy's point that G4 for black, if nothing's done about it, means that a white F3 is countered with a black E2. So yeah, so maybe if white goes G3, maybe black shouldn't just blindly play A6, B6, but should carry on, but should first play G4. It's a very, very, very tight position. What else is white? I wonder what else white is thinking about. There's no point white playing A3 because then G4 just looks good. And what else could white be thinking about? White might want to come through the middle with E2, but then I can't see what F3. Isn't F3 a good reply to that? Or there could be strategies like D1 to get access to A6. But again, D1 looks like it's very bad for later somehow.
Yeah. Yes, it looks... it poisons everything to the right and to the left. And the top would have to play out extremely nicely, and having opposite edges normally isn't a good thing.
Okay, so she's done the... she's initiating the rotate, or she's carrying on with the rotation. They're both playing. So what are the options? We could play just A6, and then white F3, black B6, maybe with G4 first. Or we could go to G4 straight away. G4, H3. And the nice thing about G4, H3 is that it makes the D7 disc white, which means black might have a sacrifice at G7 later, whereas it could be that all of row 7 being white's helpful to black.
Here's a thought. In some other rotating lines from rows, there's a strange backwards diagonal move when it gets towards the edge. And in this case, that move would be H4 for black.
Ah, that's a very... Yeah, I see it, the famous backward diagonal. That is a backward diagonal. That's a very interesting move, actually.
Because it leaves G4 as an extra black move. Maybe black will end up taking the right edge, but that could work out.
That's a very clever idea.
It gives E2 back.
That's very clever. And also it means that if later, once black's taken H4, if we ever do get G4, H3, then rather than losing a tempo, black can just take it back at H2. That's a very interesting thought, though, the H4 move. Now, what happens if just H4, F3, then G4?
Yeah.
Is that right? Okay, I see. Yes, looks a good plan, actually. Yeah, I'm definitely not a fan of a6. It just looks too. It looks so easy for white somehow. Unless black does something magical on the right. So a6, f3, b6, f1.
Here's another thought. That weird backwards diagonal move. If black doesn't take it, white has e1.
That's also true. That's a very weird feature of two discs f2 and g3. Guy is right. Remy's listened to Guy. Fantastic. Also, that's sort of complicated that region, which has to be a good thing. Now, what if f3, g4, h5? Then what do we do? We as black, anyway.
Instinct for me would be to take the edge, but my instinct's always to take the edge and look at that first. But
and then after that, white can go to e2. No, he can't, because then black does have access to c2. So we're looking at the line which is f3, g4, h5, h6. And I was worried about white can go to e2 and black doesn't have access to c2. But I'd forgotten that the g4 disk in that line flips the f5 disk, so there would be access. But then maybe white could play to c2, maybe. I think Guy's right. I think that might be a promising line to try and take the edge. It's such a classic two-wall game. They've each got a wall, and again, white's got an edge, not so good, but black is straggly and can get the pieces picked off.
I'm impressed at how little second guessing there is of their moves. They think, then they decide on the move, and then they play it. I would always look at it again and again and again, because I would feel like I was missing something. So
I'm pretty sure they do that.
I'm pretty sure
I think
they
everybody
do.
does that.
But I get the piece right up to the board and I'm like, is it actually the best move? And then I look at it again. But once they've decided on a move, they play it.
Yeah. I'm still sure that everybody does that. Not everybody puts their piece to the board and then moves it back again. And part of the reason is because you're giving your information to your opponent about what you're thinking about. And so it's better to sit on your hands until you're ready to make your move.
The mind games.
So what does happen after g4, h5? I wonder if at some point white wants to play a4. And before black's played a6, maybe white wants to play a4 to get the d4 disk for access to b6, maybe?
Sorry, after what?
So after g4, h5, whatever happens next, white may at some point want to be looking for latest playing to h4. To a4, I'm sorry.
A4, yeah.
Before black goes a6.
Yeah, which then gives access to b6.
Exactly. That's right. But the Guy plan, which looks sense at the moment, Guy's plan is that if g4, then if white h5, then black h6. And
then shared moves on the north.
Yeah, then black has access to h3, so maybe white needs to play there. And maybe black can go to g6. And another nice thing about Guy's...
That gets into a position where you have to decide what to do with the right edge.
Right. Another interesting thing in Guy's sequence is that after grabbing the edge, after g4, h5, h6, notice that black does have access to e2 again, which may be a crucial extra move for him. Of course, the expense of all that is black's taken another edge.
Which was... No, the e2 access was part of the reason for considering the move in the first place.
Okay, we like Remy's move. And another funny option is h3. What do we do after h3 for white? I don't know. Actually, what happens after h3? That's a bit...
For white?
Yeah.
h2.
What?
H3.
What about h6?
Just h2, h6.
Is that not just giving away a corner?
No, h3, sorry.
Oh, h3.
h3. Sorry, if I said apologize,
No.
Sorry, I meant h3. But it doesn't look as... It doesn't...
It also flips
a lot,
d7.
which we don't want to do, you're right. Yeah.
probably don't want
It's
to do
probably
because it makes
not such a good
sacrifices
idea.
in the bottom left or the bottom right
Yeah.
options.
But actually, I'm also, after h5, isn't h3 also a great move for black? Because if white took the edge, then black would go to e2,
Yep. Yep.
and then what? Then white can still come down to a4, but white's got a very nasty edge. Might get stoner trapped later. Who knows what
And
would happen
also,
later?
if h3, then again h6 for black, then white can't play in g6, I think.
Well, not g6 without giving a hole at h5. That's
Yeah,
right. That's right. Yeah.
can't
Now,
play that
h5.
well,
It looks
so-
like h5 is.
H3 after H5 looks really strong.
Or we could just play
for
h2.
all reasons.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or-
it takes away immediate access to A4. It gets access back to E2.
Another nice move
And
for
if white takes the edge, then it's horrible with the bottom edge.
How about e2 for white now? It does give black c2, but it gives white b6. And then where does black play? That looks tough for black.
Going to the chat, what happened to Fukuchi since 2018? I think we talked about it on the first day. I forget who it was that said it. It might have been, yeah, I don't know. But I think he plays table tennis now.
I think he's still around, isn't he? I don't know for sure.
I don't know.
That's a really good e2 move actually. It's the lines we were looking at before on the right-hand edge led to different things where black could either take an edge and some tempos or could give white a horrible edge. This way, what's nice about the white move, apart from the access to b6, is that from a distance, look, black's got a poison disc on the right-hand side, white's got access to g6, black's got to do something about that, white's got access to b6, and of course the move to e1 cures all those problems, but that gives white a beautiful c2. So that, I like that. That looks like a pretty good move actually. And actually, sorry, e1 doesn't cure all the problem. Doesn't cure the problem of g6. So that looks a sensible thing for white. White's just keeping
it does
things complicated.
temporarily.
Yeah, it's keeping things complicated. It's keeping black discs nice and isolated. Again, as before, if you look around the board, the white discs can the black disc can kind of be picked off one by one. They're kind of straggly. So, for example, even if it was white's move again on top, she could play to c1 if she wanted to. So that's actually a very good move by the very nice move
if
to
it was
E2.
white's move here, there's like 5 or 6 different possible moves, which is that are all worth considering.
So what happens now is maybe c2 is the right thing anyway, because it stops white getting a tempo on the top. It stops the really depressing g6 move. I mean, it allows a6, maybe we live with that. Maybe you could play c2, b6, and then play h5 maybe, while white can't play to h6. Sorry, h5 while white can't play to g5. Is that a possibility? So suppose black
D2
plays
solves that
c2.
problem. Oh, but then I suppose black could play it, but it's a really ugly edge.
Right. So what if black c2 and white h6 and black h5?
White H6? Did you mean that?
H5, sorry, black h5. I meant h5. While white can't play to g6. I want black to get both h5 and g6. So I'm wondering about
after
c2 for black
C2,
now.
you're
Yeah, after
saying-
c2, if white goes down to b6, then perhaps black g5.
And well, there's also the option of F1 after black C2 for like pulling.
That's true. I'm scared of going up to making the top region totally black.
Yeah, of course. It only works if white doesn't have any moves back.
Yeah. So that's a very good move that's a very good move to e2 actually. Yeah, again, black's very straggly. Of course, it can all go wrong if black does sequences that force white to take an edge. What's interesting is that because white has the b6 move, black would normally like to play a6 first, but it isn't legal for him. Let's analyse e1 a bit more. No, e1 just loses to g6, doesn't it? I can't see anything good for black after e1 g6. What can black do with c2 to come even? So I think I'm thinking E1. Can you see any hope for E1 for black?
Not really. I mean, like, I guess if it went E1, G. Sorry, what were you saying after?
E1, G6. Oh, but wait, after E1, G6, there's H5.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I was just
okay.
misreading my letters.
Okay, with H6 to
Which
come.
gives access back to C2.
Yeah. Look at them, black taking an awful lot of edges.
I'm not sure I like it.
Yeah,
but,
then black's going to take an awful lot of edges. It might be the right thing, though. Yeah, it could be that E1 is the least bad move. Yeah, it's very tough for black with those discs on the edge, on the edge of where they've played, at the left and at the right. It does look tough. Okay, he's gone for one of our things. Okay.
Well, if you mention every move,
We've missed almost every move.
We'll
True,
go for one
true.
of your things.
So white could play to B6. That's certainly a nice option.
or D1.
White could play. Guy's right. White could play to D1, which stops black going to B6 to A6. Sorry. And after D1, C1, would you play F1, Guy?
D1, C1. Yes, I think so. Or maybe E1.
And D1, of course, D1 also D1 also sets up
Or
G6.
G6.
And now you can't do a clever trick of
In fact,
H5.
part of the reason for D1 is to deny access to A6 and to gain access to G6.
Right, and
So-
also you're keeping access to A6 for B6 if you need it.
And one of our plans for black has involved H5 and G6. So if white plays G6, then that kind of scuppers that.
Right. Okay.
But you've already scuppered it temporarily with D1 anyway.
So D1 looks like a pretty good move. D1 again, it's keeping play complicated on the left and right side. It's keeping black with all the discs on the outside at the left and the right. Unless there's some magical thing, black could play C1, but white will just ignore him and play one of these moves like B6.
And is there much wrong with B6 now for white? Don't think there is there? It's like
That's also quite possible, yeah. That's also quite possible. Black. What could black do then?
then there's the opportunity of your sequence of H5 something G6.
Right, that's true. That's
But
true.
I mean, that is still a really ugly edge.
Which is a very ugly edge,
for black.
especially given white still has moves at the top of the board.
It's the kind of edge that white has lots of options, and so if it's left until the end game, it can be used to get discs that you need or to deny discs that you don't want your opponent to need, to gain tempos.
So B6 looks pretty solid, and so does D1. What else are we looking? Also, one thing we do want to be keeping a little eye on things like in our little ideas about B6 and eventual G6. We do want to be sure that white doesn't create a odd region where she can't play. So we just need to be. She's been a little bit careful that while doing her lovely, clever stuff, she doesn't make the bottom left or bottom right corner regions be walled off with an odd number of squares. Doesn't look like that'll be a problem, but it's something that she needs to bear in mind. Very often in rows openings like this, black is desperate to get a few tempos from a sacrifice at the bottom left or bottom right. Doesn't seem like it's happening because of that famous D7 disc, which has remained black all through these moves. So it doesn't look like there'll be much opportunity here for suddenly black to get a clever tempo in the bottom left or bottom right.
And there was a quick glance up from Okudaira just then at Chemi. So you do wonder if she's maybe intimidated by the surname Taste, because it is a legendary Othello family, and he is quite well known within the Othello community. So, but then of course Fuyumi is Japanese, so I'm sure Jaime is equally intimidated.
I'm sure those two things play. Well, actually, the Japanese probably plays more than the individual name, but less so than it used to.
What about C1 now? And whether it's good or bad, what else can black try? If C1, then if the point of C1, it's a move over there. Secondly, if white G6, then black H5, which is kind of nice. Now, if C1 B6, then I don't know what to do. What happens after C1 B6?
Right, so, the left and the right hand sides are actually quite similar.
But the difference is that
I'm just
going
to interrupt for a second.
Okay.
We have some breaking news. The fourth playoff has been finished between Daniel Dufour and Takatora Miyamoto. And the score was 34-30 for black, so Daniel, which means that Daniel Dufour is the third place for the youth championships, and Miyamoto finishes in fourth for the youth, both of which are very impressive achievements.
Congratulations.
So congratulations to both of them.
Yeah, they both. I mean, all four of these youth have had very good tournaments overall in the Open tournament.
So the difference between edges is that if
So
supposing...
I just wanted to say, before you talk about the differences, I just wanted to say, it's a nice way of thinking when you have two positions, in this case the left-hand side and the right-hand side, which look very similar. Ask yourself the question, what's different about them? And that way you are honing in on finding maybe something subtle that could be game-winning.
So after C1, we're comparing G6 and H6, and the difference is that after, supposing black C1, after white G6, black has H5, and remember the key point of C1 was that white then can't go to H6. Whereas, if after C1 white does A6, then if black plays... B6, sorry, then if black plays A5, white does have access to A6. Although, and that's the big difference, but in that case, black could then come into A4, couldn't he? So what happens in that line? What happens after C1, B6, A5, A6, A4?
As always, my first instinct would be to ask the question, what happens if I take this edge?
Okay, so if white took that edge, okay, then white would have that edge. And again, I want to tell a guy off for taking edges, but he's fine, because those are two central four edges, and the region they leave in the bottom left is even, so it looks totally safe and heading for a nice parity win.
Yeah, I mean, I hadn't thought it through. What I mean is, I ask myself the question, what happens if I take the edge? I'm not saying I would just grab it for no reason whatsoever, but it's often a good way in a close game to gain an extra move on your opponent, and if it doesn't do you any damage, then it's worth it. And as you say, in this case, if you can make the bottom left-hand region even in the meantime, then and without it sticking out, I mean the bottom edge doesn't stick out, it's balanced. If the left edge was balanced as well, then it means that it's very difficult for black to make a decent sacrifice, especially as we keep mentioning the D7 disc is black, so it's not as if there's a clever B7x square which doesn't flip the column or the row.
It could be that after all that, where we filled out the left, apart from the bottom four of the corner, and white's taking the edge of the a3, maybe black, whoever has c1, can just grab e1 and say, haha, it's your move, white. That's also, I remember that it'll still be true that g6 is met by h5 with white not having access to h6. So maybe that's his best. Maybe that's his best line. I can't really see anything else he can try. It's such a huge threat of white's that she has a6 and she has g6. It just seems that maybe c1. Are there any other options we're missing that we could try? We could try e1. E1 also flips those two discs. The e1 also flips the d2 and e3 discs. Although again, e1, b6, or even e1, c1. Okay, Remy's gone for c1. It seems whether or not that's officially correct, that seems the one that makes things most complicated. It's got some. What I like about Remy's move is that it's, in general terms, it's complicated in position. The fact that all of c1, d2, e3, f4 are black, as we've seen, leads to clever things he might be able to do if white plays g6. The fact that the discs d2, c3, b4 are black means white can't play to e1 and so on. So it's making things complicated a bit, and it looks in general position, if he doesn't make things complicated, he'll just go down to either a horrible loss or a parity loss.
White does seem to have a lot of quiet moves here. Is that something that they're able to capitalise upon?
Right, that's really why white's ahead, that white does have all these nice quiet moves.
Is that something black could have done better, or is there a reason black is letting white have these kinds of moves?
I think that's come from the position, it's come from the very nice white move through the middle, the moves to e2 and to d1. It's really come from those two very nice moves, especially the d1 move that got those lovely discs to gain access to those squares. So I don't think, once Remy had decided to play earlier on to b4 and not to listen to Guy, that it looked like g4, it looked like everything was set in stone.
We should have put Guy in the final instead.
Because I'm a youth.
So who would you rather be in this position? Which colour?
I would rather be white.
Yeah, I'd also rather be white.
I just think those having those quiet moves to b6 and g6 and having the choice between them. So it's not just having those moves. It's not like you have to give up one for the other not to have power. And even if you don't get to play the other one, your opponent has to do something to stop you, and you'll probably get some compensation for whatever they try and do. So I would rather be white for that reason.
There are also some weird lines where after, in the b6 a5 sequence, if white then plays a6, black could think about taking back at a7. It's dangerous on the left, but remember that if black has the discs at a5, 6, 7, if white does go to a4, that does clip the c2 disc. So maybe that's also a possibility. Just again, it almost doesn't matter whether in abstract terms it's a good or a bad edge. Black's got to do something, and that may count as doing something.
Yeah, so we were saying earlier, if white takes the edge, then it's a decent edge for white because it's balanced, and balanced two fours next to each other, not a lot black can do with it. But if white plays b6 and then black a5 and then white a6 and black takes that left-hand edge at a7, it also allows him to sacrifice the bottom left corner and get a tempo there and a wedge, and maybe the tempo is what he needs.
At some point also white may want to play to f1. If at some point white gets worried about black going to e1 after things happen on the left, white might want to play f1 at some point for a tempo.
It's not obvious that white will get access to e1. along that mini diagonal. If black chooses to take the left edge, it's really not obvious. I mean, maybe by playing a3 and guaranteeing it, but that's quite a big move. Anyway, she's...
Okay, white's gone for f1.
Which was the first move that we thought of, but we didn't look at it too much.
So one of the key questions now will be, can white get... In the play that follows, does white get access into e1? It doesn't look like it. So at the moment, remember that while black's planning what to do, he doesn't want to go... Well, he's not worried about a white g6, because remember, if white g6, black g5 is still fine. Like, black needs to worry also about what's happening on the left-hand edge. Black always worrying about white's move to b6. Can black sacrifice that? Can black... I guess if black plays e1, white can just ignore it and play something like a4 or b6.
Yeah.
So I guess black e1, white could just leave it. White could even take back as well. White could take back, and then probably black sacrifices at g2.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that all of white's moves on the left are bad except for b6. So if something can be done about b6, either playing it out with a kind of some sort of parity, and black can leave the upper left position as it is, then white doesn't have that many choices on the right either.
So does black have to play a5 for tempo reading? So black e1 doesn't look good. There can't be much. You can get a tempo with h5, g5, h6. He can also try on the left playing something like a5. a5, b6, a6. It does look pretty horrible, but at least white can't play to e1 at the moment, and at least white's a4 move is still poisoned because of the d1 disc. And it would still be true that white still doesn't have a g6 move. So maybe a5 or h5 are possibles. Do you have a preference between the two of them?
h5. I really like black's structure in the top left, but okay.
Now that's interesting because if white just goes to g6, there's now no. Oh, that's interesting. So if
Someone in
white
the
now
chat pointed
goes
out
to
your mic had died.
if white now goes to g6, black doesn't have h5. So that
Yeah,
I'm not quite sure that was played.
No, me neither. I mean, I did look at it and I thought we won't play that because g6 is so natural and.
Okay,
And
so
then
what
black
happens?
has to find another move.
So after g6, then black could play a5, but yeah, it's all falling apart. Then there's b6, a6, and there's even if white wants to, white can play h3 if she needs a tempo at some point, and black can't go into h5. Okay, she's done what looks like the right thing. Another interesting point is that black's now off the diagonal, so black can't even tempt white to go e1, b1, because then black couldn't go to g2.
I think black maybe now has to do e1, hope that white takes the top edge and then sacrifice.
But he can't sacrifice. Well, how will he get to the sacrifice disc?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. After the bad h6 move, he's lost access to there.
He has.
So if he was going to do that, he needed to do it last move.
And even if he does try the famous last hope of a5, b6, a6, white even has b7 maybe? And then I guess black can cut with h7. Okay, maybe black's going to end up playing h7 at some point to cut the diagonal.
What about is h7 very bad here?
It's not terminal,
maybe
because
to try and
after
get
h7, h4, black could... Oh no, black can't sacrifice.
Black can't play g7.
No,
okay.
So for tempo, it would have to be h5, g8. Sorry, h7, h5, and then it'd have to be g8, 8 to the tempo, but that's not going to win. That's going to lose.
Yeah, and the bottom right-hand region evens up again.
But if black plays e1, then he can play somewhere like a6 again. Is that a possibility?
That's true, and then white will have g1 after all that.
Mm.
After e1, b1. And there's always this other problem that if black does play a6 and b6, white zips into b7. That's a worry. So it may end up, as the game goes on, that black ends up having to play h7 purely to get the e4 diagonal disc. Yeah, it looks like h6 just has really turned the game strongly in white's favour. Okay, so what can black do now? We're allowed to think about crazy things. He can't play to places like b7, there's no point. As we've said, h7 doesn't work. He can't even get on this diagonal that goes from c6 to f3, so he can't do a cool diagonal move. Maybe Luke's suggestion is best. Maybe the best thing, in terms of hoping white messes up, is to play e1 and either hope white doesn't take back or play e1, d1, a6 and hope for nice things to happen. Hope white doesn't play g1.
Here's a thought. What about... I haven't thought it through. I just looked at it and thought, oh, maybe it's not so bad. b6.
Mm-hmm. That's possible, isn't it? And we're worried about white having b7, but maybe then black's famous h7 is the famous cut to control the diagonal, cut to break the diagonal.
Yeah, and white, I mean, black's going to get the bottom edge at least.
Yeah.
Has a few more moves. I think h3 is a pretty decent response to it as well, though.
That's right, there's always this point. That's the other bad thing about h6 was that even once white's played g6, she also has h3. At least after that, though, at least if black plays e1, b1, black does have a sacrifice. It doesn't have access. No, he does, because he doesn't have access. Oh no.
Because of the h6 g6 pair again.
Yeah, I was thinking about. Oh no, he does. He had the c6 disc. So okay, if he's done. That's great. Remy's done the one fighting chance move. He listened to Guy. So the point is that if white did happen to play h3 now, black could at least, good or bad, play e1, b1, g2. And even gain access to h5. But the key thing is that he has access there. Huh. So that c6 disc, at least, so Remy's done the one move that seems to give him a fighting chance.
Is just taking the diagonal on b7 for white, is that?
That's possible. We think then black can go h7.
Which still might be good enough for white.
Mm.
But it makes white have to think a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, white might play a7 for parity around there or something.
I mean, white still has a lot of moves to play, whilst black has no choices.
But I think that's giving black a chance, because the position's becoming a very complicated position. There's stuff happening at the top.
And it's possible he might get both a8 and b8 if white's not careful.
Yeah.
And possibly even a swindle in the bottom right-hand corner. It's not out of the question. But you do feel that if white's careful, all of these things can be avoided.
If white was scared of b7, what could white try? Could white go a5? Just in terms of finding random moves that seem fine. What happens after a5? Maybe a6. And then e to e1. So if white a5, I'm sure it looks like a4 is bad, then white can play a6.
Yeah.
But if a5 a6, then maybe white goes into e1. and thereby controls other diagonal as well.
I do have some intelligence that the final between Kento and Arthur will be at 2:15 French time. I'm not sure what time zone that is at the moment. My body clock's all messed up. But
In France.
yeah, 2:15 in France is when the final will start. So make sure
I
you're
think
there
that's in
for that.
3/4 of an hour. Both my devices tell me it's in 3/4 of an hour.
It is in 3/4 of an hour. That's probably a better way to.
Meanwhile, does White want to go for everything with B7? Maybe A5 is just safer. But I think Guy was absolutely right. B6 was the one thing that gave Remy a chance to complicate things, and makes it hard for White because all White's moves there do poison things. Okay, she's gone for the H3.
And that B6 move, the thinking for it actually came out from what I said earlier about White doesn't have any good moves in the top left. And if you could do something about that one good move that she had at B6, then the top left remains bad for White. Just play it.
So does Black have to go E1 now? Actually, now the famous H7 move isn't so bad.
No.
Actually, it is. It probably is. Well, no, it looks all right. Okay, H7, suddenly, it's weird. So one option is going E1 now, but what about what about the H7 move? And yes, White can play H5, then Black goes H2. The top right region is even in the sense that White can't get a tempo straight away win the game. So then, where would White play? And the diagonal disc E4 is still present, so White doesn't have B7. So White have to do something clever. I guess there's always A5, which gains access to E1.
And it leaves an odd region that White does not want to sacrifice in the bottom right.
And the alternative again is to play E1, B1, G2. But again, after E1, White might even leave it.
And the G2 sacrifice is not.
It could even be E1, H5, actually. Suppose it went E1, H5. Oh, he's done, okay.
We like that.
We like that a lot. It's creating chances, it's making the position complicated, it's doing all the right things to make it tough for Fuyami to find what to do. I note again the brilliance of the B6 move, that on the left, all of White moves flip lots of pieces, so there may be a good move there, like A5, but at least it involves clipping down towards the bottom right, towards the bottom edge.
Was the move to B6, is that part of the whole leader wall theory that you wrote about?
It is a flat wall, true, that's true. But in this case, it was Guy's idea, and B, it was good because it closed it off and made it White's move. Yeah. So it is a flat wall, but the key thing here is more that everything in it is poisoned towards the bottom right.
Right.
And Luke, you were saying earlier, White seems to have all these quiet moves. B6 took one of them away.
Yeah.
Immediately. And because White has the bottom edge and a significant number of discs on the top edge, there's still no good play on the left.
What happens if White plays B2 here?
Interesting thought. B2.
Is that just E1
I guess
back?
Black could go E1, can't he? Yeah.
But that
Doesn't
will
look
be
so
something
good.
to look at for the future?
It might well be for the future, yes.
Yeah,
yes.
the diagonal is
crucial.
up for grabs for both of them, potentially.
It could be crucial, yeah.
And Black can play maybe a G7 at some point without being swindled at the moment.
Right, and Black
I think.
could play then. At the moment, Black can play. He doesn't want to, of course, but he could play G7 without being swindled, which is not very good. Note at the moment again that H5 is still terrible because H5, H2 not only doesn't do anything in terms of tempo at the top right, but it creates an odd region at the bottom right, which gives White some chances, which gives Black some chances.
Someone
So
suggested
back to A5 again.
A5 in the...
Yeah, I think we're back to A5 that we're thinking about. That's right. The A5 is the all-purpose move because it gains access to E1
and
it makes it Black's
keeps it
move.
open to White to play in again.
Yeah, and with A5, notice that now that D3 has gone Black, a5, a6 is just met by a7, because a5, a6 does flip the b5 disc.
So who would you rather be now? Has it changed at all, or still white?
I'm starting to lean towards black now, but only because it's white's move. Does that make sense?
I'm still for white because it's such a dangerous thing on the right hand side, and maybe white just has a5 now. What's interesting is that if you look at the whole right-hand part of the board, including e1, that is an odd region where white can't do anything.
Which region? Sorry.
The whole region at the right side of the board, from the e column onwards, it's
Right.
9 squares. So I think it's all about white getting access to
e1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, white's something different. Okay, interesting move. But I understand white's move for that. She's trying to keep... She's saying, I'll be a good person and keep parity at the bottom left. And she probably thinks that whatever black does, she'll get access to e1.
Which is probably true.
Which is probably true. I wonder if black does need to could play e1, b1, g2 at some point. Maybe not now. Maybe first play a5. Now, what happens after a5? White's got a4. White's also got a3, and which we notice gains access to e1.
This is probably one of the most exciting games we've had to commentate.
It's a lot of fun. It's very interesting. It looked like white was. It was an exciting two-wall game initially, very delicate and tense. It looked like white was getting ahead with white's lovely moves through the middle at e2 and d1. But black's h7 has meant that it's kept it interesting.
So perhaps the h6 move, which you initially weren't sure was a good move, maybe it wasn't as terrible as
No, I don't
you
think so,
thought.
because there were about 2 extra tempos with the other way around. Yeah, that still looked a very costly move.
Okay.
So what the move now is going to be either a4 or a5. Remember, the key is to keep white out of e1. So what happens with a4?
Okay.
Didn't play a4. Okay.
So what's the safest way to... I mean...
Probably a3
A3.
looks safe, doesn't it?
Yeah.
One interesting feature that doesn't happen, but one might think happens, one might think that a3, although it gains access to e1, black would then go to g1 and not flip, diagonal being white. But sadly, if black plays a4, he does put a disc on the diagonal ends of g1. Okay.
White
Now
now has
what?
the diagonal as well.
Right, although black plays a4, black will cut it.
That's true.
So what happens?
So if it goes a4
And then e1.
now and then e1, I think that I agree with you that it's kind of back in white's favour because all of the awkwardnesses start to evaporate.
And they
But
don't, yeah.
so I'm asking myself the question: what happens if black goes to a7?
Okay, then white e1 again,
And then g1.
which that flips all the way down the diagonal.
Yeah.
Which
It may not be a bad thing.
So is this game going to...
It cuts the top left to bottom right
It does,
diagonal,
yeah.
and
It's heading
how
parity.
will black be going about thinking about parity here? Has it just come down to parity, do you think, at the moment?
It looks, both players got edges. So certainly from a distance, one would guess it's all about parity. White's walled off from all kinds of regions. They're all totally white, but they're all even. What does happen if black goes e1 now? I'm beginning to be a fan of e1, just to make some parity things happen. If black goes e1, if white takes a4, then black goes to g1.
which is actually really, I mean,
And there's a there's no parity. There's still no parity. After g1, where does white then play? he'd go to G2, we take the corner.
She'd go.
What about
She'd go there.
Ace?
No,
okay.
no.
How would A7 have been there?
Then white E1, that's what we're saying, and then G1
Okay,
flips
okay.
up. I think I'd preferred black E2, but anyway, never mind. Okay, this is okay. Okay, so again, white, we think sort of calmly go to E1 to try for a parity win. Can black, is there a swindle black can do somewhere?
What you mean,
Unfortunately not.
If E1, then G1, and then black has access to H5 if white doesn't play there, giving white the
But why is it
right hand side. No, I'm just saying, you're saying is there a swindle
Yes,
somewhere,
yes.
and I'm having a look to see if there can be a swindle in that bottom left hand corner.
So
Bottom right-hand corner.
G1, E1, G1, G2. But it's not so bad, because white mustn't ever end up playing to H5, but it's not so bad, actually. So black plays G1, white G2, black... No, it's not good, is it? Black G1, G2, what does black do? Apart from die. What can we find as a thing for black to try here?
Just thinking out loud, and not this is not working, but maybe it can stimulate an idea. If black, I'm not saying black now A7, but if black A7 is played and white takes the corner, is there a way in which F4 can be flipped white, with black getting the wedge in the bottom right, therefore playing B8 without flipping that diagonal? Do you see what I'm saying?
Interesting thought. Yeah, it's a very interesting thought.
Because the B column will all be black.
It's a very interesting thought. Another line possible along your lines, if black plays A7, A8, B8, B7, then suddenly G7's a quiet move. Again, doesn't help much, because if only there was some swindly... That still leaves two squares at the bottom, the H8 and G8. Is there some way to get a swindle?
Okay, so if A7, A8, B8, B7,
Yeah.
then if black plays H5 and
B
white,
can't play H5.
Okay.
what
Then
about,
G1, G2, H5, white takes the edge.
What about if...
Then
Um,
can black go to H2, flipping H3, which I think will be the last,
No, because
and then get both moves in the bottom right?
Is black able to play at A7? I don't know if this works, but I don't know if there's also something that could work along the same lines. If black plays A7 and white takes A8, and then black plays G1, is black not able to get a swindle there if white were to sacrifice in the top left corner?
a swindle would be lovely. How are we going to find a swindle?
Well, because if black plays A7 and white takes the A8 corner,
Right.
then the B row will all be black. So will there be something there if white is to then take the top edge?
I don't think so.
If black is.
I don't think so.
Mm.
Can black control diagonals somehow?
It's
Is
the
there
wrong.
something-
It's the wrong line that's black.
Is there something black can? Can black play? Is there anything good that B2? Okay, he's taken. He's taken the edge. Okay.
Okay, which he's going to have to do at some point, I think. But
And
I'm still wondering if A7, A8, B8, B7
It may still be to come.
leaves, and then that quiet move that you said
Yeah.
there, if
Yeah.
we can make the whole of the
Yeah, but I don't think we
G
can.
the whole
I don't
of the
think
G
we can.
column black, for enough time to have one more
That would
move.
be nice. That would be nice. So G2 just wins, doesn't it?
Yeah.
If only we could make that all line black. We're so close, we can't. Okay. So H5, H8. And if only H2, if only H1 didn't flip the disc at G2, we'd be happy.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, I meant something like, if it is played like that, then that, then that, then if white can't sacrifice
White wouldn't
there,
go there. White would
that's why.
sack. White would. It's fine with that.
But he could just play A2 to take the edge anyway. White could.
Again, Remy's doing sensible kind of things. He's keeping it complicated.
And the problem is that white just takes the corner and then has a choice of, well, whichever one.
But again, actually, if white doesn't pay attention, well, actually, white can't stop preventing it. Unfortunately, flat. There might have been a swindle with things like A7, A8, and then B8, and then no B7. But I think it's impossible for white not to have access to B. It's impossible.
Playing out the three squares in the bottom right-hand corner, just taking the corner, and then taking whichever one
just ends it.
Black doesn't. There's just nothing black can do after that. Yeah. Like all of the potential swindles that we were looking at have evaporated. Showing that they were actually only nothing more than potential swindles. Not even potential swindles.
Right. That's right.
Oh.
So any way white can mess this up?
Don't think so.
Okay. Remy has a choice.
He's just trying not to. I mean, he's playing discs rather than to win now, I think. That probably gets a few more discs, but does keep him off the main diagonal.
So it's probably less discs, actually. Yep.
Yeah, but I meant more discs locally.
Okay.
Yeah, and for any beginners watching the chat, watching the game, this is a nice example of why having the last move in each region is so powerful for, especially white, because they have that by default. Black wouldn't be in a terrible position here, apart from the fact that he has to play first in each of the regions, so white just has to respond, which gives white a lot of discs that black can't then flip back.
Yeah.
And parity, which is what it's called, is probably the most powerful tool that you have in Othello.
Yeah, a large part of the game is based around white trying to keep parity and black trying to get it.
Yeah, the game's just ending now. With, as Luke says, it's always black to play first into each region, so white gets trillions of discs in each region.
So just counting now.
Yeah. So that was an interesting, very exciting game. It transformed from a two-wall game when Fuyumi pushed through the middle, and she did it very effectively. And Remy did some nice complications, but probably not enough. His C1 was good, but his H6 really wasn't good.
It was very strong play from both sides, though, still.
Yeah.
It's very good to watch. And impressive time management from both sides. Always something to point out.
Yeah.
So white wins with 35 to 29, meaning that Fuyumi Okudaira is the youth World Othello champion. for 2022. So congratulations to her. A very, very exciting game.
And we have no other games to cut to because every other one was either a one game or decided in 2 out of 3 without the third being needed. I'm just waiting to see.
Lots of handshakes for the cameras. And it's interesting because we said at the beginning playing that opening where it just rotates is often dodgy for black just if it gets to the end game and it just comes down to parity. And it did seem to come down to that in the end.
Yeah, although it gets complicated before you reach that point.
It does, but yeah.
What's this, table 13? Yeah. How's your English?
Not bad, but not.
So we're just posing for some photos here. Yeah. I think we're just getting someone to translate for Okudaira. Okay. If anyone in the chat has any questions, please ask them so that we have them to ask. Try and think of some if you don't have a question. Yeah. So it was a very close game, a very good game to watch.
接戦でしたね。で、観戦していて、とても楽しかったです。
How does it feel to be the youth world champion?
ジュニアの世界チャンピオンになったお気持ちを聞かせてください。
私は今中学3年生で今年が最後のユースのチャンスだったのでとても嬉しいです。
This year was the last chance for me to play in the youth division because I am now 15 years old. So I grabbed the last chance and I'm very happy.
How long have you been playing and how much practice did you put in for this tournament?
オセロ歴は何年ですかっていうのと今回の大会に向けてどのぐらい準備をいたしましたか。
オセロ歴は5年で。
She's been playing for 5 years.
質問。
この世界大会に向けてどういう準備をしましたか。
オセロニュースの棋譜並べで一手一手考えたりして練習したりオセロクエストで練習をしたりしてました。
Well, the Japan Othello Association has its bulletin, Othello News, and there are many transcripts in this publication. So I replayed the transcripts of good players on the real board, and I thought, what should I do if I were the players? And that was good training, and also I played on Othello Quest. And that was also a good training.
Awesome. And Remy, what were your thoughts on the game? At which point in the game did you think that you had lost?
maybe not in the opening because I felt I was good. Maybe in the middle of the game, that's my problem. I lose some points in the middle of the game. And at the end she had the parity, so she played great with the parity, and I couldn't do anything, I think, but that's...
And obviously your father is Mark Taste, who's very well known and one of the people heavily involved in the organisation of this tournament. How does it feel to live up to the name? I'm sure you've made him very proud.
Yeah, it's not easy because you have attention, but I'm grateful I'm grateful to be the son of my father. And yeah, I'm happy to be here because he trained me a lot, and he introduced me in this game, so I'm very happy.
Thank you very much, and congratulations.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you.
And congratulations for your second place.
Thank
also
you.
an amazing achievement. So, yeah, thank you.
ありがとうございました。
I am still on the screen, so I will sit down and look confident. Yeah, I think it is time for lunch. So, yeah, thank you for watching so far. Again, the final for the main category is at 2:15. So make sure you're here for that. Make sure you tell all your friends, all your family, just everyone that is happening. We'll try and break some viewership records again. Yeah, thank you, and see you all then. At 2:15.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is Lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to Lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by two persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.
Hello, and welcome to the final of the World Othello Championships here in Paris. I am here with the one and only Matthias Berg. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good. So the final is between Arthur and Kento Urano. Kento is, of course, undefeated in the tournament so far. So we will see whether Arthur is able to end that.
At least Arthur is the only one getting a draw.
Yes, that's true. So I'm not sure if the who is which colour is up yet. I will just check that. Not yet. So who do you think is going to win?
Well, it will be a very... they're starting.
It has started.
So...
You can play it out there as well.
But that's not... That's not the right names on the list. Oh yeah, it's the opening that I expected.
Okay, so you were actually looking into openings with Arthur before. And yeah, so you were expecting this opening from Arthur.
Okay, I believe Arthur expected b3 instead of b4. But this is the opening that he actually prepared for this tournament.
Does it have a name? What's the name of this opening?
Well, it's a compose variation. Don't know if this has a specific name. I think he had played it once in this tournament, and maybe he decided, Kento decided to play another other line. So what's going on? Both seem to still be in book, playing very fast.
And of course, in 2019, we had Takahashi versus Takanashi, two Japanese giants in Othello. Whereas this year there has been a bit more from the European players. So having Arthur in the final and of course Katie in the semi-final, as well as Michele.
Yeah, very big surprise that the reigning champion didn't manage to get into the semis. I think most people expected Kento and Akihiro to get into the semis, and yeah, I guess it was good that the Europeans are up for a surprise there. But I don't think that makes this a worse final. Especially just recently, I saw how much preparation Arthur actually has, and I mean, it's not only preparation, he can actually play very well and has a good preparation, and I think we can all agree that Kento is pretty much the same, so it's very...
He's a robot, he just plays the best moves.
Yeah, it's not about getting the opening surprise so much as it might have been with other players, but...
Yeah, and we spoke with Kento yesterday, and we spoke about how he prepares openings, but he doesn't prepare openings for other players. He just plays the openings he knows well, so he plays them for himself.
I would say he's just looking at all the draw lines from the experience that I saw looking into his games. If you just play all the draw lines, you can just you're pretty much prepared for everyone, except for those that will avoid the draw lines on purpose. So you need to additionally look up what they could play. and just he played a lot of games online, I guess, and also in Japanese tournaments he knows what people would play. Yeah, Arthur is taking a lot of time, so I guess he's out of book here. I have no idea about the evaluation.
Is that worrying for Arthur, given that this is the opening he prepared? Was he surprised by Kento's move?
I think he was surprised by the b4. I mean, he has prepared that line as well. I'm not sure about the continuation, if there was another surprising move, or if he just hadn't prepared this recently and is trying to remember. Or maybe he's even trying to just find something to get him out of book. Yeah, at least we won't see a repetition of the draw game, just like the Swiss game.
Three draw games here, I think. Although at that point it would go, the winner would be the one with the higher rating, I think.
Yes, well, the higher score in the Swiss.
In the Swiss round, yeah. Which would of course be Kento. So
yes. They can't have 3 draws here. But also this is not a draw line, so which move was it? I think f3 early on was non-drawing move, so that was actually trying to avoid the draw treaty preparation.
It's quite an unusual way to play. Playing the draw lines kind of by default. It's not something you see very often at such a high level.
Actually, you do.
Okay. Obviously, there's always a lot of preparing, but
I know that
yeah,
Yusuke used to try to come up with new openings because other players would just play the draw line and he doesn't want to get draws. Akihiro is known for playing non-drawing lines which are still somewhat good. But I think several other players on the very top level know several drawing openings, and if they want to, they can just play them, or they decide they need to find something not drawing because they don't want to draw them. Like Arthur certainly doesn't want 3 draws here.
Yes,
and starting this with a draw might be interesting because he is black now, and might be easier for white to get back in the game. But on this level, if everyone just plays draw lines, it's hard for both colors.
So what will black be looking at here? I think naturally, just from looking at the board, I would play something like f2.
Yes.
Is that okay? Or
Yeah.
am I missing something there?
Yeah, I think it's important to not play e2 because e2 would lead to a5, and then a6 is not a quiet move anymore.
Okay.
And of course, e2 would lead to f1, also giving a nice move. It was f1 and f2 would be nice white continuations.
I think
so now this, you blocked it.
I think that's quite interesting because we have talked about a goal of what you should be looking for in Othello isn't just, what's a nice move for me, it's also what is a move that stops my opponent's nice move on the next go. And so to not play e2 is to not just stop to stop white having a nice move, it's also to stop white having a nice move in a few moves.
So now it would be very bad for black if white could just play e2. But
and so white plays f7 here to try and get to e2?
correct. And So what can you do if you want to? You see now that white wants to play e2. What can you do as black to avoid that? There's usually three types of moves you can play. You can play it on yourself, but it's not a valid move because black doesn't have access to e2. You can try to take away the access. That means e6 disk is white. If it will be black, then white cannot play there anymore. And you could do that by playing e7 or c8 or even b6, but that's a very loud move and easily to say that's wrong.
And you can also do it by trying to make them flip lots of discs in other directions.
You want to poison the move. Right. And you can, for example, play c1, because then e2 would be less interesting, just slightly. But yeah, you have to weight those options against each other. Or you say, I don't care, I will maybe play two other moves unless he stops me in between.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, of course, if black gives that nice move to white, but the nice move then gives black a nice move in response, then you don't have to prevent it because you have a response to it.
So this move's e7 looked first a little bit scary because it flips diagonally as well and gives two holes to play in, but yeah, white doesn't have access to either b6 or c7. So at least for now that's not a big problem. And to get access there, white has to cut all the way through to the east and gives more options there. So
black is playing quite loud moves, but white doesn't have much access to his nice moves and will have to play loud moves to get the access there.
And now white decided doesn't need access to e2 anymore. And now black actually has a nice quiet move, only flipping two discs with e2 and also taking the access to b6 away. Yeah. You cannot take the access to both of them away unless you play h3, which flips everything and gives a nice e2 for white. So h3 is certainly not a good move.
So why did white play there if black can just take the access away again?
Well, white can also play c7 afterwards.
Okay.
But then black will have a g5 that looks nice. But then white can play h4. And then it's h4 also gives access to b6 again. And I think it might lead to white taking the east edge, but that's not for sure. You could also just wait taking it and play b6 instead. But also, these are reasons why you play g3. Other reason is find something else that is not giving other good options for opponent. And
yeah.
So there weren't many places you could play as white before this move. You could not play. Well, you could play f1, which flips the whole east. You could not play anywhere down there. You could only play on the west, a5 or a2 or a3, and none of them looked very good continuation. It looked like easy responses for black. So just by elimination, I need to break through there. And yeah, how do you break through if you have to break through? If he would have played g5, it would have flipped the e3 as well, but doesn't give the good options afterwards. So yeah, it's certainly by elimination to find this move, I guess.
So you think black will play e2 now?
I think so, but that also opens white to play a5.
Someone has suggested in the chat e7. Daniel?
No, e7 was played.
E7's played. Maybe that was probably from a previous.
Black could go for e1 maybe. Black could also play c8, because then c7 would be not so good anymore. And if it's c8, b6, then nope, then Black cannot play c7, which I hoped. So maybe that doesn't work out well.
Do
You need to
remember the
continue.
moves?
Do I? Oh, that didn't play. Shit. That's
I can get it up. I can get it up.
This. And here. So there we are.
Okay.
So I was talking about c8.
Okay.
Are we going to-
Are we able to get the virtual board up, please? And we can show you on the board what we are talking about.
No, he's making a move, so
He is making a move.
so that's virtual. Okay.
Yep.
So the idea was maybe to play c8, because then white doesn't want to play c7 anymore,
And why is that? That's just because it flips a lot of discs.
because it flips the whole all the discs that are close to the edge.
Yep.
That might give a lot of tempo. White then will just play b6, and black would have liked to play c7, but because there's no more disc on the c column, black cannot play there. So
Okay.
maybe that's why this was not a good idea. So yeah, let's.
So if we go back to the position,
how does it look like? And this move. Okay. If you decide you want to go to the top, you cannot play f1 because it flips all the east.
so white did play e1.
White played e1, not flipping anything on the e column. And that also means that white could continue with f1 unless black plays there. The advantage is if black plays there, white cannot play d1. So would be nice if white could just play d1, but now white might have to consider playing g1. But on the other hand, it's not really needed because d1 is not a great option for black to play after that either.
Why not?
Because it flips both c2 and d2,
Okay.
and then you end up with a big block of 3 discs on the edge and 4 discs of your color on the second.
Should we just?
No. Yes. No. White need to make another move.
Of
For
course, yeah.
example,
So if he went.
no, white plays here.
Yep.
Okay. Then you end up with this kind of.
Yeah, it flips a lot of pieces.
And you can also continue, and then suddenly G2, if you
G2
can
is
play, is a very nice move. He doesn't flip anything in the second row. Yeah. So he did play f1.
How is I hope this is okay after e1. Yeah, how is g1 here? I'm sorry if that's for a different move, but
Well,
yeah, how
it
is
looks
g1
like
here?
G1. The problem is that it's 3 on the edge and it's a C square, so potential to attack. For example, you could, if black would go D1, you kinda are forced to play C1. And now if the West would give a chance to sacrifice the A1 corner, Black would happily sacrifice that corner and play B1 and get the full North.
And just for those who don't know, to sacrifice at B1 looks like Black playing here. If White then cuts the diagonal, then if White takes a corner, Black can play here, and he gets a wedge, meaning that he is now threatening that corner there, the highlighted corner.
And he will actually do it because there's no way to prevent it because of the wedge. But more importantly would be a sequence like this. Black doesn't care to take it back, could just play this one.
Yep, because again, if White takes a corner, then Black gets the wedge.
Correct.
But in that case, if you just put it back to where it was just then, and White took the corner, and Black took B1.
Yeah.
Is that not good for White because they get the last move in the region?
Correct. The point about corner sacrifices, I mean, you usually give up one corner to get another, you give up one edge to get another. In this case, if the game would continue on the east side, means White has to have moves that will go to the east. Black has a big chance to fill up the second edge.
And White actually can't play A7 there as well to
That's
extend
another,
his edge.
Yes.
Right. So I think they've just played.
So we played.
Okay, so if we can just go back to the player view.
Actually, I could also show you. Oh, okay. Then.
Okay, if we could go back to the virtual board. Sorry.
So, one idea of White playing that C7 is to give Black the G5 move in order to play H4. And H4 gives White G4, which is then White and gives access to D1. Then Black can try to fight for that G4 access. But then, yeah, that's how will that edge play out. Maybe these players already have some idea.
I do think it's a big difference between very good players and players like myself. The idea that advanced players seem to be constantly looking at what they can sacrifice to get something more, and I would be looking to do that with corners and wedges and things like that. But for example, sacrificing a whole corner and a whole edge to get parity or something, or an extra move somewhere, is something that the advanced players seem to do that intermediate players like myself don't.
Especially at the very top level, parity is very, very often the key factor. Doesn't mean that the one that gets parity actually wins, but it often means that in order to keep the parity, you have to sacrifice too much. So the threat of losing parity is very strong. And if the top players think about parity already, some maybe even the opening choice, when they say, okay, in this opening line I will get the balanced 5 there and I have potential for parity even though the valuation is equal. At least in the mid-game, top players start thinking about, okay, I should really avoid cutting off this edge. And yeah, many intermediate players might just think in the last 10 moves, okay, where do I play my parity move? Yeah, that's different level. Yeah.
Yeah. Would there ever be a case in which you would sacrifice parity to get something? Or is parity
Sure.
always... Okay. How might that happen?
For example, if you can see the opponent is likely to run out of moves, if you take this unbalanced 5 and cut yourself off from that region which he could potentially exploit in the endgame. But you know, I play there and then he has to play somewhere, I play somewhere else, and he might not even have a good move anymore, and there won't be an endgame where this parity region is important.
Fair enough. So Arta is taking his time here. Kento has 33 minutes left and Arta has 21 now. What will he be looking at here?
Well, first of all, the obvious move, I would say obvious because it's a perfectly quiet move, just flipping one disc, which is also new because that C7 just opened up. This move is G5. But of course there was a reason white plays there, and so there's a likely line that continues with white continues with H4, and black might be considering, do I want to fight for the G4 disc and the access to D1, or do I do something else? White could also just ignore that H4 move and maybe play something at the bottom, like F8 comes to mind, maybe also E8, but I think F8 is much more interesting. Can black do something about that? Can black just play D8 now? Because then H4 won't be as good anymore. And he's completely different edge. Because that also gives him the option to play B6.
Yeah, because white can't play there at the moment. It would be a... If white had a piece on the diagonal between F2 and C5, then white could play B6 and it would be a nice move. A pretty move, as Jan de Graaf would say. But he can't play there, so that's black's reasoning behind playing there. Dimitri in the chat says that he would sacrifice parity for enough stable discs any day, and that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. So when will black play G5, or will white try to stop this move?
Well, white kind of wants G5 so that he can play H4. Well, he can play H4 now, but I think he wants H4 with the extra disc at D4, and I think it's better.
Can we show that on the board? Because I can't picture that. So if...
Can we see the board, please?
Could we have the virtual board up, please? Virtual board. Maybe. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
So if black plays this G5, then no, that's not white's turn. So let's go one back. Black, white, and now white has two threads, can play B6 or D1.
Okay.
And you cannot fight both.
So that's interesting because G5 looks really nice for black, but white, one of the methods of prevention is just to let them play it because it gives you an even nicer move in the future.
And if black wants to fight for that axis, then black could play h5, but then white has a nice h2, and black doesn't have the option to play g6.
Yep. So white has actually played h4.
And actually, if black would go for
Yep.
h2, that would be a stoner trap, I think.
Stoner trap. Let's just show that because they're always fun.
Yeah, whatever
So here,
black does.
because white has this diagonal, black wants to cut it on his next move, so he might do something like this. And then white can play here, meaning that if black plays here, then it will flip the g7 disc,
And that
giving
gives-
white the corner. So it gives white a corner, whatever black does.
And what I was talking about earlier is that white could play now to get that exit, but then this looks actually a little bit better than the other way around, and white doesn't have the option to play b6. So,
Absolutely.
what's the game now? Oh yeah, he did play that.
So now that white's played that, will black want to play g5? Or does it still give white something else?
Or maybe h6, because that way you
It
prevent...
takes away the access again
Yes.
to d1. So d1, yeah, is a nice move here for white, and black will probably be trying to look at stopping white being able to play there.
You could also imagine just ignoring that part and just continue with b6, and if white plays there, you actually do take it, and white has to find moves if it continues on that side. There's some odd regions here, and white needs to deal with it. I think this looks better for white, so I don't think this is going to happen, but at least you have to think about it. And the options we were talking about is either the quiet move with the problem that white would play there, then you can still take it.
Yep.
Or this move. And, well, it's about the access, so you can get it back, and then you just keep fighting for. And white cannot. Well, white could play there, but that would be very bad because black has a nice.
Will the players be able to see this far ahead? Is this something they'll be thinking about now in the game?
Well, I think they just started faster than actually thinking about the full line. They just think that can't be right. If they feel that might be an option, then they can easily think that far. Well, it takes a bit of time, but I think they can do it.
And that does seem to have been one of Kento's strongest points of his play over the past couple of days, is that he knows his openings very well, and he plays with and leaves quite a bit of time for his end games and the end of his mid game. So he is able to just kind of sit back and think along these long lines if he needs to. Are we able to get the view of the players back?
An interesting move would be h3, because white cannot continue on the with h5.
Yep.
And taking it would be also risky, because then you end up with the edge for sure.
Yeah. I guess we'll see what they choose to do. Could we get the feed with the players in it again, please? And do make sure that you check out the social medias. I've been repeating that non-stop, I know, I'm sorry, but if you haven't already, do. As well as subscribe, like this stream. Make sure you click the like button. That's important in terms of pushing the stream out there so we can share Othello with everyone. They're actually, just then mirroring each other's body language. Both have their arms crossed. Maybe I'll be a better player if I sit like that.
So there's a decision. He went for the obvious move, you would say, but of course he probably has an idea of how it will continue.
So he did play g5 there, which means that white can now play at d1.
Yes.
So if white plays d1, is that just an obvious move for white, or will there be another move that white could play here?
White always has the option to just play in the bottom, for example f8. You need to think about mutual plausible regions, so where does your opponent want to play? And the last couple of moves showed us that black didn't want to play into the north, so you don't have to play it now, unless you're afraid that you might lose that exit again.
Yep.
So if black doesn't want to play there, maybe that's a move you can keep for later. White has the option later to play g1 if not quite sure how the scenario would look like that g1 is actually more interesting than d1, but for now it's at least quite move. White could consider playing h6, inviting the wedge at h5. So it's h6, h5, and maybe g6. Well, the h6 move also gives option to play b6, and there's no rush to play g6.
A lean forward from Kento there. Clearly taking this game seriously, as you'd expect.
Yeah, he has twice as much time left.
He does, yes. Yes, Kento has 28 minutes compared to Arthur's, I'm going to say 14 minutes just because that's half, even though it's closer to 15. Why do you think that is? What has led to Arthur using twice as much time? Well, not twice as much time, having
it seems
half
to be
the time.
that Kento actually knew the lines much better. Arthur was out of book somewhat earlier, and maybe the positions weren't a little bit easier for white to find a good move. One good move, or I'm not sure the best move. That's important distinction. We have 35. How much was the final? 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
40 minutes.
I think. Oh, don't quote me on that. But
in all the other games we had 30 minutes.
Yep.
In the
semi-finals we had 35.
In the other games we had 30 minutes. So the half time is around the time, like in the middle of the game, which I'm not sure which move we have right now. But for Kento, this is like, usually he plays the opening that deep and has still 28 minutes left sometimes.
Yeah. Well, I saw some of your games from the open rounds. I think you finished a few games with quite a bit of time left as well.
Yes, I happened to run into some openings that I know quite deep. And after my opponents made a mistake, it was somewhat easy to find the right continuation, or a very good continuation. So I didn't need to spend so much time on it. And of course, if it gets complicated, then I want to have some more time. But sometimes it didn't get complicated enough because it was complicated from my opponents, and I had much time to figure out
during
what I
that
think
time.
they should be playing. They will try to find something else. If they find something else, then I use more time to think again. But I thought about the 1-2 moves that I expect,
Yeah.
and then I don't need to think too much. I need to make sure, okay, it's still my plan what I had earlier, but yeah, that's how I could play some quicker games.
Very efficient. Daniel has suggested bumping the time up to 45 minutes per game. I don't think you're taking, my poor commentator stamina into consideration there, but definitely a great idea. So, White just played b6, which was a nice, quiet move. He played it very quickly.
White played... No, White played...
I think it was there,
yes.
then
So yeah, the idea of h6 was to get access to b6, which he
Yeah.
already played. And let's... Yeah, it seems that Arthur wanted to prevent d1, so that's why he played h3.
but then White had b6. So who...
Now,
Yep.
interestingly, there's two white columns, D and C. So playing D1 as black is
Oh yeah,
suddenly not as bad anymore.
but he's chosen to take
Oh, no,
away the...
no, there's an interesting swindle. Do you see the swindle?
Let me
At
see.
C1. Oh,
At
sorry.
C1. Oh, of course. So if black plays C1 after white plays, then black will also be able to play D1. Because black won't flip the diagonal from C1 to H6, and so white will not be able to play in D1, meaning that black will get two moves.
Well, white is likely to play G1 after C1.
Okay, but that's also giving him kind of an uneven...
That's some potential.
Okay.
Or white could just ignore that and give black these two moves.
Yep.
But then it's a very big black area, and white suddenly could play moves like A2 and followed by B2, or
Right.
on the other side. But of course, a swindle means if you play both moves, opponent needs to find some other moves to play in between. And yeah, it's always about who's running out of decent moves first.
Santiago, it's good to have you with us. This is still game one of the overall finals of the World Championships 2022. So there will be another game after this, and potentially a third game, but it will be best of three, and the winner will be the world champion of Othello for 2022, and actually our first world champion since 2019.
And it's a new world champion because neither of them have been world champion before.
Indeed, yes.
So there is at least one obvious quiet move.
For
White
is White's go, so that would... Well, b7 is a quiet move, but I don't know that it would work. So a6?
Yes. B7 would not work because black could just quickly take
Indeed.
A8, and on the east side there's two empty squares after that, on the west side.
Yeah.
On the bottom there's three. That is a slight problem, but it also means white needs to play in there to fill it, because otherwise black just plays b8 or d8 and there would be 2 again. And that's sacrificing a corner for nothing important.
Sure. Every time you say on the east side or on the west side, I have to go through the never eat shredded wheat just to make sure I know where you're talking about. Yeah, so is there anywhere else white could play here other than a6, or is a6 quite clearly the best move?
How about f8?
F8.
But then
d8 is quite quiet for black.
No.
No? Oh no, it flips that way. So this is why I'm a commentator, not in the final. It's also why I have Matthias here.
Indeed.
Okay, so black might play c8.
If it's c8, then it invites d8, which invites g8, and then white wants to play b7.
Okay, so if black plays c8 here, white will play out the edge. Black will then have an edge of 5, which sticks towards the right-hand side of the board, meaning black can attack that.
And also we can start thinking about parity here already.
Yep.
You see 7 empty squares, so both players might want to play into that region.
Yep.
If black plays either a6, which is somewhat quiet, white might first just continue with d8, and later has the potential to sacrifice a8 to get a7. The other 2 moves at the bottom we just discussed. Black might go for the c1, which will just lead to the trade c1 g8 g1, and then again there's a parity region. After c1 there would be 5 empty in the a1 corner.
Yep.
And black cannot play in there. White can play in there later when he needs to.
And that's known as a tempo? That's the hesitation.
No, it's just a parity region that you can keep. I mean, white in the end wants to keep all regions even. This is an odd region, but white can just make this even whenever he wants to.
Okay. And yes, my never eat shredded wheat is a good mnemonic. I think naturally I would tend towards naughty elephants squirt water, but that one doesn't seem to be as well known, but it's the one I grew up with, so naughty elephants squirt water is what I actually say.
So the problem, if white takes now d8 and then c1, g1, there's not many moves left. Black can play h5 and then there's h2 afterwards, and you're still, what do you play?
Yeah. So what will white be trying to look to do here?
I feel like white is checking if the line that I just said is actually quite sure, or if he should find something else. Yeah, he's played this. He could have thought about playing b7 instead.
Yeah.
But you would only do that if you find the other ones doesn't work as good.
Sure.
Because it's sacrificing a corner.
And black, am I right in saying that black although g6 looks quite quiet, black can't play there.
Corsa for
Because-
Bosco.
Yep, which is when if black plays g6, then white can play h2, which has an edge with a hole, but black actually won't be able to play in there, meaning that white gets both moves. And that is
White-
something I
white
only
will get-
would have started
white
spotting
will get-
recently.
H2, H7 and H5. That's 3 moves after that mistake. And yeah, the opponent would be dead if he has to play 3 moves. I think now D1 might be at least something to consider, because C1 is obviously followed by G1.
Yep, and the whole D,
And you also-
the whole D column is white again.
Yes. That's why D1 is at least better than in the beginning. And after D1, there might be D1, C1, B1, or D1, B1, and then it's black's turn again.
So who would you rather be in this
I would
game?
certainly want to be white here,
You'd want to
because
be
I think
white.
black is really running out of moves here.
Mhm.
There's a few regions where white can play into to make it even. I mean, that means white usually is likely to get parity, even if you would have to sacrifice a corner or so to get it. I don't see a potential for diagonal tricks.
Yep.
Black cannot play B2 to get the diagonal. So the diagonals can still be cut in lots of different ways. So I'm afraid it's very strong for white right now.
What about B1 here? That has been suggested in the chat. Gains a tempo.
Yes, and that means that B1, C1, D1, and then it's white's turn.
So Arthur looks like he's counting a bit here.
Yes.
What will he be counting?
Maybe he's actually looking at that. Well, he's not looking to count the end results.
Yep.
But he's trying to look into the lines as deep. As I just said, B1, maybe C1, D1. And then what does white play? And I think one option might be A3.
Yep.
White could consider playing, sacrificing H1 soon after, but I'm not sure that's very easy to do, because white needs to find a move, and H2, H4, H5, and then G6, or first G6, and then...
Oh, what about, someone just suggested this C8, B8, D1 gets you the diagonal.
Yeah, what?
Black?
What?
So if white plays B8 here,
Yes.
and black plays D1, then black has the diagonal from bottom left to top right.
Yes.
Is that something black could be looking at here?
Indeed. White is not forced to take the diagonal. Maybe that's, you really need to think about it. So maybe that was actually a good way out of the position where I thought it would be losing. If white takes B8. Oh, black will not. What? No, black will not get the whole diagonal. Oh, yeah, the diagonal from B7 to G2.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. But black cannot continue. Well, black could play B7 because of that.
And white also has G6 saved for when they need it.
Yes.
Because obviously, as we talked about before, black can't play there. Otherwise, white could play h2 and then h5, because black couldn't play an h5.
But actually, he doesn't have G6 after the suggested line.
That's true. Yep, no, that.
And also
that's a
means
good point.
white cannot play B1.
Yes.
Because that many diagonal from C2 to
So
F4, 5.
would white be looking at g6 here? If he's going to lose it with the other.
Could also consider G1 because G1, D1, C1 is just a unbalanced 5, but gives access to H4 and G6.
Okay.
H5 and G6. White doesn't mind too much if black goes for G8 because then you can just sacrifice that. Yeah, A7, A8, B8.
Mm.
But yeah, this certainly made it more interesting than I just thought.
Yeah.
But white has other options to play. White could play A3, A2, which already switches the diagonal.
Yeah.
Then white could also play. No. I thought white could play B7, but that doesn't work because B4 is white in that sequence.
And we do now have 120 people watching this live stream. Yeah, so if you're listening as well, just comment in the chat which country you're from, where you're watching this from. It would be great to see the range of people and cultures that we have watching this final.
Okay, assume white takes B8. Black wants this diagonal threat, so D1.
Mm-hmm.
White cannot play G6. How about white plays H2, giving black the option to play H5. And then white still cannot play G2, right? No. Okay, so before doing that, so after B8, D1, I think white might want to go C1, B1, and then white could play H2. This is swindle coming. I think we should have a look at the virtual board.
Yep.
What was
Just first of all, list of countries that our viewers are from. First of all, we have the UK, Malaysia, Sweden, Germany, Russia, Sweden again, from Colombia, but watching from Germany, someone from Scotland, someone from Germany, and then Jamil, who was actually in the chat yesterday and the day before. Ever the Joker is from planet Jupiter, so we have aliens watching this. It's incredible. So if we could just go to the virtual board, please. Oh, and we have someone from Japan as well. Just so you know, the JOA, the Japanese Othello Association, their YouTube channel is streaming this final in Japanese. I believe Takahashi is actually commentating on that as well. He definitely was for the semi-final. So if you want to watch one in Japanese, go there, as well as watching the reigning world champion commentate, even if you might not understand. Be sure to check that out as well. Yeah, so if we could just quickly go to the virtual board, please. The iPad board. Let's see if that works. Virtual board, please. There we go, thank you.
So the line we were discussing was b8.
Yep.
Black takes the diagonal from...
That's quite a loud move as well.
Yes,
But he
but it
does get the
also
diagonal.
avoids... it doesn't give access to g6, which is somewhat interesting and kind of rare.
Oh yeah?
I think c1 would kind of force b1, and then white could play h2,
Okay.
giving up.
This is just something I wouldn't even...
The problem is, I thought white could just play here, get parity,
Yep.
but do you see the problem with this?
Black could play g1 there, couldn't he? And
Yes, getting a
diagonal.
spindle.
So the d1 move would be extremely powerful in this case, preventing that play even.
What?
The move to d1, grabbing the diagonal,
Yes.
would be preventative of this position here.
So white might play this one afterwards, and black still doesn't want to take the corner. There might be this second. Yeah, the diagonal using the diagonal control, but it's getting complicated, and I'm not sure. Well, I could imagine they are just thinking about this kind of situation already.
Yep. Okay. So some more countries that people are from. It's always good. We were from planet Jupiter, the last one. Since then there's, yes, someone from Japan, which we mentioned. Jason from Singapore. From Australia. From Chile. From Alaska. From the Netherlands. And from Vietnam. So I think that's a lot of different countries that people are watching from. From Switzerland as well.
Let's have a look at that other line.
Yep.
So I said he might be dead because he's running out of moves.
Yep.
This, what we call Bosco, is not as bad as it seems.
Okay.
Do you see why?
Let me have a look. So if white were to play h2 here, then black can now sacrifice on g7.
Yes.
What if... Oh, and then if white plays h5 here, then black can play h7.
Or the other one.
Or the
take,
other one.
Take one of them.
Okay, so that play on the right-hand side of the board isn't as dangerous anymore because it gives black the ability to sacrifice in the future and actually get parity in the bottom right-hand of the board.
So
if we can
they
go...
already played.
They have played a few moves. Could we go back to the feed of the players, please? And yeah, Andreas and his team are doing an amazing job with the stream, with switching the perspective. We're constantly asking.
So what did they play? He did play...
They've put loads of work into making this stream what it is.
This and...
So a big thank you to them.
Okay, now white went not for h2, well, the c1, b1, h2 version, but getting back that, not giving that diagonal completely. And yeah, if black was going to take h1, white will play h2.
h2.
h1, black h1,
Yep.
white h2,
Okay.
black h5,
h5.
white might go for g1.
Yep. And that's
has-
the parity in the top right as well.
Yes. Has access to the diagonal, and yeah, I think
The
that
h5 square at the moment is somewhere that white can't play. Is black able to save that for parity later?
no, because it's black's turn, and black only has x squares to play or c squares
Yeah.
to play, except this. I think it's really just x and c squares, except for h5. It would be interesting if there was another white disc somewhere at d5 so that black could play h2, giving up the corner that way and like giving up more just to get parity.
Yeah.
But black is really out of options here, I think.
And Arthur is a lot more animated in his counting, his looking ahead, whereas Kento, as we've seen numerous times throughout this tournament, is very unemotional and sits there, takes in the board. It's quite amazing to watch. He's an absolute machine. He doesn't seem to make any mistakes. So black did play h5.
White could consider even playing b7. After all, that's a parity region, and but also white could just go for h2 and give up h1, which was the original plan. After h2, black might be tempted to play g1 just because of the diagonal control, and maybe he's even Kento's even considering if this is really a threat he should be worried about. Is there no other way to cut the diagonal? And indeed, it doesn't look very easy to cut the diagonal.
Yes. Can white? Oh, I don't know. Can white just play g6?
It's certainly a possibility. And if black plays h7, then what?
Then g2?
One?
G1.
And then maybe h2?
Oh yes, true.
How do you get to the diagonal?
Yeah, no, that's a good point. That's the kind of thing I miss.
Well, there's only 3 minutes left for Arthur.
Yep, it is white's move, so Arthur will be trying to think a lot as Kento's time ticks down.
So he did take the diagonal. He doesn't care if he gives up that one edge. White keeps parity. There's no much tricks, I guess. But of course, what happens after black playing h7 now? White is, I guess, going for g6. But what other options does black have? Okay, the other game finished.
Oh, so this will be the fourth playoff.
And it looks like Michele was right, and
Yep.
the big white win.
I'm
Congratulations.
not sure what the score was, but that's a definite white win, so that puts Michele Borassi in third place for this tournament, and Katie from Finland in fourth place. So it's interesting. We've seen Finland really step up for this tournament and play extremely well. They came second in the team category for the tournament, and that's with only one of their players getting through to the semi-finals as well. So really great consistency from Finland this tournament.
And I just moved to Switzerland, so maybe these two guys will be in my team in the future.
That would be quite scary to play against for everyone else, so... How is Switzerland? Are you enjoying it there?
I just love it, yeah.
Lots of chocolate?
Well, I
Chocolate
especially
and
like the nature. That's just like
Yeah.
going out hiking in winter and summer. It's just amazing.
Do you speak French?
Only a little bit.
A little bit. Does a little bit mean quite a lot and just less than your English, or...?
No, I had French at school and I repeated later in life, but I am not fluent enough to actually have a conversation.
Okay.
I can read the strategy guide in Othello in French and understand.
I mean, that's
probably
all
a
that
lot.
matters in life. As long as you can read the strategy guide in Othello.
If I know the topic, it's I understand surprisingly much. And reading it's
Yeah.
different than fast French speaker. But, yeah.
Of course, yeah. If there's one thing I've learnt from my stay here, it's that French people speak quickly, especially compared to a French exam where it's nice and slow. Yeah, so Arthur is down to 1 minute and 25 seconds. So again, doing his thinking in Kento's time.
Of course, the discount may matter in the third game if there's a draw in the second game. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it is a good point about
Or even if,
discount,
it's
though.
if there's a draw in the third game.
Yeah.
White could play b1.
No, discount will matter. It's discount first and then where they finish in the tournament.
Yes.
So White, whoever loses will be trying to lose with as many discs as possible, just for if they draw their final game.
And there's b1. And it works because there's a blank C column.
Yeah. When will Kento have seen that? Because that's beautiful.
For Kento it doesn't really matter because he will get many discs anyway in that sequence. Yep. I don't know if he had prepared, thought about that a long time ago. Not that it's just one. You look at the position and think, okay, I will win, but let's see if I can maximize it somehow.
Yep. So Karapo in the chat. So it's basically if one colour wins the first game, the other colour wins the second game. If they draw the third game, it's done on discount as to who won. If it's still equal after that, then it's whoever finished highest in the open part of the tournament. The person that finished highest in the open part of the tournament gets to choose the colour as well. So I was talking about European tournaments I've played in, but it's slightly different here, so that's how it works here. And Santiago, I am from England, yes. I'm the son of Guy Plowman, who is also from England. Will White play A2?
Or A3.
A2, yeah.
But A2 has the advantage of not giving H7. White could play G8. I think G8 might actually be just getting the mini diagonal, getting the big diagonal, getting the parity, not giving up that B1 to H7 diagonal.
Yep.
That's quite some discs that are in the center, which you might not reach later with the other moves.
Sarah Plowman in the chat. Son of who else? So yes, I am the son of Guy Plowman and Sarah Plowman. I do have parents, I am human.
So that's what you would say if you weren't?
True. Maybe I'm not human. If I weren't human, maybe I wouldn't even know. Very well, so it's interesting here. It finishes with one empty square, so that empty square in the score actually goes to white. That's the way
How did that one
this
stay
game
empty?
works.
How did that one stay empty?
So it has finished 45 to 19? Yes.
That's
Just
a
trying to
very
do
big
maths
win.
in my head to make sure it adds up to 64.
That means for the second game, Arthur really needs to play for a win. He cannot afford to play for a draw,
Yeah.
because then he would have to play for a big win in the third game, and that is, yeah.
An exciting
Very
game
hard.
though. It was close to the end. Does Guy still always wear a hat? I didn't know he did before. He definitely does sometimes, yes.
Are the players joining us now?
No, maybe. I'm not sure. I guess we'll see.
We will
sit
find
here
out.
and wait. Find out.
Okay.
Show us your birth
So
certificate.
how did you like that first final game so far?
I enjoyed it. I think I'm going to go away after this and get up to 2,000 rating online.
Good luck with that.
My brain feels stretched. Yeah. What were your thoughts on the actual game?
There were some very interesting lines to consider. Yeah, Kento played a very nice finish, taking that diagonal back from the diagonal control that Arthur tried to get. Yeah, I think it was quite some beautiful game, and okay. No, they're not coming. Okay.
Thought someone wanted to talk to us, but we're too scary. Intimidating here. Yeah, I think there was that the D1 move by Black, which took the diagonal.
Yes, that was
That
very interesting, and
made
it
it
had to be
exciting.
prepared by playing C8.
Yeah. So where do you think the game was won for White?
Well, I have no idea about the middle game, but Kento was better prepared. He knew that line better at least, and he seemed to be comfortable, only spending very few minutes in the middle game. I didn't see a position where I thought, okay, Black has this easily.
Yeah.
There were lots of regions where White should somehow get potential out of parity regions. In the middle, it looked a little bit like that diagonal control could be something. So it didn't feel like easy White win, but it also didn't feel too scary for White in any
Yeah.
point.
Again, I think it was quite a straightforward game of Othello, which is just the kind of game that Kento likes to play, and is good at from watching him during the rest of the tournament.
I agree.
And I think it's quite difficult to avoid that, because to play an exciting move for Arthur means playing a move that is in theory worse to a computer most of the time.
Which he did with the opening choice.
Yep.
He avoided a draw, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
But he's not able to play completely perfectly in the opening just because Kento seems to know every single draw line. So, yeah, it's a question of strategy for Arthur here, because he can't play for a draw, because that will mean he loses.
And even if Kento only knows half of the draw lines, how do you know which ones are the one that he might? And if you just happen to run into the line that he knows,
Yeah, true.
you are going to.
These Japanese players know every opening. Jamil, there is a second game. If Kento wins the second game as well, he will be the world champion. If he doesn't win the second game, it will go to the third game. It is first to 2 wins. So if they draw the second game, it will go to a third game as well.
Yes. And in that case...
And here we actually see Takahashi and Murakami, two past world champions, commentating on the Japanese stream together.
The last world champion and...
The three-time world champion.
3 times world champion. The last one was 2000.
Yep.
It was my first world championship.
The year I was born. So, what an amazing sight, though. That's something you don't see every day.
Nice background. We are missing that background here.
What an amazing venue. What a great job from the tournament organisers. I mean, look at that view. Although they've chosen to zoom in on the Eiffel Tower instead of the two Othello greats, but there we go. The Eiffel Tower is also quite nice. And Murakami has been telling us about how he still plays in the Japanese tournaments, but players such as Takahashi are so strong now. It's difficult for him to qualify, which is amazing to show the progression of Othello, given that Murakami himself is a 3 times world champion and one of the legends of Othello. In the chat, why don't you just tell us, do you prefer cats or dogs? Maybe say why. I'm a cat man myself. I'll always take a cat over a dog, but dogs are good. Those pegs for the coats look a bit like cigarettes. Yes, it is an incredible view. There's been a lot of work that has gone into this tournament. It's only the second World Championships that I've actually attended. I couldn't qualify as a player with people like my father, Imre, David Hand, all better than me. Although I tried my best. So I'm here talking about the games to you. Yep, and here we can actually see the room where all the players at the World Championships here in Paris are able to watch the games as they're happening on live.
I see myself.
Oh yes, there's Matthias somehow he's telling me I'm not human. I mean, he's in 2 places at once here, so. Cats are perfect indeed. That's it, the correct choice.
The official Othello boards.
Yes. There is Emmanuel, looking snazzy as always. It's always interesting to see which shade of yellow his t-shirt is. He's gone for a nice peachy orange today. Yes, I wonder if Matthias and I could take a selfie quickly to post on the Instagram of the World Othello. I found the login, so if I can work out how to take a photo. There we go. We are actually on the screen as well, so they're watching us be devious. I will post that. Make sure to go and check out the World Othello Instagram. The link is down at the bottom of the screen, just at World Othello. So I will post this selfie. Someone in the chat suggest a caption, please, and I will use it.
Yeah, we've got
Hello, Dad.
Imre and Paul. So, do you want to do the final one?
No.
No, sorry. Could we...
Yep, yep. 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 Y
But do you want to do the next
Quantum
one?
entanglement.
Final.
Yeah, if there's one.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Well, you've just done this one, so.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to do
And
as
Paul,
well,
Paul
but-
Val's turned up as special. Hello and welcome to the second game of the final in the Open tournament of the 2022 World Othello Championships. I'm Guy Plowman and I've got semi-finalists and finalists and winners of previous World Championships with me, Paul Rowell and Imre Lieder. This second game, it continues to be between Kento Urano and Arthur Junier of Japan and Sweden, respectively. And I wasn't watching the first game, so Imre, could you give us a brief recap as the players get ready to start?
So in the first game, Arthur was black, and they knew the opening quite a long way, it seemed, and then it was close in the early mid-game, but as the mid-game developed, it seemed that Kento developed an advantage, and then he very carefully kept his advantage, and although Arthur tried to complicate things, it seemed Kento was always ahead. Would you agree, Paul?
Yes, I think Arthur have to play the H1 corner before to take the edge, east edge. Yes, and so should have been more disc than in this game. Yeah.
But he wouldn't have been winning.
I don't know.
So now we're very interested to see what happens when Arthur is white. We want to see what's going to happen. Okay, off we go.
And here we are at the board. The names are the right way round, which is a good start.
With the enormous 40 minutes per player.
The first move was very, very good. The first move.
And they both used their time wisely in the last game. Well, they both used their time.
So white could do the normal move 6, which is c5. He could do the Feldborg or the grey move 6 to g6. He could do the Berg move to g4. All these are possible things. Let's see. Oh, he's chosen the Berg move. Matthias will be honoured and pleased. Okay.
Yeah, Matthias was in here, obviously, for the first game, and on leaving, he had a conversation with Imre where he was predicting this opening would be played.
This is not the line that Matthias thought might be played. But it's an interesting line. It's a line where black has to be careful. At some points, it looks as though black will get h3 and h6 and a free move. But it doesn't quite work out like that.
Imre, had you been passed the birthday congratulations from Sarah Plowman?
Oh, no, thank you very much.
Okay.
Very kind, very kind. Very kind.
I didn't know if it was sent in the last game or not.
Okay, I'm now out of my book, certainly, with this g3 move.
Well, I was out of my book with the g5 move.
So Arthur is more quiet in this game than in other game because he is white, and the position is equal at this time, and there is no a lot of trap for white. I think.
Would you play d3 now as white?
d3 is the easiest move, yes.
And then how do you reply to black playing f7?
I think Arthur is going to think into that, yes.
And
d3, f7.
I think d3 to a lot of people would be the obvious move, but black has obviously prepared to play this, and therefore knows what he's going to be responding to that. So, if you're out of book, you stop and you think, what is it that they've prepared? Am I missing something that happens after the obvious move?
So Kento played g3 quickly, so he's clearly still in book. And Arthur looks like he's thinking rather than trying to remember things. So I believe Arthur is now out of book, but we can ask him afterwards.
Yeah.
So if Arthur plays d3 and then Kento plays down to f7, I mean, white could start playing at the left to c3 or b5, but they look a bit
b5.
kind of spread out. You think b5 maybe?
Yeah, maybe. But maybe there is another way now for white by playing e7 or d6. But d6, the problem is with e7. It's complicated. with e7 before, I don't know.
Maybe Arthur is planning, did that move to set up c6 for next move. So maybe Arthur's planning that if black goes e7, which of course looks lovely as Paul says, then he can go to c6.
Yeah.
But then black has f7.
It's possible that that Arthur is always in the opening. It's possible.
You think he still knows it?
Yes.
So you think he was trying hard to remember?
Yeah.
Or maybe choosing between two different lines.
Yeah.
If he's thinking that Kento is prepared for him, then he may have a favoured opening and a slightly less favoured one that he thinks hasn't been prepared for.
Yeah.
He might go for that option.
Could be.
And when you've got 40 minutes, you have the luxury of having such breaks.
It's one of these lovely early mid games where it looks like any move now could be fatally bad because so much is happening everywhere. It's just very scary.
Yes, and I mean that Arthur is always in the opening because it was another player surely have to think much time.
Longer. Could be.
Longer time.
Could
yes.
be. So can we, if we as white play d3, then black has this quite annoying a7. So we could play can we play c3 to wait with d3, or do bad things happen?
Oh no, this is good thing. I think c3
C3.
no, yeah. Because black cannot flip the a5 or g6.
But c7 after c3.
And then we do d3.
Yeah, and then...
Then he has to think. Then black has to think. And black could play e7, but there's a huge black wall. So
it's quite a block as well, though.
Quite a big block. Yeah, it's a very, very interesting position. Wow. Very, very interesting position.
And black also has maybe some options on the right.
At the moment, this feels easier for black than white. I feel I'd rather be black in this at the moment.
I think strategically, white haven't to go to the west now. For example, b5. I don't think it's a good move because after the b5 disc will flip another disc.
Oh, it's poisoning. Yeah,
it's poison. Yes.
Yeah.
So if he cannot play at the west, there is only c3. Yes, because h3 is not so good. So c3, yes.
Can black play d3 after white c3?
Yes. I mean, it's legal.
But then maybe white then has things like f2 or something.
Oh, yes. I think he heard you, Imre. He said, okay, I should have to play c3, but Kento play d3, so I played d3 before.
White is playing nice and centrally, so if he can survive the next few moves, but especially what does he do after c7?
b4? I mean...
b4 or b3, yeah.
But that gives lots of black nice moves at the top.
They have replies, so yeah. So
that's what it is, and that would have been true even after c3 d3. There's lots of nice moves opened up, but most of them have replies. It's just the other way round. It's the replies are for white now rather than for black rather than for white.
So after c7, do we like b3 maybe? Okay, black has e2, but then white has moves like d2.
Yes, I think white have to care to don't have poisoned like b5 or b4. b4 it's. Yes, I don't know. If c7, b3 as b4, it's complicated. But maybe before, after c7, I don't know.
What do you think about? Do you think c7, d8 is just going to poison white a lot for later?
Yes, but poison, not poison at the west coast, but poison on the south coast. On the
Yeah, on the south edge, maybe. Actually, out of interest, where does black actually play? If we do have c7 and then d8,
Yes, I
where
think
does
maybe
black
it's
actually play?
yes.
Maybe it's possible. It's a short-term advantage. Maybe
I think you are right. Yes, c7 d8 is better maybe than b3. Yes.
F7.
we mean
So after this,
After d8.
and then
now maybe d8.
D8, and then
Also,
F7.
something else I'm
F7 I
something
like
else
after that.
possible.
You said what does
F7, yeah,
black
could
play
be.
after?
e7 after. Yes.
Could be f7, e7. Could be. There's also a slightly annoying thing that black can go to h5 at some point. Of course,
Yeah.
h5, h4, h3 does poison black to the north, but maybe it's for later. It's a possibility. Oh, very tight position. Everyone's got poisoning discs.
Yes,
It's
but
very
not,
nice
it's not a
position.
poison to the east because it's the edge. On
No,
the
but
edge is not a poison. I mean.
But it poisons to the north. I mean,
Yeah,
if we have
okay.
h5,
Yes,
h4,
yes,
h3,
yes.
then it poisons later to the north.
Yeah.
So do you think, would you play d8 now or b3 or something else?
No, I think d8 is a good move. Yes. Strategically, maybe it's better than b3 because b3 after in the game it will be not good after. D8 no. Unlike like said Guy, D8 on after F7 or maybe H5.
So if we're playing d8, we have to deal with Guy's f7 reply.
Or a couple of choices, h4, h5 on the right-hand side as well. You'd have to have a plan to deal with all of them.
I kind of imagine that after h5, maybe just h4 is okay. Because h5, h4, h3, there's such a horrible poisoning to the north later on. I bet that's good for white.
But now, when sometime a long time ago, I played b4 in this position, but it's dangerous, I think now. But I played it before. It's possible before too, yes. Because if you play before, you play b5 after with white, and you may play e7. You have a lot of disc move, but.
I think
he didn't like our d8 idea. Okay, well, he's in the semi-final. He's Arthur. He knows what he's doing.
And it seems to be the sensible option. He's playing a move which essentially is still within the rules of playing well in the mid game, rather than having to form a strategy right now.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, unless the north now plays badly for him. Yeah. I'm worried that
I don't think it does play particularly bad for him. As we said before, there seem to be
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think you're right. It looks okay.
responses
actually.
to.
Right move.
There's lots of nice black moves up towards the north, but all of them have a white response. And bit by bit, because it's white's wall, it makes it worse for black.
Yeah. If there's no danger, I presume, with things like f7, e8, f8, is there? Because then white just goes to b5. I'm just checking that. Are we scared of black playing f7?
It's not a problem, I think.
I think it's a decent. I think it's a decent move. I wouldn't be scared.
I'm just worried that he's going to run white out of moves. I wonder.
I don't think he's afraid by f7 because f7, h7, and after white for black.
Then f8.
F8, and so white may play
And then do you
b5.
play b5? Yeah, that's
Well,
what I'm
b5.
looking at. Yeah.
On if a5 after, it's another game. Yes, it's.
That's also yeah. But there's a big black thing around there.
Yes. The problem for black is if he played f7, he cannot play h5 after.
True. So maybe, I see you're right, Paul. So maybe if this sequence happens at 7, then maybe later even white could even play h3 if he needs a tempo.
Yes. So, maybe he play h5 before. On
maybe now.
Yes.
But then now white is threatening b5 and b6.
h5 and after on b5 he played a7, and he sank to give two other move b6 on the f7 at the white. I mean black group is disc. But the problem is, like you said, Imre, before, not I think before, not the move, but before, it was h5. It's not a poison, but a little poison because it poisons the move f7, and it poisons the north.
Exactly, poisons the north. Yeah, it's not poison itself. That's right, but it gives a big poison to the north. Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, you have these two possibilities. Yes.
It's also true that after h5, h4, h3, then it's hard for black to play down.
Yeah.
Unless he has a clever way to run white out of moves. Maybe h5, h4, h3, then white b5. I don't know.
I think it's complicated for Kanto because these two ways seems equal, and it's very hard to choose before two ways who seems to be equal. It's better than what you are. Yeah.
And there's nothing clever. There's nothing clever he can do in the north, is there? There's no good move for black in the north, is there?
I think yes, he cannot. He didn't want to go to the north, and he didn't want to go in b4. So, and he's losing time because.
So we're coming to accept that b3 was a good move, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nice move, Arthur. Okay, we're coming to understand b3.
Yes, b3. In fact, yes. Like say, guy, it is a good move with a kind of move. I think quite move. Yes, quite move. The move, the white don't have to think a lot. Black have to think a lot.
Yeah, it's very true.
Also, it's a good move because you.
That's very true.
Your opponent think a lot. Oh, he takes the north. So.
But we told Kento there was no good move to the north. So why is he playing to the north?
He's desperate already, obviously.
So what's he planning? What is he planning?
I think his plan. I think his plan is that he heard us, Imre, and the guy, and he thinks that the south and the east are not good. So there is only the north.
Well, when we said there's no good move, it's not that they're not okay moves.
It's just that after this black move and a white reply next to it, it's black's move.
It does slowly get worse for black if you keep playing up there. But if you can do a move up there that gives you an advantage somewhere else, then
but we can't see that. Yeah,
we can't see it yet. We maybe haven't looked in the right place.
We're missing something. But, of course, if the f6 disc was black, it would all be different. Because then, if d2, then f2, and no access to c3 and so on. But I can't see any such trickery happening at the moment. So, Paul, would you play d2 or f2 now?
I don't know at this time, but I know that, Guy, you are right, that I think if Kento plays this e2, that means that Kento thinks that he's not so good in this game now. I think so. Yes, not so good now. He's not quite, I think. So before, instead d2 or f2 or b5, I think d2 maybe.
Oh yeah, there's still d5.
D2, yes, because the f2 it poisons the north.
That's a good point. Good point, Paul. Yeah, that's a very good point.
But
another interesting, once c3 is played, then b4 may be nicer for black. So it could be that if we have, for example, d2, f2, c3, then black can play b4, but the d2, f2 has put those two horrible black discs at e2 and f2, which is very spread out, and that's probably good for white. Yeah,
a lot of disc for.
Oh, that's interesting. Black, So I feel I like d2 at the moment.
Yes, I think it's quite move like b3. If Arthur is on the same ways, you have to play d2. I mean the way of...
We're saying philosophy as b3. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Arthur, listen to us. Once we said philosophy, then he obeyed.
Jamil has pointed out that Kento should really be wearing a black mask now.
Oh, because he's black. Very clever. Good comment.
He had a black mask before the game. before.
Oh, did he?
No, I don't see.
I did. So, is F2 anything to worry about? And also, if F2,
Yeah.
do we just play C3 or do we play E1? Are we scared of F2, C3, C1? And are we scared of F2, C3, B4?
I think it's complicated, yes.
Yeah.
So after F2, would you automatically play?
No,
C3. I didn't see
C3?
I didn't see why to play. You could play E1. You
E1,
could play
yes.
E1.
You
E1
may
looks
play
really, really
Yeah,
interesting
you
to
could
me.
play E1, but I'm worried that the white's on the outside for no reason. Black gets C3. I don't see why white would put his discs on the outside at the top.
But Kanto maybe play before. I'm sorry.
Oh, before now.
Yeah, now, yes. I mean now.
Okay.
Before and after
Okay.
C3 and after
And then
F2.
And then we do have to go to E1.
Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
then we'd have to go
yes.
to E1. Right, I see, Paul.
But it's not
Interesting.
But it's not sure because when white play E1, you don't flip the disc F2.
Yeah, that's right.
It's
that's
a
right.
problem for
Problem for black, yeah.
Yes.
And those two isolated discs, F2 and G3, don't look so nice for black.
Yeah.
Interesting.
It's a problem, yes.
Another option is F2, C3. So if F2 is followed by C3, then black could try and pull to the edge with C1.
Yeah. Only if Kanto play B4, he may play after F7 because he takes the control, but it's not so good for the poisoned.
You mean white? Sorry. Say it again. If black B4.
Yes. And
Then
after
white-
black, I don't know white, but black F7. Yes.
Go down to the bottom.
But
That looks like it's not so worrying, probably. It
Yes,
feels
it-
like it's not so worrying.
yeah, maybe he think about that or about F2. Yes. But I mean, we said he never plays north, or now I said he never plays to the east. But,
Maybe never.
but maybe he play H4.
Yeah, it's true. We definitely decided he couldn't play there, and he played there to the north. I still don't understand. I'd love to see the reason for
He plays
E2 being
E2, yes,
played. I'd
yes.
love to learn.
To
Maybe
ask
we'll
a
learn.
question. Yes.
Which, interestingly, he played it, Arta played his response, and Kento is thinking a long time, which either means that he didn't have a clear plan, or it means that he didn't spot something, which is unlikely, and he's having to rethink the plan that he had. So he seems to have played D2 without, E2, without having a clear plan afterwards.
Yes, I think.
Could be. Yeah, because D2 was the obvious reply. Yeah, maybe he maybe found a problem with what he planned to play.
Yeah.
Quite possibly.
That was the second of the two things that I was trying to articulate.
So if black F2, where would you play? C3 or E1?
Yes.
I still don't quite like E1. Even though I agree about the F2, G3, I worry white taking some edges. Maybe it's okay.
Yes.
Sorry, after what?
After
F2, C3.
the question is, where do you play?
After
After F2, I'm not that keen on white E1 somehow, because it's taking needless edge and influence.
Yes, E1 is look like quite, but like you said, it's poisoned the H4.
Yeah, that way, yeah. And the alternative is if F2, C3, okay, if black goes B4, then of course we're going E1. and then so if F2, C3, I think if black B4, white E1, but then I don't know what to do if F2, C3, C1.
Yes, problem, yes.
which Daniel Tronen is also suggesting
okay.
as the
Who's suggesting that?
Daniel Tronen.
Oh, hello, Daniel. Hello. We're glad you're following. Glad you're giving good advice. Maybe after C1 we'd then have E1.
Yes.
Actually, this looks fine, doesn't it? Yes. This looks fine. So F2, C3,
C1 on E1.
C1, E1, which flips the D2 disc back, but maybe it's okay.
But white, black after may B4.
Oh, I see black keeps B4. Oh, now Paul's got a point there. So that's a worry now. I see it. Paul's right. So the worry is that after F2, if C3, then black's playing C1 and keeping B4 for later.
Yes.
That is a good point.
But that's one of the reasons that E1 is to be considered
Yes.
after F2 immediately.
Interesting. It looks like Black's got to find something good.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Cool.
I think it's
Oh,
the same
beautiful
thing.
central move.
Yes, I think it's the
Nice
same,
move.
same thing. He heard us and he think it's not a good way, so he plays this one like you. But I think here he have plan.
But I also it's possible that this was his plan, this move, and he had so much to check about, because this loud move, there are so many white things he has to check. That took him some time. So, that's a beautiful move. I love that move.
Checking it, playing it, and then checking it all again. Yeah.
That's a very...
Especially because the C2 move looks incredibly natural.
We loved Arthur's D3 move earlier on, because it made everything central for him. And similarly, this C3 move is just loved. What a lovely move. Now, if white C2 and black D1, is that just a pointless pair for white, or is it sensible?
I think there is a good way with C2, D1 and after B5. Because B5, when the black flips the C5 disc, B5, usually you may play F1.
So you want C1, sorry, you want C2, D1, B5?
Yes, on B5 and after.
And if black plays B4 in reply?
Yes, because with B5 you may play F1 after, a long time after, I mean. And so if black plays B4 or B6,
so you'd want to aim for F1?
Yes, because before to play F1, white have to play B4 before F1, but white have a lot of possible move. So C1 is C2 is not a bad move, I think. Yes, he seems to be a bad move, maybe, but I don't think he is a bad move.
That's a very Paul Rowell kind of move, actually, going to F1. It's very clever. It takes a lot of discs diagonally, but it gains a tempo. That's very much style of you from a long time, only 30 years ago.
Going to F1 from where?
So Paul is saying, play C2, D1, then do something on the left, like, say, B5,
or B4.
Which is, I think he wants B5.
Okay.
And then say something else happens, like say B4, and then, courtesy of the B5 disc, play to F1. Try and get a tempo around there.
Yes, not just after, but if black don't play B4, white play B4, and after F1.
Also true, right. So you're saying B5 pretty much forces B4 in reply.
Yes, also it's very interesting for white. Yes, I think.
Okay.
But this has suddenly gone from... This is basically a beautiful game now, this fantastic move. Very enjoyable game to be watching.
So we've revised my previous view that he'd either missed something or hadn't got a plan.
Well, none of us generated C3, so that's really lovely to see.
So we now think when he played E2, he had this plan, but it's such a pivotal move that he wanted to check everything again first.
Possibly, yeah. Who knows? Possibly.
Yeah. We'd like to think.
Yeah.
Because the problem of to play, there is another way, but it's not so good way. If you play C1 on D2 on B4, on the black play B5, on the white play E7, it's not good. It's not so good because black may play B6 after. Because the disc C5 is
yes. Okay.
So I don't like this. I prefer to play B5
and
after
not before. That's very
yes.
sensible, Paul. Very sensible.
I don't know if Arthur usually plays this kind of move. I don't know. But I think a Japanese player, I think Kanto, knows this kind of move, I think.
But it looks like C2, D1 is the right thing to do almost anyway. I mean,
yes, it's possible that he don't
And one
play.
more question, what happens if C2, E1, then what happens?
Yes, maybe you are right, E1 instead of D1, yes.
Mm. And have you thought about B4 now?
The B4 straight away. I presume it's just black B5 after that.
But
And does that make any difference if you then play c2, d1? Is there a difference between that and...
yes, no, you are right, because I think we flip the c3 disc, but in fact now but if you play b4, you flip the disc c3. It's a little bit different. Little bit, and it's poisoned a little bit. I mean, there is more disc, the white disc.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
He's looking for f2, c2.
Yes, I think he thought c1 wasn't a good move. So
c2 wasn't a good move.
C2, yes,
Okay.
sorry. Yes, yeah.
Okay. Or maybe he's just planning that if f2, then c2. In fact, maybe he's playing c2 next, whatever black does.
Yeah.
And again, just to check, there's never a nice black move in the bottom of the board. And on the right, there's occasionally an okay black move, like there'll be h5 if f3 turned white,
Yeah.
but that looks so horrible for later that I imagine white isn't worried. After f1, does white just still just go to c2? Or after f1, does white play f2?
f2.
And then black takes the edge at d1. Yeah, that looks like it's going to end up being okay for white, I would have thought.
I think Arthur, when he play e1, he look every combination, every move. Now I think he look for f2, c2, extra.
Mm-hmm.
He looks every.
Hopefully, he should have checked. Yeah, he should have checked all those.
Yeah.
Yes. So after f2, it looks like c2. This looks fairly straightforward. And if after f1, then what happens?
What, after f2, c2,
No, sorry, if
f1?
no, just straight to f1. What if
Okay.
black goes to f1 now? White can play c2. That looks fine, actually, doesn't it? And then black f2 and white
Or
d1.
h4. Yeah, after f1.
And
I mean,
H4 exists. I just can't believe it's good.
f1.
But it open. Oh no, it doesn't. Sorry, no. Complete errant thinking.
Black f2, white c2.
c1. Oh no.
Could be.
Yeah, black, white, black.
Okay. So we've assumed Arthur's playing c2. Let's see if we're right.
Yes.
F1 looks horrible, so F1 C1 looks ridiculous. There's no reason to play F1, right?
Yeah.
And there's no reason to come across sudden. Well, you could play.
Yes.
Is there any reason to play B4, B3, B4, B5? I kind of doubt it. There can't be. It must be C2, mustn't it? Has to be.
But if you mean, if he plays C2 on the black plays C1, maybe he play F1. I think
I agree with you.
or
Then F1 and then D. Yeah. So if black
Yeah.
C1, then white F1 and D1
yeah.
which gives black a horrible edge in one tempo. Okay. So suppose black C1, then we're saying white F1
Yeah.
to be followed by D1 soon if we need to, and black gets one boring move to H5 in the meantime. But isn't that quite bad for him? Doesn't it poison him for later?
I think Arthur is going. He's going to have a better position now. Yes, I don't think he's going to win, but I think he's going to have a good position. Yes.
You don't think he's definitely winning?
Yeah.
But he'll be in the lead. Okay, yeah.
Because he is white on the. It's a middle game on the.
It's interesting that Kento's preserved the white disc at B3. Which is always making life. It's always horrible for white to play on the left-hand part of the board at the moment.
Maybe there is A3 for black. and after
that's interesting thought.
f3. But I want to take the edge.
You want to play white?
I mean, black want to take the north edge. Maybe, yes.
White. I assume white's playing d1 here, but
I think it's complicated for black now. Even if he played, Arthur played d1, okay, I don't see anything else. d1 now.
I think d1 looks sensible, and
D1.
that must be Arthur's plan. And then can black play b1? Is there any reason for black to play b1?
Yes, b1, but before he have to play a3, because the disc b3 to play d1.
No, if white d1 can't...
You mean white doesn't have access to c1?
Yes.
Right, but as Paul pointed out, there is the b3 disc to diagonally cut back in.
You have to flip
No.
So
If white
doesn't gain a tempo.
No. If white plays d1,
Oh, right, d1's already gone.
yeah, then black can play b1, and then white has to go to g1. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying it's a funny concept, that's all.
It's funny when you're thinking out loud because good thinking can lead to bad moves. And it's still good thinking, and you don't know unless you look.
There's such things trying to be too clever. Yes. And if not, would that be so bad? I don't know. Or if d1 c1, then it's white's move, and where does white play? That's another. So maybe d1 c1 is also interesting for black.
I think if white play d1, black play h5, but I don't know.
But what would you do, supposing white plays d1 and black plays c1, then where does white go?
But I don't like c1 for black because h3.
h3 to...
And after d8, if black play
and d8.
h3,
Aha,
yes.
that's what I was missing. I see.
Yes.
Okay, that's sensible, Paul. I understand.
Or d3 c1. Is there then any point in playing b4? Because the obvious move can be met down to the edge diagonally.
Could be, yes, could be.
And then it's black to move.
That's an interesting thought by Guy. So Guy says if black c1, maybe white can play b4.
Before. Yes.
And
then if b5, then a6.
Yeah, there's other things going on as well, though, because a4 doesn't flip horizontally for black, for example.
Yeah.
But, okay, so now...
I think he played h5, not h4. Yes, h4 is possible.
He played h4, that's very interesting. Oh. Again, he's very nicely leaving the top edge, which is probably sensible. He's leaving this at b3. Yeah, so this is all coming from black's very clever c3 loud move.
He played. I think he played parity on the northeast because if Arthur played h5, he played h3 on the. And after he played h3, and even if
g2.
G2, not g2 now, but just after.
Yeah, maybe now it doesn't help because h3 will cut. Yeah, so at some point, black. You're right. At some point, black has to go b3, h3, which does flip down to e7 anyway.
Yes, I think.
So maybe now.
Yeah. But I don't think black is in very good position now.
Yeah.
If he play h3, after he has the a3.
Then just e8, e7. Is just e7 good after that?
I know he takes the corner now. The edge now.
He took the edge. Interesting.
He took the edge.
b4 now. Has the advantages that I mentioned earlier.
I really like Guy's b4 idea. It's a very clever way to get him over
and
there.
now it doesn't have the disadvantages that came out last time.
Yeah, I think Guy's b4 is a very clever idea, actually. Because it would be so nice for White to get a move over there.
And also, White's going to get access to e8 at some point, and Black will have to either play it or allow White to play it.
And you know, I guess there's no
Did I say
rush for
E8 then?
there's no rush for White to play H3 because if Black ever plays H3, White could just take it when he wants to and play G2 when he needs to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no threat from that right-hand edge. So if at any point H3, H2 happens, it's not a problem for White, because if the edge is attacked, you just go to G2. She doesn't even mind losing that edge.
When you want.
When you want, yeah. So what does Black play now?
Well, it's White's move, isn't it?
I'm not sure he see D8 because if Arthur play H3 on the Kento play A3, after Arthur have D8.
That's true.
And it's good. So
And then Black has the guy's move of D. The question is, after D8, does F7 work for Black?
you think?
Maybe not. That was Guy's all-purpose reply whenever White plays D8. You may be right, and yeah, you could well be right.
Yeah. When you say all-purpose reply, I didn't mean at any point during the game without taking into account everything else that's happened.
So I was there,
but it's certainly the sort of move that keeps the edge alive and leaves the decision until later.
One possible problem with the clever Guy sequence of B4, B5, A6 is that then suddenly F7 for Black doesn't flip the E6 disc, so it leaves E7 as well, and White's poisoned on E7 because of the discs going towards B4. That's maybe a slight concern.
Good point.
I think this is the time of the game where it's very important because it's now than Arthur win or lose the game. I mean, because it's very easy to play a good move or a bad move. And it's not easiest to see which one is.
I think in the last few moves it was Kento who had the difficult problems to answer, and by his C3 and then taking the top edge, he's definitely found some nice moves, and now it's up to Arthur. Now it's Arthur's turn to work out what to do. Definitely.
Yeah.
So Kento's done his hard bit. Now Arthur has to do the hard bit. It could be such sharp lines after H3 and A3. That'll be amazing. And what do we think possibly be after H3, A3? Maybe just B4, in fact? And no need to mess
maybe.
around?
He played before, yes.
How interesting.
Before D8, before H3. Yes, it's good to do, yes.
Now, Black, I guess, should play A3 or A4 now, shouldn't he? Because White's a little bit poisoned, and White, of course, mustn't flip the C6 disc, or else Black gets H6.
Yeah.
So does A3 or A4 force White to play G3, H3, do you think?
Yes, the moves that you said before, I mean F7, he may play no, but he controls the little diagonal, and so after he's have to play H3. But on the Kento may play C8 after, but it's not so easy.
Actually, before this move, there was something that Dimitri suggested. I think it was before this move, and that was H2. And someone else on the comment went, do you mean H3? Because that just throws away the corner. But obviously it would have flipped diagonally and opened up the bottom. And if then Black takes the corner, then you've also, H3, to H2, H3 would have allowed the sacrifice at G2 as well. So it gains a tempo and it opens up the bottom. So we can't look at it now, but it was an interesting suggestion.
Yes. Very interesting. Meanwhile, he's done what Guy keeps suggesting.
Of course he should.
All-purpose
That's
Guy
the
reply
obvious
to D8,
move.
which is F7, which is a great.
He didn't
great
even
reply.
think about it. It's that obvious.
Now, if White just plays E7, does White end up with parity problems?
No, I think White have to take H3 before, because there is 4 move in the source. So it's.
If H3, what if Black plays E8? Parity or not, where will you play? If H3 is E8?
C8.
Ooh, that's also interesting. But I would still
Well, that's
play. I
clever.
would still
Oh,
play
yeah,
E7.
I like
though.
Paul's move. No, I like Paul's move. That's clever.
But I think if Kanto played the F7 move now, it was because when we said he looked this move before. I think he looked Arthur on Kanto. Always, I mean they think this the move before three move ago.
Yes, sure,
yeah.
of course, yes.
Like we think, yes.
Okay, so after black e8, actually, I could even just take the edge, couldn't you? Come to think of it.
No, Imre, you have to. I think you have right with edge, the corner north east black. Sometimes maybe in 3 move or 4 move or 5 move, I have to take g2 on the
Maybe.
after to play h2.
Could be. We may get a thing called the Sakuni trap. If e8, if white plays e8, and if black plays f8 e8, then the bottom right is a 5 square region, therefore white have to play there first, and its only move round there will be the horrendous g8. That's called the Sakuni trap, because Sakuni did it to Ben Seeley once in the World Championship some years ago, and it's a famous trap where whatever happens, as long as the rest of the game finishes, then it's killing horrible against white.
Yeah, so it's an odd region that black can play into, but in doing so, it creates and leaves an automatic odd region immediately afterwards.
So the alternative is if white e7 and black f8, does white just take a b8?
Yes.
And then black a3, it's white's move.
Also,
Wait,
yes.
isn't b8 good? Isn't b8 interesting now, actually, or am I missing something?
No, I don't think so.
What happens after b8?
No, I think it's better to play e7 or
b8, e7, then f8. b8, e7, f8, a3, e8.
It's
terrible. I'm wrong because there's no axe. No, it's okay. So
but
suppose b8, e7, f8, black a3, white e8. And it's now black's move. But then again, white's got a horrible bottom edge. Maybe white can just
But
play
the b4 plan also comes back into action if you play b8. If white plays b8 and black plays e7, then that mini diagonal is now black. So when that bottom right's now played out. So if white then plays b4,
that's also clever. That's also clever. Yeah. Yeah. But is b8, e7, f8 crazy?
I think it's quite nice to play e7
risky,
because b8 is very. You have a lot of problem after.
Yeah.
Even if the white play a 2 or 3 move, the white have to play h7 or something like that to control after
and you are in danger of having a 5-on-4 against that unbalanced 4-on-3.
Yeah, he's not good. He's not good. Yeah,
with black having 10 different options of how to play the corner out.
Yeah. Maybe you are right. I don't know. It's hard to play.
It's very complicated. I'm scared also of lines involving, if white goes e7, involving later on black getting to g7.
Yes,
also
but
some scary lines.
I think at this time Arthur plays a quiet move. He played the b3 move at the beginning. He plays e2 move. I don't remember. And now I think the quiet move is e7. I'm not sure it's the best move, but I think with e7 you don't lose the game.
I see. That's actually a very good philosophy by Paul. If you aren't sure what to do, do the one that doesn't crazily expand the board.
That's all.
Okay, so there we are. He listened to Paul. he waited till Paul spoke and then he played the move. Okay.
He plays quietly.
Okay.
Yeah, these are fake video streams. They're actually up against the wall with a glass on the other side of the wall.
isn't e8 also possible, actually? Not f8, but just e8? Where does white play? It's very interesting.
Do you mean black?
No, if black plays e8 now, where does white play?
Oh, right, okay.
So forget black f8, instead just black e8. What happens then?
B6.
Maybe it'll be 6 or maybe b5 is okay. And you think of some diagonal at some point, Guy? Maybe then b7 at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Yes,
Yeah.
F8 is not a Japanese move, but I said that in the other game and I made mistake. So
Maybe e8's very tough.
yes, if I play F8, it's me. I think maybe
Where would
I
you
played.
reply?
Maybe if it was me, I played F8 maybe because after you may play G7, you may play maybe a lot of things. You may play the X move.
And if you were white, where would you reply to f8? Would you reply b8 or e8?
I think the quiet move on the quiet move I think is E8.
I think B8.
I'm scared of both. But I feel I'm more scared of e8 because it might poison.
But you control the diagonal. Even,
Okay, so let's find out.
Okay, so he ignored my clue. He ignored my. I agree that e8 was inferior, so I agree with that move. Okay.
So if Arthur earlier
Now what?
he played E8. But if he played quickly, he played E8.
Yeah, but
And then b4 again. If black b3, black a3, then b4 is nice. The famous Guy move. Because it's that beautiful line that stays all black. Yeah, I like b8. Yes.
He played
Okay.
yes.
He can hear us. Good. Good. Okay. Kento can get a tempo, as we know.
Yeah,
G2 is probably too expensive, I guess. I mean, and H7's a tempo, but kills the position.
Yeah.
I mean,
Black has two tempo only, G7, and after he play only one move, one move, H6 or H7, but not two.
could black play H7 and then H6? Sorry, G7, white moves G6.
Yes, for example. Yeah.
And does he get swindled? So does he then have? So in the bottom right there are 6 squares, including E8. Is it possible if black plays G7, white
and
moves,
just to explain that more slowly, playing G7 now as black because the main diagonal is all black. White doesn't get to play in there immediately. You know, he'd love to take the corner, but he can't, and so black gets another move immediately, and that leaves 4 empty spaces. So he's gained a tempo or 2, and made a double sacrifice, turned it into a double sacrifice. Is that what you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happens? So suppose black G7, white somewhere, black H6.
The problem is somewhere, because when you play somewhere, you flip disc and.
But even if there's a great move for white, isn't it good for black? Isn't that sequence gaining 2 whole tempos for black?
But it runs the risk of being swindled at some
It
point.
seems to be. It looks like then, once the corner is taken, we apply G8 and then the pair are linked. I don't think it's swindled. It would get swindled if after G7 and H6, if white takes the corner, if black went into H7, he would get swindled. White would get
Right,
G8.
so
and
in
E8.
which case he'd have to play G8.
I think it's okay.
It's okay, it works out in terms of numbers of moves, but he only gets the wedge on the short edge.
That's true. That's true.
The problem is for Cantona to what did he play? What did he have to play? And I think the only good move is G7, because if he play A3, E3, white may play B4 or B4, and it's very hard for black after.
Yeah,
So you have to play now G7.
Oh, so you think G7 is right because the other moves aren't good? Yeah.
Yes,
but,
only
but
moves
also
is good.
G7 does
Yes,
get two
yes.
beautiful tempos.
After A3, I quite like the look of at least investigating B7.
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 For black, you mean?
No, for white. So
yes,
black
oh,
A3.
yes,
Black
yes,
A3,
yes.
white A7.
I'm not
After
sure. I'm not sure that it can be cut.
Or not this time, but white have may play B5, B7 at.
But now, guy saying straight, if A3, wow, I'd have thought, guy, then B7, and if, of course, if
It takes
if
away
black
one
A5,
of black's
then white
threats.
A6, and then black H7 and white smooth.
But even
Might be good.
even if it's good for white to play B7 after G7, I think Kanto haven't have to.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, guy meant after this. Guy meant after A3.
Yeah, I meant now.
Guy meant now.
Oh, okay. Also, Kanto won't maybe play G2 after, because if white play B4, what's the next move?
Actually,
G7.
I like Kanto's A3 because it keeps the G7 threat, doesn't it? G7 may be coming soon, and that threat didn't go away. I think that's quite clever. Okay, if white plays B4, what does black do?
B6.
B6, yes. Because on B4 there is maybe G7 and B6.
Yeah, there's also G2 to think about after B4.
G2, yes. But
It's uncuttable.
the good thing for Arthur is Kanto cannot play G7 on G2.
Actually, it's a very good point. You can't play them both. What a complicated position.
Daniel Truanan said B7 as well.
Mm-hmm.
He also says, I don't know if it will work though. But it's for us
It's
casual
really fun.
players who aren't playing in the World Othello Championship 2022 final, it's easy to point out these exciting X squares that we would do.
Yeah. What's really funny is, so suppose B7 happens, and then maybe B5, B6 is added or not, then you might think, but black can just go to H7 and get that disc for A6. But if it's H7, then I think G2 is a stoner trap.
Yeah.
Not just a good stoner trap, actually it's an odd region, but it's so complicated.
And even if white play B7 on black play G7, white may play G2 after, because play G2 on the black cannot play G1 because the disc in G7 flip.
But I think but maybe Paul has pointed out why B7 isn't good then, because B7, G7, G2, H6, white's move.
Yeah.
That's the same famous thing of gaining two moves at the right. Yeah, this threat of black G7 is a big threat. That's why again A3 is very clever. It keeps that threat hanging. That's so evil.
And it's possible Arthur played B7 because he changed his strategic. At the beginning, on the middle game, he plays a quick move. On the B8, it's not a quick move. So maybe he's not playing quick move, he's playing dangerous move.
I think the reason he played B8 was to avoid the bottom right corner being a 5 region that he would have to play into first.
Okay.
I just think he thought that was giving parity away.
Yeah.
I think.
And most moves on the left leave this threat of G7. So I'm really interested to see this, to see how does white... The worry is that at some point black will play G7. Actually, it might even be an uncuttable diagonal when he plays it. This is a genuine worry at the moment.
The good question is, instead of B7, what else? What else? And there is a problem, because if he played B6 on the G7, so he flips 2 discs after on the C column. So maybe the only move is B7.
But if B7, what's your reply to G7?
Like we said, G2.
But then black plays H6.
Yes, H6.
It didn't cut anything, I agree, but it's white's move. and now the region is an odd region at the top left where top right where white can't play.
Yes, I think this is he's thinking about that.
That would probably be good for black, I guess. I think
So maybe he have to have more disc at the west edge.
What about playing b6 first?
Okay. b6, b5.
And then b7. Does that make a difference, is the question I'm asking.
Good
No,
question.
because b6 before you cannot play b7 if black don't play b5. If b6 on the g7, you cannot play b7. I mean,
It's also true that g6 can be g7 straight away.
But in that case, it's a nice, quiet move if black's not going to take advantage of the quiet response.
So I'm slightly worried about the following in terms of if I'm black. If I play, suppose white doesn't do the crazy b7 thing.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then if we're black, we're saying, oh great, we can get h7, h6, sorry, g7, h6, two tempos in that region.
Oh.
It's still just a parity game.
Yeah.
Okay, this has happened. Okay.
I think white have to thinking that he is going to take the corner at black, the e8 corner. So he have to before to empty the edge west edge, because if there is more disc on the west edge, he can take the corner. I mean by insertion. He may hope to have a disc.
So are we thinking of?
Yeah.
So if b5 now, would you play b7?
For black, I mean, I think you have to play g7. Maybe.
You think g7 straight away?
But I think I thinking about Arthur. If black play b5, Arthur have to play something on the edge to. There is more
like
disc on the
what?
edge.
Like what?
A5 or.
But then
A5.
black plays b4.
b4
Takes the diagonal, doesn't it?
A4 for white.
Yeah,
A4.
white.
Yeah.
And maybe then black plays the famous g7 move.
Yes, I
So
think.
then g7 looks devastating.
Yes. The problem is to control the diagonal at the end of the game.
It's great for if black. If it's exactly at the moment, black g7 is just two tempos around there. But if it's an uncuttable diagonal as well, that's probably the game.
Yeah.
But after b5, a5, b4, a4. Okay, yeah, at that point black takes.
But the
the
problem is
diagonal.
to control the two diagonals, and cannot control the two diagonals because he cannot control the.
No, he only wants to control the one, the
Yeah.
one down to g7. That's enough for him, and then play h6 for one final extra move. Unless we're missing something, we've miscounted that, which is quite possible, of course. So we're thinking black b5, and then you want white. Oh, but then white gets a lot of tempo.
So after-
maybe b5 a5 is okay actually, because
Yes,
yes,
A5.
black gets his two moves, but
Yes.
then white has a diagonal control at b7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
That's what I was trying to say. But I don't. I still think black's b7,
then-
g7 is better than white's
then-
b7.
But then we can cut that with a6. It's very close. So,
I don't play.
but that's down to is that down to a parity win? I can't tell.
I think white is with parity. It's okay.
Okay, so now the big question is a5 or b7.
I think a5.
And Paul, your plan is a5, and then if black, for
B4.
example, b4,
Yeah.
then a4.
Yes. Yes.
And what happens then if black g7?
You have to play b7.
Which controls the diagonal. And what
Yes.
if black then
Even if
h6?
even if it's not controlled the diagonal. And after if black takes the corner 8 e8. White play e8.
No, but you control the diagonal. So
Yes.
yeah. So we're saying a5, b5, a4, and then black g7, and then white b7 from the diagonal. Then black still has h6, but white still has g2. And it's black's move.
Yes.
Maybe that's a parity win. Maybe that's a parity win for white. Yeah. In all these things, black. It seems that black can get his two tempos right at G7 and H6 somehow, but if white's still alive, then that means it's a parity win for white. Wow. That's very interesting.
But I think it should be better for white. Because the parity is for white.
And what if after A5 we don't do anything? What if after A5 we just play down to G7?
Before.
Then B4.
Before is a good control, but after G7.
Then and then black H6 for parity. So what if A5, G7, B4, H6?
You mean A5?
So A5 now.
Yes.
Then black leaves that alone. Black plays to G7.
G7, okay.
Then white B4.
Yes.
And then black gets his famous tempo with H6.
Okay, H6. So after there is possibility to play, but I think G2, not G2, 3, not G2.
A B2.
B2 maybe.
Maybe could be. Okay.
Or not. Or.
So maybe A5 is okay. Oof. But there are so many regions. That's the trouble. And what about B7? Let's analyze B7 again. So B7, G2, A4 maybe.
B7 G2. Do you mean
G7? Sorry, yes. So B7. Sorry, B7 G7.
A4.
A4. Maybe black A5.
B4.
Yeah, and then we still have our H6 to come, but we don't have our parity win yet. Interesting.
And maybe
That's
white
okay
have
for
to
white.
may play A2 after. May A2 on if black flip. He played.
He's done the exciting one. Oh, what exciting stuff. Okay, we like this game.
He didn't play the quiet move now.
Okay. He didn't. Yeah. he wants to prove to Paul he changed from earlier in the game. So is there any move apart from G7? Okay, G7's got played. Fine. And the other point is he has another tempo if he wants with H6, but if he hasn't run white out of moves, then that's just going to be parity. And
white
loss.
has two moves at A4 and B4.
A4, yes.
It goes A4, A5, I guess.
On B4.
And then B4, and then
H6 or.
Then we have to play H6, otherwise white takes the corner. Right, I see.
On A2.
Yeah, this looks white. That looks pretty good for white, I guess. Now, Arthur doesn't have much time. It's still pretty complicated.
Yes, because.
What's he got there? 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Yeah.
Wow.
Arthur always has little time at the end.
Play
It's
A4.
very scary.
Play A4.
It's very
you
scary.
have to think.
I don't like watching people in time trouble. And there are a lot of moves, so there's a lot that still happen. A lot of things are happening.
Yes. It's not. You have not to think now, because you have to count the time to flip the disc before the end.
Yeah.
On this time is 1 minute.
Yeah. And to think a little bit. And to
yes.
Think. Yeah. Can Arthur please hurry up and play A4?
Yes.
And don't leave
to play
90 seconds. Play it in 6 seconds, please. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Play. No, he didn't do
no
it.
Time to think.
There's no time to think. He's got to do it.
There is no line.
I wonder what he's thinking about. What are the alternatives?
Don't think. Play.
He could play A5 if he wants to.
He plays.
Wow.
What is?
Okay. That's very interesting.
A1.
I would play A1, yeah.
What after A1?
But let's think about this. That's fascinating. Wow. So what is Arthur's plan?
What's the problem with this move?
To get on the diagonal. Can he get on the diagonal
To
and
play
get
to
H8 in before Black
H6?
has... Like, can he force moves before Black plays white? But black can play h6 now if he wants to.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a mistake. No.
Yeah, black can just play h6, exactly. And then, as always, he's meeting h8 with g8. Unless that's a lot of discs for Arthur, the whole bottom row, I guess. We always have to remember that after h6, we have to remember, by black, that white h8 is not met by black h7, but by black g8.
Yeah.
So he does do the bottom edge, they give parity.
I think he wanted to play a4, but he thought it was losing. But I don't think so.
Yeah,
I think in 2 minutes you have to play a4.
I agree with Paul. I would have played. Of course, later on the computer will prove we're talking nonsense, but I think also it had to be a4, and I don't understand that. So after a1, what is white hoping to do?
Very hard.
If black played a1 now.
a2.
Yeah, but then we have h6.
It's not finished. I mean, it's not finished.
And then he plays out the bottom right-hand corner, getting the bottom.
Yeah, which we get a lot of discs at the bottom. It's true, but maybe that's it. Maybe it's just to survive and have an edge and a parity. Of course, Sorry, I'm forgetting. If white keeps going with parity, then he's fine. Maybe it's okay. So maybe weirdly it's okay. Maybe black will get a1, b1 discs around there, but not enough to win.
Yes, it's possible. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Because
I think b2 is such a cool one. Because remember, that if black plays h6, then black has no more parity advantage down in that corner.
Yeah.
He's praying.
Counting. That looks to me like Arthur counting, knowing he's feeling. That looks to me like someone counting, knowing they have enough discs, not someone counting, thinking, "Oh no, I only have 30." So. Crazy, we shouldn't do this psychological nonsense, but still, it looks like.
No, we absolutely should. People like it.
Okay.
And I think the pressure is on the Cantor now because if Cantor loses this game, it will be very hard for him to play the third game because, and so he have to very good move. If he made a mistake now, white may win. It will be terrible for Cantor.
The other thing is that B2 being slightly surprising has made Kento think and given Arthur a lot of time to think in his time.
That's very true.
It's possible.
Very true.
It's
Very
possible.
true.
Yeah.
Very true.
Possible.
So now Arthur do something, anything, to your parity win. Is Arthur just going to play b4 to cut diagonal? I mean,
possibly.
I mean, then black has to go to h6.
And then you play out the bottom right-hand corner.
Yes. Like you said.
There's another black option, which is the black can try and cut the diagonal and play to a8 himself earlier. That's also possible.
Yes.
Which is why white needs to play out the bottom right-hand corner quickly now.
Only 1 minute, like you
If
said.
black does cut there.
Okay, he's listening to us. Good.
He heard you.
Okay, he heard me. He might be wrong. I don't know. At least he heard me. He's got a minute and a half. I mean, he can't work out the subtleties of it. Again, but Arthur is Arthur. Often he's worked out the exact whole end game and then plays it fast. So it's quite possible to be that Arthur knows the end of the game now. Okay, now we have to have the corner. Hello, Arthur. Do we have to have the corner now?
1 minute 24, 23, 22.
We don't. Arthur's so cool. He didn't.
Yes, a good thing because he has the priority. He gets the priority.
He's kept the diagonal at the moment.
The priority, yes, that's good.
So cool.
A good thing, I think. A good move.
But if black plays b1, where's black playing? If black plays, but then black goes a5, has a lot of discs and cuts the diagonal at d5.
Yes, he may play e8. Yes. If b1, e8.
It's a lot for black.
Not e8, not because... no,
I hope Arthur has already counted this, because to count this in 1 minute 20 would not be easy. So
I don't understand that last move.
Nor do I. We're looking at b1, and we're thinking about white a2 in reply.
He take parity only, I think.
Of course, after b1, white could also take the bottom corner. It's also possible. Because then if black does take a2, white gets a tremendous h7 as well, and it's game over. Unless it isn't game over, of course. It probably isn't. No, it probably isn't game over because black goes A8. Yeah. So probably after B1, white does have to play A2. Do you agree, Paul? If
Yes.
black B1, then white A2?
Yes.
That's a lot of black discs. Oh my goodness. I don't understand Arthur's plan.
A lot of this, but not so lot.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe. maybe.
But yes.
Wow. So B1. Okay. Now is he playing A2?
Yes.
Actually, he actually did it quite fast. Hooray! Oh, what a cool position. And then H8 is coming. And the diagonal isn't cut yet.
Yeah.
But the diagonal,
Will get cut,
I
of
mean,
course.
that's not really an issue anymore.
So is A5 the right move now? And then H8, and then Arthur needs time to count, but maybe he knows what to do. Maybe Arthur knows what to do.
It's a great move here.
Take your corner. He doesn't have to take... I think he does
Well,
have to
he does have
if
to
he
take
doesn't, because then black H8, and then what does white do?
Yeah, priority.
Does white go...
A6 for parity, maybe. On the, for
No, I
parity,
like
mean,
H8. I like H8.
on after it takes the corner.
Come on, Arthur. H8. Hurry up, please.
54
Hello.
seconds, 53.
Is this the same thing? Oh, no, you have to play.
Oh.
No, I did like that. Black takes the corner at A8.
He looks despondent now.
I think that the whole B2... I don't understand the whole B2 plan. I don't know why he didn't take the corner.
B2, it was a mistake, I see.
You think B2 was a mistake? I think so as well. Actually.
I think A4 was better.
Yeah.
I think it's
But even after that,
Because by then, Kent had already played G7. Yeah. Even after that, you're right.
Yeah.
Why H8 didn't get played is a mystery to me.
and why A3 did.
Yeah, that's
Was it
also a
A3?
mystery to me. Yeah, I don't understand.
I mean, again, pressure of being in the world final with 1 minute left
Yeah, sure.
on your
Yeah.
clock and still...
Yeah.
I mean,
Right.
I couldn't flip that many discs in 1 minute,
Yeah.
so, let alone...
So does it go A8, E8, A7, H8?
Yes.
But I don't
And then
see-
black has G7, black then has G2. So if A8, A7, then black has E8, and I presume that's enough discs? And if it isn't, if it's A8, E8, then black has A7, and then black has a beautiful G2.
Yeah, G2, yes. Like I said before.
wow.
Because, yes.
But
it's
if
after.
A8, E8... No, I'm wrong, because A8, E8 flips the C6 disc. Ah. So after A8, E8, A7, black doesn't have a diagonal control G2. So maybe white gets enough discs here? I can't cope with this. Hope they can count it.
Oh, let's count it. Let's just do it.
I'm not sure that white will have 32 this kind.
22. Does black have 30 at the moment? 6, 9, 13, 16, 22. Yeah. So suppose black does take the A8 corner, and white did wedge at E8, and then black went to A7. Up to 33. Lose 5. Gain 3. See, black would then be on 31. Okay, now.
Okay.
Oh, he didn't do
Oh.
what we thought.
Oh,
Again, I presume he's counted it, so I presume he knows
Yes.
what he's doing.
You have only 45 seconds, so you have to play. Now Kanto have to count because it's very different.
maybe under time pressure, he was just making sure of the safest way of staying on the diagonal.
Yes.
No, but as you say, he's probably almost certainly
Play
counted.
parity, try to keep parity.
G8?
H7 maybe, losing parity, but no.
1, 2, 3, 4, 2.
Probably equal, actually.
H8 seems one better.
Yes.
I think they're equal, actually, because he gets it back
Is
now,
it?
yeah.
Okay.
But it's not
It's,
winning
it's
for
No,
not
it's
enough,
black,
is
isn't
it?
it?
A black win.
Is it?
It's losing.
Let's
yes.
see. White has 12, 19, 20, 24, Is it 31
32,
white?
30.
31 white discs.
32.
12, 15,
51, yeah.
19, 21, 24. I
31,
think
yeah.
white has 31 discs.
So do we feel that he probably missed an opportunity somewhere in that end game?
Looks like he several opportunities.
But he was under immense time pressure.
Not when he went. No, not when he did B2. He wasn't. He didn't have 2 minutes left at that point.
31.
He had
yes,
more time.
31,
Yeah, he had more time.
yes.
He was on 6 minutes.
No, but
And he went down before that. He went down a lot to 2 minutes, so he didn't need to.
But
Did you think B2 was the big error?
It looked
Yes.
like a big error. Yeah.
Luke, you're coming in to interview.
Oh, it's an interview. Okay.
in this position with 33, 31.
You don't want to ask some questions about the game?
No, you ask.
I don't remember games afterwards at all. You know, you asked me a game, I don't really remember.
Okay, I'll ask that. Okay.
If we leave, then we'll lose up one and the 2 players can sit in the middle.
Hello. It is Luke
yes.
back here, waiting for the interview. If you have your questions, ask them. Ask them now, so that we have them in time to ask the new world champion and Arthur, our second place. I am so glad that I didn't have to commentate that game, because I would have been jumping up and down on my chair. That was nerve-wracking in the extreme. Yeah, and Kento goes the whole tournament undefeated as well, for his first ever World Championships. Yeah, well, they can hear us, I think. Ask your questions now. They are in the studio. Kento Arano and Arthur Jiminier. I mean, first of all, congratulations both on an amazing final. That was great, not only great gameplay, but also great to watch for everyone watching at home. Yeah, over 100 people watching the whole game, so really good. I mean, Kento, we'll go ask you a question first. First of all, congratulations on being the new world champion.
Thank you.
Were you expecting to win this tournament coming into it? Obviously, it's your first world championships, but then also it's hard to qualify for the world championships as a Japanese player. What were your expectations coming into this tournament?
今回の世界選手権の参加が決まったときに、どのような気持ちだったのかということをまず最初にお聞きします。というのは、やはり世界選手権に来るということは日本人にとって非常に困難なことですし、で初めての大会ということもある。どんなお気持ちでこの大会に臨まれたんでしょうか。
WOC 出るの大変なんで、もう、今後出られるかもわかんないくらいで、なんで、もうできることをしっかりやろうと思って練習してきました。
Well, I knew that I may not have another chance to play in the World Championship, so I did my best to practice and to improve before coming to this tournament.
Well, we've all really enjoyed watching you. You're one of the few players to ever go undefeated in a World Championships. So.
世界選手権で無敗で全ての試合を終わったという選手は非常に極めて少ないので、素晴らしいと思います。
Thank you.
Arthur, the second game there, you were ahead for a lot of the game, actually. Did you feel as though you were ahead? I'm sure you felt as though you had a chance in the second game. Where did you feel it turned again into you being worried?
So I think when we entered the mid game, so I would say maybe from move 20 to, I have no clue, maybe 20 to 35, 40. I was pretty confident.
Yeah.
But then at some point I realized that I was maybe going to be out of move in certain scenarios. So I started to worry, and I realized that I didn't really have an easy escape. So I had to sacrifice a lot to stay in the game. So that's when it became quite hard.
If you could go over that second game again, what would you do differently?
Well, probably a few moves where I was hesitating in the mid game that led to this situation that I just described. So obviously I would play them differently.
Okay, we do have a few questions. Yeah, both of you, it was your first time ever in a World Championships final. Were you nervous? I know we talked about being nervous yesterday a little bit. And if you were nervous, how did you deal with that?
To Urano?
Yep.
Okay. 浦野さん、緊張していましたかと。でもし緊張していたとしたら、それに対してどのように対応されましたか。
まず緊張はもうすごい緊張してて、昨日まではそんなに緊張せずにやってたんですけど、その日本人で準決勝残ったのも1人になって一気に重圧がかかってかなり緊張してたんですけど、まあでももうやることは一試合一試合集中するだけと思ってもう、緊張はしてたんですけど集中して臨みました。
Well, I was not so nervous in the first 2 days, but suddenly, all of a sudden, I was the only Japanese in the semi-final, and I was so nervous on the third day. But I didn't change my mindset, which was just concentrate on the game in front of you every time you play a game. That's what I did.
And for Arthur, on top of being nervous, someone else has asked about your clock ticking down in the last game. How did that feel?
Well, the clock ticking down, I guess, it's not a very good thing to say, but I guess I'm used to it, which is something to improve for the next times, I think. Yeah. But I was also very nervous, especially this afternoon, with the fatigue as well. So it was, well, I guess I didn't deal with it very well. So.
Well, I mean, you came second in the World Championship, so you didn't deal with it badly. Imra?
So first for Kento, so usually after a great World Championship game, we praise an end game move or a late mid game move or a choice of opening. But here I think we have to praise your fantastic early mid game, your sequence E2, D2 and the very loud C3, your very loud move. And then just afterwards, when you took your first edge, these were really beautiful moves which somehow kept you alive in the game when the commentators thought your position was getting worse, and you found these two beautiful moves which we thought were absolutely fantastic.
こういう決勝戦のような大会で試合後に我々が称えるのは多くの場合その終盤の手あるいは、序盤の打ち方なんですけれども今回の試合に関しては、中盤のちょっと早い段階の中盤戦で素晴らしい手があったと思いましたと。でそれは具体的に言うととてもたくさんの石を返す、C3 の手ですね。それともう一つはC1 に打つとで上辺をブロックで取るとちょっと方向が違うかもしれないけれどもね。で2つの手というのはやはり我々が全く考えてなかった手で本当に感銘を受けました。
なんか僕も結構序盤で辛くなっちゃったなと思ってもうなんとか粘り筋を探して良かったかは分かんないですけど結果的に逆転できたんですごく良かったです。
Well, of course I was not confident that these two moves would work, but luckily they worked, and I'm very happy.
And a question for Arthur. When you played near the end your kind of very open X square,
yes.
Did you do that as desperation, or did you think I'm losing, I'll try this, or did you think this is a good move?
I was thinking if so for a long time I had studied the other moves because at first the other moves were my plan from like 10 moves before, like a long time before, and then I realized that it actually didn't work as I wanted to. So I started looking for alternatives that looked a little worse, and that was one of them. But it was not like randomly played and then we'll see what happens. I had the sequence that we played in mind. I just didn't know how many discs I would get. So. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, thank you very much for the interview. Are we able to get a photo with all the commentators and the two finalists? Does someone have a camera here?
Oh, let's finish the program.
No, let's do it on the program.
No, they're waiting for them.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Okay, let's go over there to have an interview in Japanese. I mean, for
Okay,
Japanese
and then come back here.
spectators.
Okay. Cool, we can do that. Well, I mean, wow, I was watching that game from the other room and biting my nails as the clock ticked down. Kento Arano went the whole tournament unbeaten, which is, I mean, that doesn't happen very often. I'm not really sure what to say. It's been a long, a long weekend, and it's like a big release that Kento managed to hold on to his unbeaten record. So a massive congratulations to him. Thank you everyone who was watching. I'll just answer some of the final questions, and feel free to ask if you have any. Any speculation where next year's WOC will be? There is not anything announced yet. There are talks, of course, but keep your eyes on our social media and the website to find out when it's announced. Luke, will you be next year present to be a commentator? I hope so. Hopefully not for a game like that, though. Oh my word. Yeah, thank you all so much for watching. It's been really good to talk to you all. I hope I can be here next year. Subscribe to the YouTube right now if you haven't already, and follow all our social media, which I've been plugging the entire time, so you know where to find it. Thank you, and see you next year.
Welcome to our little video tutorial to learn Othello. This is lesson 1. It only explains the board and the game rules. If you already know those basics, you might want to skip to lesson 2 or 3. Othello is extremely easy to learn, and at the same time, the game is so complex that you'll never get bored. Or, as expressed by the Othello motto, a minute to learn and a lifetime to master. Let's start with the basics. Othello is played on a green board with 8 squares in each direction. 8 times 8 equals 64 squares in total. There's only one kind of disc. They are flat and white on one side and black on the other. Othello is played by 2 persons against one another, and they have one color each. The aim is to get as many discs of your own color by the end of the game. So how do you do it? You start with 4 discs in the middle, placed like this. In Othello, you don't move the discs, you add discs. That means that a disc will remain on the same square throughout the game, but it might change color a number of times. Black always starts. You flip the opponent's discs over by taking one of your own discs as the starting point, and then place a new disc from your stock of discs on an empty square on the other side of your opponent's disc. Simple, isn't it? In this starting position, black can choose between 4 different moves. They point in different directions, but they are identical, though laterally reversed. And then, the game goes on from there. As you can see, you can move both straight and diagonally. If there is a situation where a player does not have any possible moves, it is a pass, and the opponent gets another turn. Gradually, the board gets filled with discs, starting from the middle and spreading towards the edges and corners. When the board has been filled with discs, or no more moves are possible, the game ends. The discs of each color are counted. The player with the most discs has won the game. As there are 64 squares in total, this is the maximum score. You need at least 33 squares to win the game. 32 to 32 is a draw. In some cases, some empty squares are left. Empty squares are added to the winner's score. Now you know the Othello rules. I told you it's simple. Check out our channel if you want to learn more about the game and to get some tips and strategy advice on how to win an Othello match.